This prince spent 6 years in a coma, and spent months just recovering. His whole life he was seen as the family's failure, so when he accepted a duel against a competitive swordsman, the whole hall thought he'd lost his mind. The pretty boy mocked him, saying he'd humiliate the kid until he pissed his pants. When the fight started, the prince rushed in so fast his rival couldn't even process it. He slams his sword into the ground and it bounces back into the noble's face. The kid says he got lucky, since he wasn't even aiming for his head. The noble gets up pissed off and throws hit after hit, but doesn't land a single one. He takes another beating and hears the prince joke that he's just really lucky today. Furious, the guy gets up with his sword glowing with aura, and screams he's going to kill him. He charges in absurdly fast and almost lands the hit, but the kid dodges and takes him down with a leg sweep. Fencing's biggest prodigy just got humiliated by a guy who doesn't even train. Everyone around them believed it was all just luck. This is Davy Elrond, and he spent 6 years in a coma because his own brother shot an arrow into his back. During those 6 years, his soul went to a world of heroes where he spent 1,000 years training. Now that he's awake, he pretends to be weak on purpose to get his revenge, quietly hunting down one by one the traitors who poisoned his mother. I know this story is about revenge, but it goes way beyond that. The plot is really good. So enough stalling, let's get into it. This world story says the summoned heroes defeat the demons, and live happily in the kingdom. Bullshit. This kid was summoned to be the hero's bitch, and got beaten up every day. When he finished his chores, they threw him into a volcano, saying it was for his own good. All of it was garbage, just to make him their toy. But one day he got sick of that fake paradise and left, saying he hopes to never see their faces again. When he wakes up, his body is so weak that he's breathing through machines. He's back in the same body as before, and remembers his name as Davy Elrond, a useless prince. Back then he was just an innocent kid. They poisoned his mother and made it look like an accident, so he'd never find out the truth. Now that he took an arrow from his own brother and spent years bedridden, he's going to do everything to get revenge. Right now the focus is healing his body until it's back to 100%. The maid spent days changing his recovery until one day he decided to use his own healing magic. Magic denied. He got confused wondering where his power went. In the other world he had divine magic that could heal anything, but this body's been lying down for 6 years and doesn't even have strength for a spark. He didn't accept that and kept trying over and over, until angel wings appear and his magic comes back. Finally he managed to restore his body. The first thing he did was go to the window to feel the sunlight. The doctor examined the guy and was shocked he was completely fine. He thought the kid would never walk again. Right after that the current queen shows up, the snake who killed his mother for the throne. Along with her comes the second prince, the guy who tried to kill him. Right away she asks if he remembers who shot him. The MC answers it was from behind and he couldn't see the face. Davy stares down the second prince and says whoever did it will get the punishment they deserve. The queen gives a little laugh and says the case is already closed. When the doctor leaves the room, the witch tells the MC straight up he should have died. He fires back asking if him being alive bothers her that much. The brother says it's shameful for a prince to be knocked out that long. After that the trio bounces. Alone in the room, the MC picks up on something. None of them noticed he was using magic right in front of them. Their level is so trash they didn't feel a thing. Then he realizes he can hide just how much of a monster he's become. He says seeing that woman and her kids again made him want to go straight for revenge, but he holds back and decides to play it calm first. 15 days after getting my holy power back and cutting my hair, I had been training in my room. With nothing much to do, time moved painfully slow. Still, the training sharpened my mana control and sped up my recovery. Between constant healing magic, a necromancer's knowledge of the body, and the medical lessons from Master Hea, fixing my body completely wouldn't be hard. I put everything I learned during isolation to use and saw just how useful magic really was. But one thing kept bothering me. My maid Amy insisted on following the doctor's orders and brought me soup every day. It made me feel like an old man who couldn't chew. Amy felt bad that I hated it, but said her hands were tied. So I told her one bowl wasn't enough, and asked for 5 more of the same. She was shocked, but Davy said he'd finish it all if she brought it. He knew it sounded like too much, but with restoration magic burning through energy, he needed far more food than normal. After finally eating enough, he felt like his soul could rest. The downside was constant trips to the bathroom. Later, Davy found some papers and learned an ugly truth. Amy apologized for it, but the protagonist told her it wasn't her fault. He realized his heavy eating was straining the household. Worse, Amy was the only servant left in the castle. Their money problems had reached that point, and the huge castle was far too much for one maid to handle alone. Concerned, Davy asked how much the family still had. Amy said only 6,000 gold remained. MC thought that should be manageable, until Amy explained they were supposed to get 500 gold a month, but actually received less than 100. Davy asked if someone was bleeding his family dry. Amy said no, so he wondered if the issue was her pay. Then he realized she probably wasn't being paid properly at all. Unable to hide it, Amy admitted she only got a third of her old wages. That made him think Amy was kind, but staying under those terms was still foolish. Maids were treated as noble property, and Amy was just an artist's daughter. Hard times had made her his maid, but caring for both him and the whole castle alone for 6 years had to be brutal. On top of that, she'd spent much of her tiny pay just to keep taking care of him. So Davy ordered her to take the unpaid amount from his personal funds. Amy refused, saying they didn't even have food for tomorrow, so she couldn't take that much. The protagonist told her she didn't need to treat him like a prince anymore. He said he was feeling much better and didn't need constant care. Being called prince also felt too stiff and distant. He hated that, because Amy was the only one who had truly stayed with him all this time. Sometime later, Davy was visited by a counselor from the kingdom's finance office. The man said the prince couldn't use money that had already been allocated elsewhere, but MC could barely focus because of the counselor's ridiculous mustache. He also noticed the people around him looking down on him, and even the counselor caught that mood. Still, Davy didn't bow his head. He told the man not to block his request. He said he should be getting about 500 gold, yet received less than half, and demanded an explanation. The counselor claimed castle maintenance costs were taken out first, and the family only got whatever remained. He was getting sick of the excuses. Anyone could see the place was falling apart, so there was no way upkeep should cost that much. Davy agreed, and he also knew royals normally didn't handle their own finances. The counselor then said the finance office didn't oversee how the maintenance fund was spent. He added that this office handled budgets, not loans. The protagonist realized no one wanted responsibility for the missing money. He turned to leave, and the counselor asked if he planned to visit the maintenance department. Davy said that would be pointless. He knew they'd just make excuses and pass the blame. Before leaving, he told the counselor to enjoy the money still sitting in his pockets. Walking through the palace, MC understood why no servant besides Amy had stayed. Bad pay and abuse from the nobles had pushed everything onto Amy. Then he asked her to bring him a sword. She was caught off guard, but he said he wasn't planning to use it recklessly. With that, Amy went to get one for him. While she was gone, Davy thought he wouldn't be cutting down a person, because his targets didn't even deserve to be called human. The protagonist knows his position is shaky, so he can't start taking out his targets without a plan. He's already treated like an outcast, and if he gets caught, things will only get worse. More than that, he refuses to sink to the level of the nobles he hates. Later, Davy and Amy come across a dead wild boar. He casually says he found it like that. Of course that's a lie. MC hunted it himself and is getting it ready to eat. Amy is horrified, saying a prince should never handle a dead animal. She also begs him not to get hurt again. He tells her it'll be fine as long as nobody else sees. He knows he'd never be allowed to meet the king anyway, and there's not much he can do about the rest. Davy is sure the queen is trying to ruin him, but as Hercules' student, he knows how to survive on his own, so he tells Amy the boar is tonight's dinner, and it won't cause him any trouble. Elsewhere, in the queen's room, she admits that the more she thinks about the protagonist, the more different he seems from before the coma. Shelia answers that, according to the doctors, the prince can barely walk and won't fully recover for over a year. Even so, the queen asks whether that report could be wrong. She reminds Shelia that even if she's a class of Black Moon informant, before the queen she's only a class C maid. Shelia is part of the Black Moon Assassins Guild in Round's capital. The queen says she trusts her, but she still can't relax while the prince is awake. She knows even the king has cast him aside, and Davy is still weak after waking up. Still, she won't feel safe until she's rid of him for good. Shelia warns her not to forget that her comrades don't move by class rank. If the queen keeps insulting them, it could backfire. Startled, the queen quickly says she was only speaking her worries aloud. She adds that she wants Davy's plan stopped as soon as possible, or Shelia will be the one to suffer for it. After dismissing her maid, the queen thinks she should deal with those unruly dogs before making her next move, and she can hardly wait. A flashback shows MC being taught that controlling mana is like threading a string through hundreds of needles, slow and careful. His teacher also warned that the hardest part is reaching the veins in the brain, and if he valued his sight, he'd better remember that. Still, when he looked at his masters, he thought Priestess Roias was just a drunk who could split the sea with her words, while the necromancer acted more like a priestess than she did. And even though she was a great mage, she mostly loved showing off her huge staff. Then Hippocrates, also called Sister He, said she'd do her best to finish the experiment. She reminded him people came to learn from her, not just stare, so Davy needed to try harder too. She also said that if he trusted his masters more, his abilities might grow further. But when he finally did, the experiment was so awful that he never wanted to go through anything like it again. Back in the present, Amy finds him outside and asks why he's wandering the garden again. Davy just says the weather feels nice, and even the forest garden looks refined today. Then he tells Amy to go back to work, and only come if someone asks for him. Normally she'd panic if he got near anything risky, but the protagonist notices she's starting to get used to his habits. She still won't sit and eat with him though, so he wonders if his efforts to get closer are working at all. Soon he picks a quiet, hidden spot in the garden, and decides it's the right place to begin. There, he starts meditating, and focuses on drawing in the man around him. Davy thinks that when the air is clean, his body takes in not just oxygen, but some of nature's mana too. This old technique was said to come from Odin, and was passed down among the gods. Even so, every person has a limit to how much mana their body can hold. To raise that limit, they need training and control. Still, this method gathers in days what usually takes months, making it almost miraculous. Davy knows that if everyone learned this, it could shake the whole kingdom, but he has no plan to share it. After all, not just anyone can use it. While meditating, MC senses someone watching him. He tries to figure out who it is, but the person notices they've been found out and runs at once. It's not the first time he's been watched, but digging into it would only cause trouble, so he lets it pass for now. Acting like a weak, useless prince lets him train his mana in peace. Still, another problem remains, the mana circle. Davy knows priests can't use magic, and neither priests nor mages can use necromancy. But he's different, because he can use the powers of priests, mages, and necromancers. That's all thanks to his insane temple masters and the two strange researchers. Even remembering that time makes him feel sick. Still, he knows mages usually form a circle in the heart to use mana. The problem is that method can't handle sacred power, and necromancy clashing. If he tried it, his heart would likely be destroyed. So he turns to the artery circle, a method that links the arteries across his body into a strong, mana-resistant circle. That way, his whole body becomes the circle, not just his heart. It stops sacred power and necromancy from colliding, and can create amazing results. But this is basically body modification, so one mistake would kill him. That's why he wanted to avoid this method. Last time, he only survived because the temple masters helped him, and now he's alone. As he keeps thinking about it, Davy gets a sudden vision. He sees his masters. That makes him think even a failed attempt wouldn't be worse than spending 1,000 years in the temple, so he decides to go through with it. Later, Amy grows worried when dinner time passes, and the prince still hasn't shown up. He's never late for meals, so this feels wrong. She was told not to disturb him unless it was urgent, but she still worries about his safety. Besides, if something happened to him, she might be blamed. Not long after, Davy finally appears. He apologizes for keeping her waiting. Then he tells Amy he admires how strong she is. A moment later, he collapses against her. Amy blushes, thinking it might mean something more, but really, he was only leaning on her because he was too exhausted to stay on his feet. Then he drops to the floor, and Amy is truly alarmed by how bad he looks. Sometime later, Davy wakes in bed, and realizes he passed out the moment he reached Amy. Then he notices her lying beside him, and understands that he's troubled her again. Still, he confirms the circle was completed perfectly. The three powers are flowing through his veins, and the strange circle has another unique effect too. He can also feel mana in the air more strongly now, and because he's stronger, he can absorb more of it. It feels like a simple flick of his fingers would let him cast basic spells, even restoration. 5 months pass, and things have changed. Amy is now helping Davy prepare ingredients. He thinks their meals have been fine, because ever since the artery circle stabilized his life, someone has been leaving meat and vegetables at his castle. At first, he thought it was part of one of the queen's schemes, but he doubts she could keep pulling it off so perfectly without some purpose. Davy feels someone is really trying to help him, even if he still doesn't know who it is. He's spread his mana through the castle to search for that person, and though he can sense a presence, he still has no answer. Even so, it's helped him get much better at sensing who comes near and who moves away. Amy says they won't need to worry about food for a while. The protagonist warns her, they'll have visitors soon. He can already sense someone coming. He wonders who it is, and guesses it may be one of the queen's spies. Soon after, Davy receives the visitors in his room, but Priest checks his condition and asks whether the prince believes he'll recover fully soon. The man says that since MC spent so long bedridden, trying to heal him with holy power would be dangerous. He thinks it's all nonsense. The cleric hasn't even used proper healing magic, and clearly never meant to help. To him, that's especially shameful, because a priest stands for both God and the nation, yet this one threw that duty away to obey someone else. So the protagonist thinks the priest should stop pretending. He already knows the man won't help, even though the protagonist is nearly recovered. He then points out that with the silver weapon Priya gave him, healing injuries this small should be easy. The priest snaps back that MC is a layman, and doesn't know what he's talking about. He adds that power and the knowledge to use it belong only to priests, and even a prince shouldn't be as selfish as Prince Carlos. Amy immediately scolds Father Boris for speaking so rudely. Boris clearly doesn't like being corrected by a mere maid. In a burst of anger, he smacks the young woman. Davy worries about Amy, but if he steps in now, his act is ruined. Boris excuses it by saying a maid can't be allowed to act like that in front of the prince, so he was just putting her in line. Then he adds that it's a shame he had to do it, especially since she has such a pretty smile that almost makes him rise and face him himself. Instead, Boris says he's leaving and tells Amy to walk him out. He adds that he'll be back in 15 days for another checkup. Davy tells Amy to see him to the door. She hates the idea, but she has no choice except to obey. Once they're outside, Boris tries to force a private meeting, telling Amy to come alone that night. He says the protagonist's life depends on her, so if she cares about the prince, she'll do as she's told. But in truth, Boris doesn't care about Amy or the sick prince at all. He plans to use her and throw her away after. Left alone, Davy burns with anger. He gets to his feet, refusing to sit still after everything he went through at the temple. MC recalls Lady Daphne saying anger would turn him into a beast if he didn't control it. But right now, he disagrees. The priest's escorts are shocked when they see the prince walking. To him, true anger gives life and points him toward what must be done. He even thinks that if laziness drives progress, then anger is his core strength. A moment later, the priest's men are the first to die by his sword. At the same time, Boris keeps pressing Amy, saying he's acting under the queen's orders and doesn't care about some weak prince or his maid. He boasts that the whole kingdom feels the same way. So with the queen backing him, he believes he can do anything to them without punishment. Hearing that, Davy laughs. He wanted a reason to move, and Boris just handed him one. Then he levels his sword at the priest and asks Amy what the punishment is for insulting royalty. Startled and angry, Boris blurts out, asking how the prince is even standing. Davy replies that Boris Alron wasn't raised from a low post because his holy magic was never needed in the first place. He then reminds Amy that when he asks a question, she should answer it the first time. So Amy answers that blasphemy against royalty is punished by immediate execution. As soon as she says it, the protagonist carries out the sentence on Boris Alron, dying. The priest warns that the queen won't let this go. Davy thanks the fake priest for the warning, then says everyone who stood with him will meet the same end. Soon after, MC goes straight to the queen. The moment she sees him, she says he must be insane to kill a priest tied to the holy order. Davy answers that Boris Alron threatened his life, so he punished him by the law. Furious, the queen moves as if she's going to strike the prince, but he points out that before his coma, the kingdom's laws weren't this savage. He also says the king has stayed silent through all of this, and he sees no reason to be punished for dealing with someone who insulted royalty, unless royalty now ranks below some low-level disciple while he was asleep, that is. The jab clearly gets to the queen, but she holds back. Still, she says he has no proof, and even if he did, picking a fight with the Holy Order is reckless. She adds that Davy clearly got his mother's stupidity, then keeps insulting both him and his dead mother. The protagonist answers that mocking someone's parent is low, especially when that person is already gone. Then he draws his sword and threatens the queen. Her attendants rush in at once to shield her. That's when Davy understands where all her boldness comes from. She always has people ready to protect her. He says this could be fun to continue, but he'll save it for later. Even so, he warns that too much talking just drives another nail into a coffin. Trying to kill someone from the same royal blood is no different. Right away, the queen realizes Davy knows Carlos was the one who tried to kill him. MC thinks there's no point hiding a trump card forever. That's not his style. He adds that when she slapped him during his coma, she already showed how careless she was. He also tells her to act like a lady, because judging by her chambers, there's nothing elegant here. Since she's scared off everyone who worked for her, she can clean it up herself, and fast. Otherwise, he says, some very ugly rumors might start going around. So he tells the queen to choose her next moves carefully from now on, because he won't keep letting her work against him behind his back. After Davy leaves, the queen explodes at her servants, screaming at the top of her lungs. She nearly trashes the whole room. Now that she sees what the prince is really after, she wants him dead even more, but not before he suffers. Before long, rumors spread. Some say the prince killed the priest because he went insane after waking up, but this is exactly what Davy wanted. Once the queen learned what he did, word spread to everyone else too. They didn't know the full story, only that the prince killed the priest, and with half the palace staff on the queen's side, his name sank even lower. Still, not all the news was bad. Amy comes to the protagonist and says more supplies were left for him, even though he said he didn't need any more healing herbs. Amy suggests that someone must know he's a good person, and is trying to help him. Davy asks if she really thinks he's good. Without hesitating, Amy says yes. Even after watching him kill someone in front of her, she still hasn't changed her view of him. That makes MC think she's truly amazing. Then their talk is interrupted by a new arrival. It's Bespouse, the Grand Chamberlain over the royal family's branch households. He says he's brought over the sinners by the queen's order. Bespouse explains they were stealing palace funds, and some even tried to run before being caught. Davy asks what punishment fits that crime, and the Chamberlain says the usual sentence is death for the guilty and their families. Still, the final choice is the prince's. He notes that rumors have started painting him as bloodthirsty, then asks if he should live up to them. The criminals beg for mercy, and plead to be spared. Davy orders the proper punishment to be carried out, but first, they are to be jailed without food or water for 9 days. Even though this started with the queen's order, the protagonist decides to use it for his own benefit. Later, he orders new servants to be hired, keeps Amy as his personal aide with higher pay, and asks for an audience with his father. The spouse says no, so MC asks whether that refusal came from the king or from the queen. The chamberlain avoids the question, saying he's only the messenger. He simply asks the prince to wait, saying the meeting will come eventually. Davy says he'll remember that. The spouse then gets ready to leave, but he mentions he's already eaten all the food he was given, and doesn't need any more herbs sent over. The spouse pretends not to know what he means. Maybe, he says, the prince is just being rewarded for his kind nature. Then he adds that another visitor is waiting outside, and excuses himself. Even with that denial, the protagonist is sure the spouse was the one leaving food and herbs. As head of the king's servants, he'd have the access, and he's known the protagonist for years. The protagonist just never realized someone besides Amy was on his side. For now, though, he has to focus on his next guests. Amy soon returns and announces that the fourth prince and second princess are here to see him. The spouse rushes in first. Her name is Winley, and she's thrilled to see her brother awake. She's so excited that she jumps on Davy and knocks him to the floor. Amy panics at once. A second later, her brother comes in and scolds Winley for being careless. He is Barisi, the fourth prince and Winley's twin, and he says he's happy to see MC healthy too. King Trionis had children with 3 women, the current queen, his first mistress Anisha, and his second mistress Alice. Alice fully supports the queen, while Anisha stayed neutral, and ended up isolated from the others. Barisi and Winley are Anisha's children, which makes them Davy's half-siblings. Barisi is formal and polite, while Winley is much more wild. Winley tells him to stop acting so stiff and reminds him he was the one whining about wanting to see him. While they bicker, Amy checks whether the prince is hurt. Davy remembers hearing the twins led a band of thieves, and seeing how unroyal they act, he starts to believe it. Even so, they're still his siblings, and they listen to him. In his current position, that's too important to ignore. Once they settle down, they realize it's been 6 years since they last met. The twins were sent far away after the protagonist fell into a coma. They were only 8 then, so all they could do was obey. On top of that, their mother had already sent her eldest daughter Dana to another land because of the current queen's schemes. Anisha couldn't fully protect her children, and behind the scenes, the queen keeps watch over everything the king's mistresses do. Back in the room, the twins say they've already seen their father, so Davy asks how the king is doing. Barise says the king is tired but doing fine. Then Winley realizes MC still hasn't even met his own father, and is shocked. Barise then brings up something else. On the way over, he noticed his palace was in poor shape. The protagonist explains that some people had been stealing from him, but he already dealt with it, and things should be back to normal soon. Even so, Barise says that kind of thing can't be ignored. While Davy lay in a coma, people took the chance to rob him. Because of that, Barise wants to report it to the king. MC stops him, saying it's already settled. He'll deal with it himself, and doesn't want to bother the king over something small. Seeing more and more people stand by him, he wonders if this is real, or if he's just imagining it. He moves on and asks about Winley's magic, surprised she has that kind of talent. He also asks if they really are part of an artistic group. Winley says Barise would be covered in injuries without her, since he rushes around with no control. According to her, someone like that has no business entering a fencing tournament. That gets on Barise's nerves, and the twins start arguing again right in front of Davy. Once they finally settle down, Winley gives the protagonist a letter. She says it's about the fencing tournament held every 5 years, and this time it will be in the realm of Polisti. As soon as Davy reads it, he understands this competition is a serious one. Barise says MC should use this chance to leave the realm for once. He spent his whole life there, and Barise even spoke to their father about it. Winley quickly cuts in and says she was the one who asked, and the king personally approved his trip. She adds that Polisti is called the City of Water, so it has to be beautiful. Then she announces that she's going with him too, and she refuses to hear no. Davy says he can't turn down his siblings, so he agrees to travel with them. He thinks about how he's never been to another realm before, and maybe joining an event like this would be nice. A little fun might do him good, and he starts looking forward to the trip. Elsewhere in the royal hall, Besfus notes that Barise will soon be 14, almost an adult. He says the princes are probably talking about the fencing tournament right now, but tells the king not to worry, because the young master has grown up. Besfus also praises Davy's calm judgment and sharp eye, surprised by how much the prince has changed. The king says it's enough that even the chamberlain can see it, and calls the whole situation a sad one. Back with the protagonist, he looks at a portrait of his mother with deep admiration. He's also glad his room is finally in order, and no longer feels like a dead place. With Besfus helping, the new workers fix things fast, and the palace now looks the way it should. Amy is just as pleased as Davy. She's happy to see everything finally getting back on track, but MC won't get to enjoy the room for long, because he has to leave on a trip. Amy tells him she already packed everything he asked for. Before leaving, he puts a bottle in her care and heads out with the twins for the kingdom of Polisti. The continental fencing tournament had always drawn huge attention, and carried major influence. Barisk would compete, and Davy was allowed to come along in hopes that his brother's victory might weaken Carlos's standing. He still couldn't understand why the queen allowed Barisk to enter. Maybe she didn't think he could win, or maybe she was planning something, and the protagonist knew he had to stay alert. Before they left, the king appeared in public to bless their trip. The crowd cheered the moment they saw him. Kryaniza Alron was a ruler they loved, but Davy looked at him only as the man who was supposed to be his father. It was their first meeting since MC woke from his coma, because for 6 months the king had avoided him. The king asked Barisk if he felt confident. Barisk answered yes, and promised to represent the kingdom through his results. The king then wished him a safe return. He said nothing to the others and simply turned away. Still, before leaving, he told Davy it was good to see him healthy. He only asks if he is alright. Inside he says yes. He has no intention of wasting his feelings on the king. Then a royal messenger announces that Barisk's role in the tournament is important, so there will be no curfew during the event. Davy thinks the king is nothing like before. The old heroic confidence is gone. Now he just looks like a worn-out old man, tired of everything around him. After that, the group finally sets out for the tournament. On the road, Barisk notices the protagonist seems bored, and asks if something is bothering him. He says no, he's just not used to traveling this far. Winley grabs the wine he brought and says it might make the trip more fun. She says it's the best-smelling wine she's ever had, and asks where he got it. Davy says his mother left it behind, though he still doesn't know why. Hearing that, Barisk wonders if they should really open something so precious. The protagonist says this is the perfect time, they're celebrating. After all, Winley points out that he's changed a lot. He used to cling to everything their mother left him. Davy says wine is meant to be drunk, not saved forever, and raises a toast to their happiness. Later, they make camp for the night. Barisk says they'll leave in the morning, and it should take about one more day to arrive. He also says he somehow managed to keep Winley quiet, and admits the extra wine probably helped. Barisk remembers MC once saying he wanted to go camping someday, so he says this worked out well. He also kept the departure ceremony as short as possible, knowing it would wear Davy out. He thinks they get there much faster on horseback. This slow pace is getting on his nerves. He also thinks about everything that has changed, and wonders what else might be different now. Soon after, Barisk goes to sleep. Amy comes over and asks if Davy wants to rest too. He says the moon looks especially beautiful tonight. The magic is stronger too, and he wants to use that while he can. During the night, someone talks about the red moon, Cyrus, and the blue moon, Creus. One marks the shining beginning, the other lights the end. The protagonist notes that the man knows a lot. The man says it's common knowledge, even a grown kid should know that. He adds that he'd rather be chatting with a woman. Then another guard walks up and asks who he's talking to. The man jumps, saying he thought he was already talking to him, and starts wondering if he'd been chatting with a ghost. Davy quietly laughs, since he was the ghost. He'd turned himself invisible, and was watching the guards. He noticed 4 of them were elite swordsmen, so if trouble came, they could probably handle it, even if 20 enemies attacked in the middle of the night. Then MC spots ninjas in the distance. They had clearly waited for everyone to fall asleep before moving. This was probably the Queen's plan, a clean way to get rid of Davy and the royals all at once. He didn't want to reveal himself and create suspicion, but he also couldn't just stand by, and anyone who saw his power usually didn't live long enough to talk about it. So even without a real weapon, he gets ready to fight. He remembers his old master teaching him that anything nearby can become a weapon. In battle, there are no rules. Your weapon is just an extension of your body. With enough skill, even a strip of cloth can work like a special sword. So he grabs a stick and jumps in. Once the fight starts, he mocks them for being bad at their job. Then, out of curiosity, he asks if the Queen sent them. No one answers, so Davy tells them if they won't talk, they can leave. But knowing the Queen's dogs wouldn't back down, he attacks again. As he fights, he wonders what the Queen could gain from this. Killing 3 royals would shake the whole kingdom, and even Linus Barriette would struggle because of it. So maybe she had another reason. Back in the fight, Davy drops several of them. Then he asks if the rest aren't going to run, and says he'll give them one chance. They can escape and tell the Queen that Prince the protagonist will tear down everything she built, just for fun. After seeing his strength, the enemies decide to retreat, but MC has no plan to let them get away. He chases the ninjas down, mocking them for being too slow. Then, he finishes them off, saying it's not easy to escape from him. After killing them, he insults their skill again. He says patience is a ninja's greatest strength, so they should have known better. After all, that's one of their oldest sayings. Then more ninjas show up from hiding. Davy says that trick won't work on him. He can already tell one of them is trying to escape, while the rest stayed behind to stall him. After taking out the last ninjas, Davy muttered that they were so pathetic they barely deserved his time. He'd already set everything out before the ninjas even showed up. According to him, no ninja could get away unless they were on the other side of the continent. So he struck at the one trying to flee with a magic attack that had no form, smell, or color. And the moment it landed, it wiped out the target's soul. Even he thought that was a little harsh, but his masters had taught him to finish every job cleanly. They also taught him never to spare anyone who tried to kill him, so he decided this was the right end for them. Best of all, no one saw him, so nothing could be tied back to him. A while later, news reached the queen. Shilia told her every candle linked to her students' lives had gone out. The queen instantly knew they had all been killed. Still, she asked about the targets. Shilia said they had likely already entered the Polisti kingdom. That sent the queen into a rage. How had Shilia failed against just 3 children and 5 knights? She mocked the Dark Moon Guild too. They bragged about their strength, yet failed the mission and lost 20 members. Shilia said they were still looking into it, but it seemed Prince Davi Alron had help. The queen sneered, asking who would ever side with that brat. Then she ordered Shilia to dig deeper. Whoever helped him would learn what happens when they cross her. She reminded her servant that she only agreed to work with Shilia's guild because they promised they would never fail. So if this happened again, their deal was over, and she would use her power as queen to destroy the guild for good. Later, Winley spotted the Polisti kingdom and called out to her brothers. Davi was glad they had finally made it. He knew the Water Kingdom was a small city-state, but its old buildings and ruins were famous as some of the finest on the continent. When they arrived, the group paused to take it all in. His brother could tell from Davi's face that he was pleased. The protagonist admitted it. This was where the sword tournament was held. After all, the kingdom had a stadium used as a battle arena, a place known for deadly fights between warriors and monsters. Winley explained that each country would send 8 fighters this time. MC quickly saw what it really was, a contest of national pride. Since only people under 20 could join, it was more for rising talents than true veterans. Winley added that the Ron Kingdom had sent an idiot, and her brother asked if she shouldn't be cheering him on instead of insulting him. As for Davi, he thought Boris was around intermediate level, just below a master swordsman, which was impressive for someone his age. Then Winley revealed that the Berserk Kingdom's representative was the famous Sword Princess. He hadn't known that, and it hit him how much had changed while he was in a coma. Still, he knew Lana was Berserk's only princess. The other 9 royal children were princes, and she was Prince Crown's favorite. Boris added that Elena wasn't famous just for her sword skills. She also wielded a divine sword. Winley said the blade was called Caldaris, the sword god's favorite weapon, a masterpiece forged over 1,000 days. Hearing that name, Davi realized it had been a long time. Horus, the sword god, had once taught him at the temple. The man was lazy, but his skill was real, and he never stopped bragging about his sword. He also had a habit of leaving his mark everywhere, so hearing about it again felt strange to the protagonist. Just then, a young woman walked past him, and something about her made him pause. When she was asked why she had stopped, she brushed it off as nothing important. Later, Davi talked with his siblings about the sword. He remembered it held a spirit born from the creator's love for creation. That was why it was called divine, and he wondered why it had chosen Alina, after lying dormant for hundreds of years. Boris said there was another reason Alina was so well known. She was said to be one of the continent's 5 unmatched beauties. MC didn't think that had anything to do with the sword choosing her, though. After dinner, he changed into the clothes Amy had prepared, and asked if she had anything simpler. The maid said no. This was already the plainest outfit she could find. Even if he wasn't entering the tournament, he was still a prince and had to act like one. When the festival night came, the twins were ready too. Davi praised his sister's look, but Boris warned him not to lay it on too thick, or Winley might actually believe him. That earned him a stomp on the foot, and Winley pulled him onto the dance floor for a dance. At that same ball, another princess was invited to dance. She looked bothered by all the noise, and her partner told her this event was meant to help the younger nobles meet each other, so she should try to enjoy it. Then he asked how her visit to the village earlier had gone. The princess answered that it wasn't too bad for such a barbaric place. Before the tournament, the nobles had been given a banquet and ball to mingle. Davi, though, only cared about the competition, and used the ball to watch everyone around him. Most of the guests were young because of the age limit, though some older escorts were there too, like him. Boris was easily the most popular one there. Without even trying, he drew a crowd of girls. Davi guessed his brother's skill was part of the reason, but he still found it surprising to see Boris socializing. Winley was getting plenty of attention too, while the protagonist kept his distance and studied possible rivals. Meanwhile, Boris tried asking for help getting away from all that attention, only to find his siblings had already gone off to dance without him. MC just hoped his brother would enjoy being young, and not ruin it. As they danced, Winley said she never thought the day would come when he would dance with. She also joked that she had somehow made it into high society. Even so, she sounded disappointed. If not for Davi's condition, he could have joined the tournament too. After all, he had talent with the sword. The protagonist told her she was overdoing it. Skill or not, he said, he couldn't reach expert level. Winley pushed back, saying talent was just an illusion. Without hard work, talent meant nothing. Davi still said he didn't care much about that stuff. He wanted a quiet life, not attention, and Winley laughed that he sounded like an old man. In the middle of their talk, a man walked up and said this was the perfect place to reunite with Princess Winley Alron. MC immediately eyed him, wondering who he was, and how he knew Winley. Winley clearly wasn't happy to see him, but the man shoved Davi aside and asked Winley for the honor of a private talk. She called him Prince Baltian de Boltus, and answered that she was already speaking with her brother, so she couldn't spare time for him. Though he didn't take rejection well, he still introduced himself properly, as Baltian de Boltus Dumbaum Boltus, the 7th prince of the Baltian de Boltus kingdom. He answered with his own introduction, naming himself Yao Ron. Baltian tried to keep the conversation going, but the protagonist quickly made it clear he was only there to accompany his siblings. Baltian wished him a pleasant stay, and then turned back to Winley. He told her he wanted to win the tournament, in honor of her beauty, and asked her to watch him closely in the arena. Winley replied that he was being rude to the other contestants by acting like victory was already his. Baltian answered that speaking the truth wasn't rude. When she was annoyed, Winley reminded him her twin brother was competing too, and said his words only showed how badly he underestimated everyone else. With that, she left him behind and walked off with Davy. Seeing her response, MC knew his sister could handle herself. Even so, he also knew a prince that arrogant wouldn't let it go. Sure enough, Baltian got up and grabbed for Winley's arm. That was enough for Davy. He'd been patient long enough with this rude fool. In one move, he threw the prince off balance, and completely disarmed him, leaving Baltian stunned. He warned him not to put his hands on his sister. He added that Baltian should be grateful no bones were broken, so he could still compete without trouble. That only made Baltian even angrier. He pulled off one glove and flung it at Davy's face. It was a formal challenge to a duel. Winley stepped in at once, saying the prince had gone too far. Baltian insisted this was for his honor as a knight. Then someone else cut in, saying he was making far too much noise for a man who claimed to have honor. It was the princess from earlier. She said she had been watching Baltian's little scene, and asked if he really thought he could win back something he never had. The moment Davy saw her clearly, she felt strangely familiar, and her being there caught him off guard. Horus, the sword god, was an ancient hero who founded the Berserk Empire, one of the continent's 3 great powers. Everyone knows he was the first owner of the Holy Sword Calderus, and the creator of the Lost Claymore style. People say a master of that art could raise a tsunami with a single swing, though even the protagonist thinks that sounds exaggerated, even for Horus. But back in the present, he realizes the princess looks a lot like him, and this is Princess Elena de Palin of the Berserk von Fallen Empire, the Emperor's prized daughter. Even so, Davy can't shake how much she looks like the sword hero. Still, Horus was a man, so MC can't imagine him somehow turning into a woman. Just as that thought crosses his mind, the princess walks up and asks what he just said. He quickly apologizes, saying he was only thinking out loud and got it wrong. Then he tries to smooth things over and drop the matter, while the princess turns to scold Baltian de Boltis. To Davy, Elena de Palin is unbelievably beautiful. Baltian de Boltis, on the other hand, just looks unpleasant to him, arrogant, ugly, and dull. Elena de Palin says that if Baltian de Boltis really calls himself an honorable knight, he should apologize to everyone he insulted. One look at his face makes it clear he has no plan to do that. Davy figures a man this proud was never going to apologize easily, so he says he'll accept Baltian de Boltis' duel. Elena de Palin asks if he's serious, saying this fight means nothing, and he doesn't have to agree to it. The protagonist answers that it's his choice, and since Baltian de Boltis still wants it, he'll duel him right now. A moment later, MC grabs a wooden sword and thinks it's been a while since he last used one. Boris comes over and warns that, strong or not, his opponent is still a tournament fighter. He already knows that. Seeing his siblings worried, he tries to calm them down. Baltian de Boltis cuts in and mocks him, saying if he's going to swing a sword like a beginner, he should quit now and stop making his siblings worry. He adds that if Davy kneels and admits defeat, he might forgive him. Boris gets angry and moves to defend his brother, but the protagonist stops him and says results matter more than talk. Baltian de Boltis swears he won't lose, and says if MC somehow wins, he'll kneel and admit MC's superiority. The prince agrees, but warns him not to back out when he loses. Then Davy starts thinking about how to fight this. To everyone else, he's still just a weak prince who recently woke from a coma. He doesn't want to expose his real strength over a small duel like this. With that, the duel begins. Baltian de Boltis assumes he is afraid, since he just stands there instead of making the first move. That gives Davy an idea. He suddenly rushes straight at his opponent, catching Baltian de Boltis off guard. But instead of striking him, the protagonist slams his sword into the ground on purpose, and acts like it slipped from his hands. The wooden sword flies up and smacks Baltian de Boltis right in the face. As Baltian de Boltis takes the hit, Davy pretends it was just clumsiness, but it was all planned. He dropped his opponent without showing his true power. Worse for Baltian de Boltis, it looks like he got knocked down by a simple accident, and the crowd thinks so too, quickly calling his loss pathetic. Furious, Baltian de Boltis rises from the ground, now wanting to take Davy down for good. MC tells him to train more first, because with all that dramatic talk, he won't be taking down anyone. Baltian de Boltis charges in, doing everything he can to injure him, but none of his attacks connect. While the protagonist isn't even breaking a sweat, realizing he's about to lose, Baltian de Boltis starts to panic, unable to understand why he's so outmatched. In another desperate push to win, he gets taken down again, and everyone watches him collapse in front of Davy. After losing, he also has to hear the mockery, not just from MC, but from everyone watching him fail again and again. Snapping, he yells for everyone to shut up, because he's had enough. Davy can tell his opponent isn't just beaten, he's been humiliated in public by the prince everyone thought was weak. He knows he's winning because of the drunken stance, a sword style built on fooling your enemy by acting sloppy, like a drunk. It was created by Dako, one of the most infamous drunks among the heroes, along with Harris, who wanted to make the nastiest sword style possible. The protagonist knows that because he met the man himself back at the temple. Dako loved bragging about making the style, and even he knew how cruel it really was. Davy had always heard this technique should only be used on someone who truly deserves it, so from the start he knew even its creators saw it as taboo, not because it was too deadly, or too strong, but because it was so good at tricking and controlling an opponent. It wasn't made for defense or clean offense. It was made to utterly shame someone in front of others. It punishes openings during attacks and ends fights brutally, which makes it perfect for that. That leaves the enemy like a mouse trapped in a maze, and the bigger the audience, the worse it is for the person caught in it. Exactly what's happening here. After toying with him this long, Davy wonders if he's just lucky, or if Baltian de Boltis is really this bad. He also realizes he's having a great time with this style. To MC, it's perfect for anyone who wants to enjoy a fight. Baltian de Boltis, though, is enjoying none of it. Enraged, he finally unleashes his powers, ready to erase him completely. Benide shouts that this was only supposed to be a spar, and asks if Baltian de Boltis has lost his mind for using his powers. But Davy knows he pushed his opponent into a corner. He also realizes that if he escapes this attack, he won't be able to hide behind luck anymore. Besides, he knows someone has been watching him since the duel started. Baltian de Boltis takes that opening, and charges at the protagonist with full force. But the moment he swings, he's caught off guard, because Davy dodges again with ease. More than that, he flips the whole fight around, and turns it in his favor, throwing Baltian de Boltis off balance, and sending him to the ground. At that moment, the arrogant prince finally sees how far above him Davy is. Even then, MC plays it off for the crowd, acting like he just tripped and got lucky enough to disarm him. The people watching can only look down on Prince Baltian de Boltis. Either way, he wins the duel. The duel leaves everyone talking. Some wonder if Baltian de Boltis was always this pathetic, while others ask if Prince the protagonist is really the same person who was just in a coma. MC brushes it off, saying he could barely hold the sword, and only won because luck was on his side. Winley jokes that he must have used up all his luck today, but what amused the crowd was a total waste of time to Ilana de Palin. She thinks the whole thing was stupid, so she turns and walks away. Watching her leave, Davy decides the princess is pretty cold. Later, he gets scolded by his brothers for being reckless and causing such a scene. He defends himself by saying it all worked out, so there's no point worrying about what already happened. Benedict says he was only lucky because his opponent has a dangerously explosive temper, and things could easily have ended in a death. He explains that the twins had met Baltian de Boltis before, and seen his skill for themselves. After that, the prince started chasing Wen Liao around. They do agree Baltian de Boltis probably won't bother Wen Liao around again. Still, Benedict warns Davy not to pull something like this again, because luck won't always save him. In reply, the protagonist grabs his brother's hand and squeezes it. After showing his strength, he tells Benedict not to treat him like some fragile patient. Even so, he promises to listen and stay out of trouble. Davy thinks his brothers will find out about his real strength sooner or later, so there's no point hiding it from them anymore. Winley feels a lot better now that she knows MC can protect himself. After all, he only caught Baltian de Boltis off guard while the prince was trying to control the weight of his sword. Even he is a little shocked by how badly his opponent embarrassed himself. As for Baltian de Boltis, he's still raging. Back in his room, he smashes things while his servants try to calm him. He shouts that he is the next prince of Baltian, and refuses to accept being disgraced in front of the nobles. He wanted everyone to see him as brilliant and gifted. On top of that, there were barely any things in the world he couldn't get, so almost everything felt within reach. That's exactly why Baltian de Boltis became obsessed with Princess Wen Liao Raun. He chose her as his future wife not just for her beauty, but because her skilled swordsman brother could be pulled under him through the marriage. He had even arranged everything with Queen Raun, and believed the whole plan was set. But now something had gotten in his way, and worst of all, his reputation had been ruined. Because of that, Baltian de Boltis burns with even more rage as he wrecks the room and swears to kill Davy for humiliating him. But then a voice asks if that is truly what he wants. Startled, he demands to know who's there. A woman's presence appears and tells him she can make his wish come true. Still confused, the prince asks who he's talking to. She introduces herself as Sherry, and tells him to remember that name. Then she steps closer and asks Balti and Deboltus to trust her. Only then could he get what he wanted. Not long after that, tournament day finally came. Amy told Davy that his brother was about to step into the arena. He looked excited, but not because of the match. The protagonist said he still had a long way to go. Amy asked what he meant. He brushed it off as thinking out loud and said they should go now. Everything else could wait. By then, Benedus was already in place. Winley watched from the stands, and she wasn't the only one. The whole arena was waiting for this fight, but Benedus's opponent turned out to be Balti and Deboltus. After last time, he had no plan to lose again. When Davy got there, he was struck by the crowd's energy. He was glad Benedus fought in the afternoon. He had no interest in the morning matches, and he still wasn't feeling great. When he met up with Winley again, she asked if he was doing better. MC chose not to talk about his condition. He thought about how finishing his mana circle so young let him beat people much stronger than him. Still, his change wasn't fully done, and pushing his power too hard sometimes upset his stomach. At this rate, he figured he might have to use holy power just to fix a stomachache. A little later, Benedus entered the arena. As the crowd cheered, Davy realized just how popular his brother was. Until then, he hadn't known who Benedus would face. The moment Balti and Deboltus walked in, he found it almost funny that the same man was now facing another key member of Ron. He hadn't expected this matchup to happen so soon. Before it started, the judge reminded everyone the swords were blunt, and using mana through them to injure or threaten an opponent was banned. Watching his brother, Davy admitted the crowd's high opinion wasn't exaggerated. Winley still worried Benedus might get hurt if he pushed too hard. The protagonist calmed her down. Benedus wasn't some beginner, so he didn't think anything serious would happen. Then the judge called both fighters forward. Mages raised a barrier around the arena. Balti and Deboltus stayed silent and focused. Benedus looked just as serious. With that, the judge started the match. Both fighters rushed in. From his own duel, Davy knew Balti and Deboltus was hard to read with a sword. Benedus, on the other hand, fought with raw power, and that style seemed like a better fit here. MC figured Balti and Deboltus wouldn't last long against those heavy blows, but the exact opposite happened. When Benedus attacked, Balti and Deboltus didn't dodge. He blocked it. That alone made people think this match would be far better than expected. Davy knew something was off. Balti and Deboltus hadn't fought like this against him, and no one improves that much overnight. Even a genius needs time to build that kind of skill. Still, he thought Benedus could wear him down if he kept the pressure on. Even so, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Winley felt it too. She said she had never seen Benedus move that fast. She even thought that if her brother had improved this much, she needed to train harder too. Davy noticed the growth as well. Ever since he was small, Benedus had dreamed of becoming a knight. After 6 years, that effort was finally showing, but the protagonist still knew very little about his opponent. Watching Balti and Deboltus now, he felt like he was seeing a completely different person, and that same dangerous feeling came back, like something bad was about to happen. Seeing his unease, Winley asked if he was alright. In the arena, Benedus studied his opponent. He hadn't expected Balti and Deboltus to push back against his longsword. He respected that stubbornness, but the strange movement only made him more careful. Rather than wait for a counter, he decided to finish it with his strongest strike. But when he launched the attack, Balti and Deboltus just stood there and took it head on. The blade came right up to his face. Benedus couldn't understand why he'd do that. Still, he pulled the strike aside at the last second. Hurting him would bring punishment from the officials. He tried to follow up with a safer attack instead, but that was exactly what Balti and Deboltus wanted. Before Benedus could move again, Balti and Deboltus poured mana into his sword, and, ignoring the rules, aimed a deadly blow at him. The night before, Benedus had trained late because he didn't want to lose. That was when Davy came by and said he couldn't sleep with all that noise. He mentioned Winley was already asleep, and asked why Benedus wasn't. Benedus said he couldn't rest, so he kept practicing. He also admitted he felt unsure about tomorrow's fight. Even though he still believed he'd win, Davy told him not to worry, he wasn't going to lose. As he watched Benedus's mana flow, he saw it was smooth and gentle. That made MC think about giving him a little boost. It would be a huge problem if anyone found out, but he was willing to risk it. So he told Benedus to stop, said he looked tense, and offered to massage his shoulders. During that massage, he secretly passed some of his own mana into him, and warned that it might hurt. Right away, Benedus felt like his whole body had been struck. Davy said that was probably because he stayed up training instead of sleeping, then told him to rest more. At the same time, the protagonist noted that the technique worked by waking up the other person's mana, causing a chain reaction that forced more mana through the body. As simple as it looked, it needed real skill, and was banned in most places. He even remembered hearing about one place where it wasn't banned, and where the massages were amazing. When he finished, Davy spoke a magic word. Benedus asked what language that was, but MC ignored the question and kept going. By the end, Benedus had collapsed to the floor, his body unable to handle the sudden rush of mana. He knew it wouldn't help much in tomorrow's match, but it would speed up his brother's growth. Even so, he couldn't leave Benedict sleeping on the floor, no matter how safe that might be. Davy grumbled that the protagonist would have carried Winley on his back instead. The protagonist denied it and ordered him to go straight to bed, otherwise he'd get another massage. This one much worse. Benedict didn't argue, he ran straight to his room, satisfied his brother was better protected. MC went to bed too. Back in the present, the instant Baltian de Boltus mana strike landed, the shield Davy had left on Benedict activated, and protected him. It knocked Baltian de Boltus' sword away at once, and stopped the attack from going any further. They quickly realized that sword wasn't normal. They also saw a mana shield covering Benedict. From the VIP box, Winley cheered when she saw her brother get through it, but when she looked beside her, Davy was gone. Even with the shield, Benedict was still hurt. The mages ended the match right away, and removed Baltian de Boltus. He was disqualified for breaking the rules, and the officials said his actions could even start a war between nations. They immediately sent notice to Baltian de Boltus' country. His servant begged them to stop, and pleaded with the prince to say something. Instead, Baltian de Boltus grabbed the man by the throat, and with monstrous strength, crushed his head in front of everyone. The arena froze in shock. No one expected a prince to kill his own servant in public. Worse, it was obvious Baltian de Boltus had lost his mind, and they weren't wrong. Ever since meeting Sherry, he hadn't been the same. As the chaos spread, people started running. Prince Baltian de Boltus had gone mad, and was close to a full collapse. The officials knew they had to act, but stopping someone like that wouldn't be easy. That was when Davy stepped in. He went to his younger brother, and told him the match was over, and he'd done great. Benedict said he had made a mana barrier. Davy smiled proudly. A mana barrier was an advanced skill that protected its user from harm. He had placed a safeguard on Benedict, but his brother survived mostly because of his own growth. For a 14-year-old, that was something to be proud of. Benedict still had his childish side, but his talent was clear. He had expected tears and complaints about the pain, but Benedict surprised him. Even so, he told him he'd done enough, and needed to rest. Benedict was then carried out on a stretcher. Meanwhile, the crisis on the other side of the arena was getting worse. Baltian de Boltus was still tearing through everything, and Davy knew he had to stop it. Several mages tried to restrain the mad prince, but even with magic, they couldn't control him. Baltian de Boltus' body and mind had clearly changed, and his strength was far beyond what the mages could handle, so they started evacuating people, while the barrier still held. At that moment, Davy entered the arena, catching the mages off guard. They warned him not to come closer, saying the enemy was too strong. Seeing the protagonist down there, Winley grew worried too, especially because she hadn't even seen him leave his seat. Even so, Davy meant to handle it himself. He could tell Baltian de Boltus had been infected by something. He could tell the enemy had been fully taken over. Then MC started figuring out how to stop him. The moment Baltian saw him, his rage got even worse. He rushed straight at him, and the mages jumped in to block the prince. Still, they were no match for him in that crazed state that left Baltian with a direct path to Davy. Then Winley suddenly ran into the arena, worried about her brother. That caught the protagonist off guard. She was never supposed to be part of this. The one thing he didn't want was his little sister getting dragged in. But Winley wasn't the only one who appeared. Alina came right after, and shoved Davy out of the enemy's path. He clearly hadn't seen that coming. Until then, Alina hadn't been anywhere near the arena, so her arrival felt almost instant, and she came in ready to put the enemy down. By now, Baltian wasn't thinking at all. He was just moving on instinct. Alina, on the other hand, knew exactly what she was doing. She struck with a move called Great Mountain Divider. The hit blasted the enemy away. Davy was honestly impressed. It was his first time seeing Alina fight. After that blow, Alina thought it was over. Then she saw Baltian still on his feet. Her attack was strong, but it hadn't done serious damage. If anything, he looked even more savage. Before he could strike back, Alina attacked again, driving another hit into him from multiple angles to put him down for good. She kept up the pressure with both her sword and bare hands. Since the enemy was tanking every blow, Alina used everything she had in the fight. Watching her battle with that much force, some of the crowd could only stare. Alina thought she had finally won. Baltian looked down and unconscious, so she told the guards to arrest him. Winley tried pulling Davy away, begging him to let Alina handle it. Meanwhile, MC admired Alina's drive and could tell she outclassed most swordsmen, but Alina noticed what no one else did and called Baltian a vampire. Davy didn't fully get it, but Alina moved in on the enemy anyway. Even in chains, Baltian could still move. Then he started hurting himself. From a distance, he could still tell exactly what the enemy was doing. Alina tried to stop him, but she couldn't reach him in time. Because of that, Baltian unleashed a blood tide, and the people closest to it dropped first. Inside the blood mist, Davy moved to protect his sister. Winley was already feeling sick. Even then, she worried more about the protagonist than herself. To calm her down, he told her everything would be okay. Then he got up and told her to rest for a while, saying that when she woke up, this would feel like a bad dream. Once he put her into a forced sleep, Davy knew it was time to move. If he waited any longer, the necromantic mana in the air would make things worse. He He was the only one who really understood what was happening. In his view, when people connect with their mana, that power starts to act like it has a personality. Davy had 3 kinds of power, and each one behaved differently. Necromantic mana was basically insane, which also made it the easiest to use here. Regular mana was more stubborn at first, but once it trusted its user, it followed their will. It was the holy power, the hardest one of all. It hated taking orders, and was lazy too, so unless something huge happened, holy power wouldn't show up. This time though, the chaos was big enough. That let Davy receive Radiant Blessing, a 4th level holy spell. With Winley safe for now, he finally had room to think. He realized the enemy had used Blood Tide, a power that drains life from everyone nearby. The problem was, MC didn't have enough power to save the whole arena, but at least Benedus had already been taken out, and with almost no one watching, he could deal with this without hiding what he could do. But to Davy's surprise, Elina was still awake and strong enough to stand. A proud warrior like her was never going down that easily. To him, that made things even worse. He never thought anyone but him could stay conscious inside the Blood Tide. But seeing Elina still standing, he understood why she now carried the divine sword. Even so, one thought crossed his mind. Elina still looked beautiful, even exhausted. He walked over to the princess and put a hand on her shoulders. She flinched at the touch. Davy asked if she was alright. Even in a crisis like this, Elina kept him at a distance. The monster was still loose, and the protagonist was only trying to help. Seeing her resist, he told her to leave if she was still able to move. Instead, Elina grabbed his arm and asked why the mist wasn't affecting him. Davy knew he'd been cornered. He expected her to get suspicious, just not this fast. So he played dumb and claimed he had no idea why he was fine. Elina's face made it obvious she didn't buy that weak excuse, while MC privately thought she should be glad he kept her alive. Still, Elina stepped forward and told him to leave the rest to her. She insisted this was beyond someone like Davy. In her eyes, he only survived his last duel through luck, and luck wouldn't save him now. She clearly saw him as just another helpless prince. Nothing like her. Elina had both strength and knowledge, and she knew the blood demons from old records were really vampires. She warned him he had to know about them, and luck meant nothing against one. Anyone who couldn't resist a vampire's curse, sense mana, or control, it would be torn apart in seconds. Davy pointed out that the enemy wasn't going to let anyone leave that arena so easily. Elina answered that she'd cover his escape. The protagonist could see how confident she was, but for some reason, she seemed more emotional than during their duel, almost like she was facing a hated enemy. A flashback then showed part of Elina's past. When she was little, she woke up one night and went looking for her mother. What she found was her mother drinking someone's blood. Even as a child, Elina understood what that meant. It was a vampire, and she never forgot it. Back in the present, she swore that every vampire still alive had to be destroyed. As long as she lived, that would be her mission. But just as she moved into attack, Davy yanked her hair and stopped her. He apologized, then told Elina not to meddle in his business. MC still didn't know why she hated vampires so much, but he was done worrying about his cover and got ready to fight. What the princess didn't know was that he understood vampires very well. He had studied them during training, and probably knew more than Elina did. He'd also fought several of them before, so he had real experience. At this point, dealing with another vampire was almost boring. As he dodged, Davy muttered that this one seemed way dumber than during their last fight, but he wasn't there just to avoid attacks. He meant to hit back and finish the enemy. Then he landed a strike straight into the enemy's heart. It was a technique from the celestial demonic arts. Demonic blood explosion. The blow hit hard and sent the enemy flying across the arena. That left Elina stunned. Someone she thought was weak had just shown overwhelming power. She couldn't help wondering what she had just seen. During Davy's fight, Elina wasn't even sure it was humanly possible. Until now, she thought he was an ordinary person who couldn't sense mana, but she had just watched him smash a statue while striking a vampire. Even many knights and mages would struggle to do that, and she couldn't match it with her own sword. That made her question whether Davy was really just a prince who had recently awakened from a coma. The protagonist reached a hand toward Elina, but she pulled back in fear. Even so, he kept his hand out. Thinking he meant to help her up, Elina decided to accept. But right before she touched him, Davy asked to borrow her sword. That was when she realized he wasn't trying to be kind at all, and she felt embarrassed for assuming that. She told him her sword had already broken when she first struck Baltian, but MC said he didn't mean that one. He meant the sword she wore as a necklace. He said he'd need something incredibly strong to face the enemy. Then Davy tried to persuade the divine sword to lend him its power. He knew Surtur, the heavenly blacksmith, had spent his life making countless weapons, including the sword that once saved the world. In Surtur's hands, even broken weapons could be remade into priceless treasures, and his fame had spread across the whole continent. His 12 famous swords were scattered across the land and treated like national treasures, but one stood above the rest in his eyes. Caldera's, the White Guardian. Even among the 12, that blade was special. Surtur forged it for his friend Hrisi, the sword god, who poured his own life force into it. That gave the blade its own will and the power to choose for itself, which fascinated many who learned about it. But Davy knew more than that, because he had actually met Hershey, and knowing Hershey's personality, he understood this sword would not be easy to handle. The moment he grabbed it, Caldera snapped, demanding to know who he thought he was. The protagonist wasn't surprised at all. Seeing the sword in its tiny form, he mocked it for doing nothing but yelling. He added that things would go a lot smoother if Caldera's just worked with him. Right then, Elena stepped up and asked for her sword back. Davy warned that if Caldera's kept refusing, Elena would be the one to suffer. Even so, he was impressed that Elena could still hold her ground in the fog without the sword's help. That showed how strong she really was. But strength alone wasn't enough. MC knew this enemy was beyond Elena, and she needed to see that before she got herself killed. Still, even with its guardian in danger, the sword refused to help, so Davy decided he'd have to force the issue. He immediately called on the sword's power, and drew out its true form. Looking at it, he said Caldera's lived up to the rumors. The sword, stunned, asked how he did that. The protagonist told it to just lend him its power for this fight, and let him handle the rest. Then he joined his own skill with the divine sword, and called lightning down from above. After that, Davy asked how long the enemy planned to keep hiding. When a rift opened before him, he told the villain to come out already. But when only a bat flew at him, he scoffed that he'd expected more from a vampire. He thought he was up against a higher breed than that. Then the bat turned into a female vampire. Davy said he already knew who she was. Miss Maid, the queen's servant. She admitted she first thought someone else was helping the prince after her underlings were beaten, but now she saw he'd done it alone. MC answered with a smug joke, saying he really was amazing, then told her to come down since he was tired of looking up at her. He even added that staying up there much longer might reveal more than she meant to. Those comments instantly got under Shilia's skin, which was exactly what Davy wanted. He attacked at once with the divine sword. Shilia warned that if he caused a disaster the queen wouldn't take responsibility. Ties with the Baltian kingdom could break, and war might follow. He could tell that showing her true form meant she was sure she could beat him. Still, he said her plan would fail. That smug attitude only made her angrier, so she finally moved to attack him, using vampire magic. Wherever that power spread, it destroyed everything it touched. Davy dodged it, and casually told her not to get so worked up, which only made things worse. In response, Shilia fired a rain of spikes at him. The protagonist jumped from the pillar, but then noticed the spikes had chased him there too, barely missing him. He avoided as many as he could while dropping, until he landed on the blade. Shilia admitted he'd surpassed her expectations, but said that no matter how strong he looked, Davy was still human. MC pointed out that she sure hated humans for someone serving one. By now, all his taunts had burned through what little patience she had left. To him, that was just how vampire lords were: powerful, proud, and endlessly annoying. They were born with huge strength, and once awakened, they naturally rose to the top. If not for their natural enemy, the great elf, they would be nearly impossible to kill. He remembered the sword god once saying that the best way to fight vampires was to annoy them first, then strike. Vampires were especially prideful, so the higher their rank, the easier it was to wound their ego. Back in the present, Davy thought about the Farron Empire's trust, and wondered how they'd react if they learned Harris's true identity. Then he turned back to the fight. After slipping past a few attacks, he swung his sword, but Shilia blocked it with magic. And not just any barrier, it was a blood shield. Caldera said she was probably a countess. Her rank might not sound that high, but as a pure blood, she could easily rival a lord. Davy said that settled it. They had to beat her now. Calderas doubted he could really pull that off. The protagonist answered yes, then asked if the sword was scared. Before Calderas could reply, he was attacked again. Shilia sneered that people who act calm in moments like this always die the same way. She added that even the girl chosen by the divine sword had passed out, despite her strength. Then she said she'd crush the prince too, leaving just enough of him to prove she got the job done. With that, she charged Davy, but he had no plan to make this easy. Instead of waiting for the hit, he rushed straight at her. Shilia called that pure stupidity, and attacked again. But Davy slipped past it, and got behind her. He mocked her there, saying she understood nothing, especially not swordsmanship. To him, swordsmanship was far more than mindlessly swinging a blade. Using everything he had learned, he unleashed Calderas' technique on the enemy, and Shilia realized too late that she couldn't avoid it. The hit sent her crashing down like a falling meteor. When it was over, even Davy was surprised by how much the attack had changed the area. Calderas started to say something about its past, but MC cut him off. He said the sword had been around for thousands of years, and he didn't need the full life story. What mattered now was ending this fight. Davy figured that even if he died, the sword still wouldn't believe he was the first owner's disciple. Calderas noticed the vampire was running. He said chasing her now would be a bad move. Even the sword admitted the sea of blood around them was sickening. Luckily, the mist would stop spreading because the blast had broken its source, but bloodstones were still left behind, and the protagonist knew anyone touched by the blood tide would either die or be infected. If the infected weren't dealt with, they'd spread it to others. For now, the mist was trapped inside the arena, but if that changed, panic would spread outside too. Calderas told him he was lucky not to be hit by something that corrosive, adding that Davy was clearly skilled for someone so young. MC said that was partly true. He also knew it would take time to awaken the blade aura, since his power hadn't been built in the usual way. When wisdom, skill, and enough experience come together, a person becomes a master. He was one of those people, and Calderas was starting to realize it by sensing a piece of his vast power. The sword was even more shocked to find both dark mana and sacred power inside him, something it had never seen before. Davy said he had a habit of breaking the rules, and Calderas called him insane for reaching that point. The protagonist just said it was the product of hundreds of years of research. Still, he didn't want to keep talking. There were bigger problems to handle, and since he couldn't do it alone, he decided to let Calderas help. MC thought he wasn't the type to risk himself for others, but if doing this helped him recover his power, it could be worth it. Even if it wasn't his usual way, the result might make it worthwhile. Then he began praying to the goddess Freya for the people struck by the tide of blood. He asked her to deal with it, since he couldn't manage it alone. Hearing that, Calderas asked if that was really how he asked a god for help. The sword could tell Davy wasn't used to praying at all. He had learned through Daphne's holiness that his power didn't come from faith itself, but from understanding what faith really was. To him, it wasn't about earning a god's love, it was about catching their interest. Since people were hurt, he wanted to use the sword to save them, so he only asked Freya for permission. Calderas, annoyed, said no god would answer such a terrible prayer, but Davy shot back that the sword knew nothing about gods. Divine favor wasn't for people who just called themselves faithful, it went to those who stirred a god's curiosity. As Calderas had said, the life force already drained from the victims couldn't be restored, so the only option was to overwhelm the crystal with a greater power. That power was the highest kind of sacred magic, used only with divine blessing. The art created by Saint Daphne, who held the strongest holy magic in history, and the protagonist added that gods liked crazy people, especially the ones who were completely different. Right after that, sacred power poured down from the sky. It struck both Calderas and Davy. The sword was horrified. This was rank 9 power, far too massive to endure, and it thought MC was trying to destroy it. But the truth was the opposite. Since he couldn't hold that much power himself, he used the sword as a vessel, and planned to use that holy energy to heal the inner arena. The light was so overwhelming that even people far away could see it shining brighter than the sun. At the same time, celestial wings wrapped around Davy, and his wounds healed at once. Then, the dark magic crystal shattered, and the evil power vanished with it. The protagonist Alrune muttered that the blast hit so hard it felt like he'd been run over. He even mocked the divine sword, saying it somehow made it through. Then he added that it looked completely drained, but while trying to stay in control, he felt a sharp pain in his back and started losing his strength. As he dropped to the floor, something appeared in front of him. Davy could suddenly see his own stats like a game screen, and a few things had changed. One of them was a new title calling him a crazy person. He couldn't help wondering if Freya had gone a little overboard. The being above him, who he assumed was Freya, only smiled softly, as if she liked what she saw in him. Later, as he tried to piece things together, MC wondered when he'd last slept this deeply. For 6 months he'd barely rested without worrying about something. Even so, this sleep seemed to clear his head a bit. When he woke up, Winley was there. She told him he'd been brought to a lodge in the Phyllis Duchy, and asked how he felt. Once he sat up, he asked how long he'd been asleep. Winley said he'd been unconscious for 2 days, and she'd been terrified he might never wake up. That made Davy realize how worried she really was. And after what happened the last time he collapsed, it made sense. Then Winley brought up a strange dream. She'd been trapped in red mist, and her brother saved her. Unsure if it was real, she asked what had really happened that day. She also said that while checking his condition, she found something on his back. A stigma. It was about 3 handspans long, way too big to ignore. That surprised him, but he quickly understood. The pain he'd felt earlier came from this stigma being carved into his back. It had never happened before, and he was sure Freya did it. He just didn't get why it had to be so huge. Winley explained that the priest who treated him found it first. Now the whole duchy knew, and things outside were turning chaotic. When they found Davy, the mist was gone, and the sacred power around the area had gathered around him. He knew a stigma meant a god had shown favor. At least only that much had gotten out. Still, Winley wanted a real answer about what happened to her brother. He didn't know if he should tell her the truth. If he did, the fallout would be huge, and that would only make his trip harder. So he kept it to himself and said he passed out before seeing anything, so he couldn't explain what happened. It wasn't very convincing, but Winley chose to believe him, and asked if he was in pain. After checking himself, he realized he actually felt better than ever. On top of calling down 9th rank sacred magic through the sword, his own holy power had grown too. The result was great. His mana had increased a lot. All 3 of his powers had improved, and now he could form an aura blade fit for a true master. Sacred magic had grown the most, but the other two rose with it, likely because of the stigma. Even so, Davy couldn't help complaining that getting stronger always meant going through something extreme. Winley told him he had no idea how wild things got while he was out, especially after Amy found out and started worrying about him. She added that Princess Elena came too, and wanted to bring the protagonist to her kingdom, saying he could get better treatment there. He thanked Winley for taking care of him, then said she looked tired, and should get some rest while he did the same. Before leaving, Winley said he didn't need to worry about Benedus. He left the arena right after the tournament was cancelled, so he was safe. And even with all the chaos going on, she hoped Davy would recover soon. As soon as she left him alone, MC looked at the status window tied to his mark again. It really looked like a game system, and even if he didn't fully get it, he was sure Freya had something to do with it. Whether it came from his prayer or from using divine magic didn't matter much right now. Then a voice spoke up, saying he could act like he was hiding it with a barrier, but he was already used to sneaking a look at other people's status. Davy jumped, and demanded to know where the voice came from. He said whoever it was had some nerve slipping past his senses like that, but promised he'd figure out who was behind it. Right after that, the speaker appeared and told him to look down. She said it was embarrassing to think someone could break her seal, but if Divine will allow it, she wouldn't resist. A flashback came to him, back when he learned the sword god had talent as an artist. At the time, Davy had wondered who Horus was painting. After staring at it for a bit, the horns and red eyes made it obvious. It was a demon, and from the way she looked, this demon had to be very powerful. The portrait was so detailed that he figured Horus must have known her well. Horus had said this demon was beautiful, more beautiful than any girl in paradise. Her name was Berserk, and now only the memories her father held were left of her. Back when he was still human, he had taken Berserkin as his daughter, and taught her swordsmanship. But fate twisted things. He ended up killing his own daughter and sealing her away to stop a war. Because of that, Berserk became known as the Demon Queen of the Abyss. Back in the present, the moment he saw the Demon Queen of the Abyss, he knew exactly who she was. Noticing that, Berserk said his eyes were as sharp as ever. Seeing his shock, she asked what he was thinking. Davy answered honestly. She was a lot smaller than he expected. A little later, the protagonist had Berserk tied up. She called that a rude welcome and said, unlike humans, she had no interest in that sort of thing. MC told her he wasn't playing around. Berserk answered that it was their first meeting, so she didn't get why he was being so hostile. She also found it strange that she'd end up in a symbiotic bond with someone so rude. When Davy asked what she meant, Berserk pointed to the mark on his back and said it was a vessel meant to hold her soul. That was when he understood why the mark was so big. It all clicked. The symbol wasn't just a stigma, but a seal made to hold the Demon King. After that, Berserk asked to be untied. Then she asked again, saying she hated this kind of situation and felt awkward and humiliated like this. Davy finally let Berserk go and asked what a Demon Queen sealed in a sword wanted from him. He made it clear her answer had better be simple and convincing. She started by introducing herself properly as Berserk, Queen of the Abyss, Watcher of the Void. Davy said the line about staring into the void, and its staring back came from her. She also admitted she was the main reason the great war between humans and demons began. Until now, the protagonist only knew Calderas as the sword Horus used to pierce the Demon King and end the war. Now he learned Berserk's soul had been sealed inside it by her own father. Even stranger, Berserk felt nothing like the other Demon Kings he'd heard of. Davy had thought the power he gained came from Freya, not a demon. Berserk cleared that up by saying Calderas was just a friendly soul sharing the sword with her. Berserk said that if she'd known this would happen, she would have said a proper goodbye, though she knew Calderas was never the sentimental type. Getting to the point, Berserk said Divine Will had moved her from the sword into MC. He said he didn't understand why, and Berserk admitted she didn't know either, which clearly annoyed her. Still, she said this all happened because Davy used sacred magic through the sword, so he had to take responsibility. She also had a personal reason for caring about him. The protagonist was only the second person to bring out the divine sword's full power. Then Berserk asked if he'd ever met Horus. He said yes, remembering that Horus always said Berserk might come back. That made the Demon Queen happy to hear. At least her father hadn't hidden her existence. MC dryly noted that some things are better kept secret, then wondered why anyone would bother lying to a Demon King. Berserk corrected him on one point about herself. She said she wasn't truly the one looking out from the void. She had only borrowed the will of a greater being. She meant the status window, which she believed humans called the Great Divinity. Hearing that, Davy had a hard time believing someone as powerful as Berserk talked in such a childish way. He also wondered why a divinity giving off sacred power would care about someone like him. Berserk suggested they go for a walk, saying he could show her how interesting the outside world was. He asked what he'd get out of it. Berserk said he already had. He'd received her power. With the system window, she claimed, he could gain even more abilities. That made Davy realize she knew far more about him than he expected, and he couldn't just brush that off. Either way, Berserk called it a great deal for him and said she was looking forward to seeing how he'd repay her. The protagonist found Berserk's power too tempting to turn down, so he decided to go along with her. He'd also ended up with someone who could hear his secrets with no backlash. Later, the Duchy of Faliska big fencing event turned into a full celebration after the sudden attack. In the middle of it all, rumors about Davy's stigma made him the main topic. Because of that, he could barely step outside his room. Berserk pointed out that he'd saved everyone, and asked why he kept hiding instead of telling the truth. To her, the stigma would only show that he had received a visible sign of divine favor. But Davy knew only 3 saints had appeared in the last 400 years, and a stigma was even rarer, so revealing himself was impossible. With that settled, he went to the twins and told them to pack at once. Rather than stand around explaining himself, he just wanted to leave and go home. Winley agreed. They hadn't done anything wrong, so they owed nobody an explanation, and this wasn't holy ground anyway. Still, MC thought that for a short time, this place, and half the city, really had become sacred territory. Even so, running before things got worse seemed like the smartest move. While they were slipping away, Berserk asked if leaving like this was really okay. Sooner or later, people would chase him back to his homeland for answers. Davy said that was fine, as long as something bigger pulled their attention away. A while later, Alina heard that he had escaped. She was furious. He'd left her to clean up the mess, spread a misunderstanding, and run off with his siblings. His story was that he beat the enemy after awakening the sacred sword, and the stigma came from the power sealed inside it. Alina, however, called the whole thing a complete lie. Seeing her this mad, the maid thought back on the 10 years she'd served Alina. She couldn't help wondering what people would do if they learned the cold, noble princess was really stubborn and hot-tempered. Alina then ordered her maid to have the knights get ready at once. On the trip home, Davy noticed his siblings asleep next to each other. Like that, they almost looked close. It was nice seeing them peaceful, even if it only happened while they slept. Then Berserk asked whether he regretted what happened with Calderas. She said the protagonist was the only one besides the current owner, maybe the only one at all, who knew the sword's true nature, and that he should be its real master. He wished that were possible, but until his old strength returned, he couldn't handle power that sacred. And tempting or not, Davy wasn't the kind of person who stole, so he wouldn't take the sword from its owner. He also said Calderas didn't really fit his style, and he wasn't fond of huge, heavy swords. Besides, there was another blade he wanted far more. From his look alone, Berserk could tell MC already had a plan. She admitted she didn't know everything about him. No matter how deeply she looked, some parts stayed hidden. Leaving that aside, she asked what he planned to do once he got home. With the stigma now exposed, she thought his enemies would be stuck, so this was the best time to wipe them out. Davy said he wouldn't move without proper prep. The nobles under Duke Bariata carried too much weight in the kingdom, unlike Queen Linus. That was why the royal family couldn't punish them carelessly. Taking them down one by one would take forever, and that delay had only made the queen more arrogant. Still, he had already come up with an answer. When they got back, everyone was summoned to meet the king. Benedus apologized for everything that happened, but the king said none of it was his fault. Instead, he blamed the Baltian kingdom for standing against the Union, and said he was relieved Benedus had returned safely. He had also heard about the stigma. Davy answered that, though he wasn't worthy, he had somehow drawn divine attention and received the mark. The king accepted that answer, but the queen clearly didn't. Even so, she forced herself to stay calm, and even pretended to be pleased by the prince's achievement. The king then said this issue was too serious to ignore, and ordered a letter sent to the Baltian kingdom, repeating the request for union. After that, he told the twins to go rest from their long trip. Davy, however, was asked to remain. The protagonist noted it had been nearly half a year since the king last called for him. Really, the first proper meeting they'd had since he woke from his coma. The king asked if he held a grudge. MC didn't want to lie anymore, but he also wasn't ready to say everything. Still, he knew his father had watched over him through the chief chamberlain. The king said any father would notice such a huge change in his child. He didn't think he was a good father, but he had seen he had changed. That was why he had finally agreed to speak with him after so long. The last time they met, young Davy had begged him to save his mother, and asked if he really didn't know how bad her condition was. The protagonist had insisted she wasn't sick, she had been poisoned, but his father ignored him and told the guards to drag the child away. Even then, MC kept demanding an answer, but there was nothing he could do. He only learned the truth about his mother's poisoning 4 years later, and the king had stayed silent the whole time. Now he asked if abandoning his mother and marrying the enemy for the kingdom had been worth it. The king replied that the blame was his, not his current wife's. Davy didn't care to hear that. He only wanted to know whether the king felt any regret. His mother had called for him even at the end, and a wound like that never really fades. After all, the protagonist had watched her die in tears. The king admitted he hadn't been a good father, but said a king can't simply do whatever he wants. At the same time, he has to handle things he doesn't fully control, so he told Davy to stay quiet and keep growing stronger. If he did, no one would dare block his path or threaten his future rule. That, he said, was why he wanted to give the crown to his son. But hearing that, MC realized his father seemed to have forgotten his mother entirely. So he answered that people say a son should follow his father, but he wouldn't. If being king meant throwing away family for the kingdom, then he wanted no part of it. No matter how many people wanted the throne, he said he wasn't one of them. Even if forced, he would never accept that crown. After he left the royal hall, Berserk said he could be pretty rude when he wanted. Davy answered that he had to be. And no matter how much she saw, some things about him would never change. More than that, he said he had finally figured out what he really wanted. Back in his quarters, he told Amy not to let anyone disturb him for the rest of the day. Then the protagonist headed for the window, ready to leave on a mission. It was time to go down the rabbit hole. Later, in the Black Moon Guild's branch inside the Kingdom of Rune, word came in that Shilia had vanished. Worse, their leader learned that several of her subordinates had gone missing a few days earlier too. The report said they had failed to kill the princes of Rune. One guild member mocked them, saying a so-called Class 18 from headquarters wasn't all that special. The guildmaster warned him to watch his mouth if he wanted to live, but the man fired back that Shilia's true identity was still unclear, and he didn't buy that a few kids caused all this trouble. He declared that a real guild member would hunt down both the boys and Shilia. Something like this, he claimed, could only be handled by a true assassin. After he left, the leader's servant asked if allowing that was wise. The master said the man's pride would ruin him, so he let him go. He added that even if Shilia was listed as Class A, she was far stronger than that. Most of the guild didn't know it, but she was much more dangerous than she looked. That was exactly why he couldn't understand how someone like her failed to kill defenseless children and then vanished right after. He decided he needed to get out of there, but then he noticed no one was answering his calls. At that moment, the guildmaster realized something was very wrong and tried to react. He was instantly stopped when a blade touched his neck and a voice warned him not to move. Only then did he realize his servant had gone down first, and he hadn't noticed a thing. A second later, he was slammed onto his own desk. The attacker noted that the guildmaster was just a normal human, not a vampire. Annoyed and shaken, the leader wondered why none of his men had come running. He had no idea the intruder had already killed everyone before stepping inside. The intruder made it clear that he could scream all he wanted. No one was coming. At that point, the leader knew he'd be next if this kept up. Trying to save himself, he asked whether the intruder had been sent by the Ruxo Guild or the Karsha Guild. The intruder ignored the question and said that if he wanted to live, he'd better give the information being asked for. Terrified, the guild leader said he'd give up anything if his life was spared. The intruder let him go. Then he made it clear he wanted only one thing. He asked for the list of nobles working for the Bariata family, along with every crime tied to the Duke who held power in this kingdom. He already knew the Duke kept reports on anyone he wanted to control, and that those files were hidden here. The leader tried to run, but the intruder stopped him with a single finger and warned him there would be no second chance. That was when the leader realized he was facing a true master assassin. The intruder added that he could tell when someone was lying, so trying to fool him would be a mistake. Then he asked the guild leader what he planned to do next. A while later, the intruder returned with the documents. It was Devi in disguise. After checking the files, he saw plenty of useful info, though some of it could be fake. Still, there were more guilds to search, and if he gathered every report, he could trap the nobles. Berserk said it looked like a bloodbath was coming. MC didn't hate that idea, but he knew he had to move carefully. No matter how important a noble is, they always have political enemies. That included Marquis Patrice, his late mother's knight, and one of the Round Kingdom's 3 swordmasters. After reading the letter, the Marquis was shaken and quickly called for his butler. He had found something awful. With this, Duke Bariata would end up cutting off his own arms. Devi said tonight's plan was a night visit. Berserk asked what his real goal was. He said she already knew: protect his family, have food and a home, stay out of needless trouble, and live a long, healthy life. Berserk found it odd hearing a prince say that, since it sounded exactly like the life he already wanted. Then Devi said there was one thing she needed to know. He'd soon leave the kingdom for the small territory granted to him as a royal, and there he would build his future. It was also in the most advanced city on the continent. He would still chase revenge when the chance came, but it wasn't his main purpose, and he wouldn't let it ruin his life. Berserk said that if he were king, he could make that dream happen faster, since ruling a kingdom wasn't that different from running a territory. The protagonist disagreed, saying a small territory was much easier to manage than an entire kingdom. Besides, he wanted something simpler. All he really wanted was a place to call home. Later, in the royal hall, the queen called Prince Devi the kingdom's pride for bearing a stigma. She asked why the king had not rewarded him for that achievement. Since the prince had recovered and already been given land, she said it would make sense to send him there to govern it himself. Many people couldn't understand why the queen was suddenly praising the prince. Even she admitted to herself that under normal conditions, she never would have done it. But after the failed attack on the princes and Shilia's escape, everything had become far more dangerous. On top of that, the intelligence guild storing the Duke's records had been hit in 7 places the same night, which alarmed her. The guildmaster personally reported that they were attacked by a monster no one could beat or even track down. That only made the queen more afraid, because she knew what would happen if her hidden information was exposed. Those papers could accuse her of plotting against the crown, and prove it. She had also begun to doubt Marquis Patrice. In her mind, he might be backing Devi against her. If so, the answer was simple: remove the Marquis. But with Shilia gone, she had no easy way to do that, so the best move left was pushing the prince out of the palace. She suggested sending him away, though she never expected the king to agree so quickly. Yet, that was exactly what happened. The king said an adult prince with no crown shouldn't keep living in the palace, then ordered the chief chamberlain to prepare Devi's departure. The queen was stunned and wondered what the king was really thinking. A little later, MC was called in to meet the king, and he wasn't surprised. He already knew the kingdom would eventually see him as a threat, and try to cast him out. The king told him to go to his territory, develop it, and prove his value. Berserk guessed the king feared his own son might rebel, so he chose to send him away. What the king didn't know was that Devi had planned to leave and do exactly that long before this order came. The protagonist figured the king and queen each had plans of their own. Either way, this was no longer a place for him, and he had other matters to handle. Berserk noted that things had gotten messy, and many lives could be caught up in what MC had started. Still, he wasn't worried. Before the next king took the throne, this kingdom needed to be torn down and rebuilt. There was no way to leave things like this for Varys, and if he could face his enemy along the way, that would be a bonus. As soon as Devi came out of the meeting, the twins rushed over. Desperate, they asked why he had to leave, and whether there was anything they could do. He told them this was what he wanted. He might seem weaker than others, but now that he had the stigma, he wouldn't be easy to harm. Then he asked them to trust him. Winley told him to call on them anytime, even for something small, because she would do everything she could to help. Devi explained that Hein's territory might not be a great place, but people still live there. He promised that once he made it better, he would invite them to visit. After that, he asked Amy to go to the Ministry of Finance and the Department of Territory Administration and collect every document on Hein's territory. He added that no one would likely refuse if she said the request came from Prince the protagonist. Berserk remarked that MC seemed to think nothing could stop him. She found that pretty interesting. She also said her mother liked unusual things, and even with all his strength and talent, Devi still hadn't turned into an arrogant fool. He asked if she was starting to feel sympathy for him. Berserk said he was much calmer than her mother, so maybe she really did feel some sympathy. She even told him to be honored. The Demon Queen had become his fan. Devi said that was an honor in its own way. Later, Amy returned with a small stack of documents she could find. There weren't many, but the protagonist understood that made sense for a far-off rural territory, and maybe that was better, since it would give him more freedom to shape it himself. He was excited to open this new chapter, and Berserk was too, but once she looked through the papers, she found out Hein's territory was cursed land. That didn't surprise her. A place handed to Devi was bound to come with a catch. MC couldn't argue with that. Before long, all the preparations for leaving were finished. Amy asked if everyone traveling with him had arrived. He said he didn't have many allies, since only a few people had sworn loyalty to him. Then Marquis Patrice stepped forward, and introduced himself to the prince. He told Devi this was the right time to leave the palace, and that even if he wasn't the crown prince now, that could change later. The Marquis added that the protagonist had grown a great deal, and if his mother were alive, she would be proud of him. MC said he was an unworthy son, but the Marquis pushed back. If that were true, then he deserved to be buried alive for failing to protect him. He had already learned Patrice was an ally when he searched the Marquis home, and found evidence he had gathered on the people behind his mother's murder. Patrice told Devi to contact him if any trouble came up, promising to help however he could. The protagonist pointed out that if word got out, the Marquis was backing him, the palace would explode into chaos. But Patrice said that if he refused to help, then his vows had meant nothing. MC answered that he would make that little village his new home, and hoped the Marquis would keep doing his duty inside the palace. He liked having an ally on the inside, and hoped that while he was gone, the Marquis would keep his enemies under pressure. Even so, he still wanted to land the final blow himself. He figured the trip would normally take a full day by mana portal, but since this territory was near the capital, a carriage ride would be easy enough. During the ride, he looked over at Prakak and thought she really was like a sleeping beauty. His days in the palace were finally ending, and the time he had spent with her felt like it passed in a flash. He noticed how much Prakak liked to sleep, and even wondered if her tiny size came from her weak magic. Meanwhile, she was using his leg as a pillow, so Davy gently covered her with a warm jacket. Then a knight announced they were almost there. Soon the protagonist saw his territory up ahead. Hein lay in the eastern part of the kingdom, a dry land where monsters seemed to thrive. Its one real advantage was the main road to the capital. If that route was improved, the territory could become an important trade and transport hub. But this was still cursed land, harsh, barren, and looked down on by everyone. The land had a ruler before, but 5 years ago, a huge drought wrecked everything. No one knew why. Thinking about that, Davy pulled up his status window to check the territory. One part of the information was missing. Percock said it was a curse. She warned that curses like this start small, then spread fast like an addiction. Davy hadn't expected black magic to still leave traces behind. It seemed someone from this land had once angered a sorcerer, so he tried using purification magic on the area. But Percock warned him it wouldn't be simple. A curse this old was hard to remove. Worse, the whole territory was infected. There were barely any living things left there, and almost no one even knew much about black magic anymore, since cursed mages had disappeared long ago. The moment they arrived, a group stopped Davy's caravan. They demanded to know who they were. Looking over the defenses, MC said they seemed pretty weak. Even so, he took it as a good sign that guards were still holding on. Through the tension, Davy stepped out and told them there was no reason to fight. They were on the same side now. The guards recognized him right away and hurried to apologize for the welcome. After seeing the guard's state, he grew worried. He asked when they'd heard he was coming. The answer was 2 days ago. Then he asked if monsters had attacked since then. The guard's face was enough of an answer, so Davy decided the goblins had to be dealt with before the curse. The guard captain introduced himself as Munmeter. With no lord around, he'd been forced to lead the territory himself. Now that the protagonist was here, that burden could pass to him. Davy praised the guards for holding out, and said they'd now be recognized as official guards. He told Munmeter that one of his lieutenants would train them, and ordered him to organize the unit properly. MC said he hated wasting talent, and if Munmeter improved enough, he'd even grant him a noble title. He still had the power to do that. Later, he looked things over and saw the fortress still had strong defenses despite its age. What he couldn't figure out was how the goblins kept getting in. Munmeter said the guards were simply too worn out. He added that dozens of homes had been burned, and many people were taken. On top of that, they lacked food for winter, and even the farmers were starving. Perzer pointed out that money alone wouldn't solve this, and even repaired walls would only hold for about 2 more years. Davy joked that if she kept talking like that, he'd make Perzer his secretary. She turned it down. Less work meant more sleep. Even so, the protagonist had few options left. He handed money to the guard captain, and told him to buy as much food and material as possible. Amy, who had come with him, asked how he still had so much money. Davy gave her a fake answer, though he knew it was really stolen from the Intelligence Guild. Perzer told him theft was still wrong, and MC just told her to sleep instead of preaching. Bernil, who had left his job as palace butler to follow the prince, offered to handle the shopping too. As a relative of Chamberlain Besfos, he promised to get whatever His Highness needed. He told them to move fast. He ordered only a few guards to stay behind, while the rest gathered with the knights. Outside, Davy stood on a platform and addressed the people. He introduced himself as their new lord. He said he already knew about the goblin kidnappings. Some wanted to chase them, while others were too scared and chose to hide. Even if not everyone could fight, he said doing nothing wasn't an option, otherwise the goblins would just come back. He didn't want to just defend the territory. He wanted to wipe the problem out. Some townspeople agreed with him, but said they were the last ones left to protect the place, and were in no shape to do much. Davy answered that they only needed to succeed once to stop the attacks. He knew some saw him as just another noble tied to the royal bloodline and nothing more. But he said he was not only a prince, he was the lord of Hynn's territory now, and everyone here was his family. That meant he would protect them. He wasn't the kind of person who let family die. He knew words alone might not convince them, so he brought up the stigma he'd received from the gods, and if they still couldn't trust him, then they should treat it as an order. No one would die without his permission. Later, Davy entered the demon forest with a group of men. Perzer warned that bringing tired, untrained men to hunt goblins was a terrible plan. The protagonist answered that 150 men should be enough. Perzer warned him not to lean too hard on confidence, since numbers could change at any time. MC insisted he had it handled, and she dryly noted that his favorite trait was acting like he was always right. Then the guard captain said that once they crossed this mountain, they'd reach the goblin's base. When Davy got there, he realized it was an abandoned village. He couldn't understand why goblins and orcs would live somewhere like that. Monmeter explained that it was a ghost village now being used as a goblin camp. One young man shook with anger because the goblins had killed his friend. He went up to him and said he understood. Then he told the group to turn that anger into strength, kill their enemies, and honor the dead through revenge. Davy respected how deeply they cared for those they had lost, even if they were friends and not family. That was when he knew this was the right territory for him. He made the first move and fired an arrow. A goblin noticed it too late and got hit at once. The arrow was also wrapped in flame, and fire spread through the area. The guards panicked. They had expected a sneak attack, not a direct one. Davy calmed them down and promised none of them would die. Seeing the shot land, the protagonist was pleased. He had used an arrow made by the shameless god of the bow, the one who mastered every Apollonian skill. Now it was doing exactly what it was meant to do. The skill looked wild, but it wasn't ordinary. It had been created as a wartime trap, and MC chose to use it here. He wasn't the type to back off over something small, so he moved into his first real act as Lord, casting battle buffs on everyone with him. Berserk asked if it was really okay to use magic on these men. Davy said it didn't matter, since they didn't even realize it had happened. All he wanted was for them to feel ready to fight. Once the blessing was in place, he pointed out that soldiers anywhere else would never get treatment like this. Not even the paladins of the Holy Kingdom of Balsaz had this kind of support, since only a saint or pope could use level 7 sacred magic. Devi told them to let out all the hatred they'd been holding in. He'd wanted to do this for a long time, then he ordered them to charge. He hadn't realized how badly the guards wanted revenge, but their reaction made it obvious. The guards were almost drunk on battle, and now the goblins felt the same fear they had always forced on humans. They were cut down fast. The guards who once doubted themselves finally saw that they could fight. Before long, Devi realized the battle had turned into a full goblin slaughter. He let the guards release their anger while he stayed back and supported them. Whenever someone was hurt, he healed them. He also warned them that he had not given permission for anyone to die, so they still had to be careful. They weren't unbeatable. Still, he promised to heal the wounded, so they didn't need to hold back. Seeing how badly the goblins were losing, Devi almost felt sorry for them. Even so, it didn't take long for the guards to wipe them out. Afterward, they thanked their new lord. He wasn't used to that kind of praise, so it made him uncomfortable. He told them it was too soon to celebrate. There were still captives to save, and he had to find them. As he walked, Devi thought about how he had only meant to erase the guards' fear, but it had caused something unexpected. Now they admired him a little too much. By the next day, before the next subjugation, the guards looked ready for a holy war, even though they were just hunting goblins. Still, their lord picked only 10 men for the mission, leaving the others upset that they couldn't join. The guard captain noted that their lord was only 16, and likely thought Devi was just excited from his first win. He figured the protagonist would soon learn how things really work here. Not long after, the young guard was stunned. Their lord came back safely with the rest of the group. He and the other guard were speechless. MC had crushed the remaining goblins with only a handful of men in barely any time. Devi guessed some people might think the guards who went with him had been hypnotized or something, but all he cared about was bringing everyone home alive. Berserk warned that if this kept up, people might start some fake religion around him. He said there were still goblins left, so the expeditions would continue. While he took some men with him, the others would stay behind and get ready for winter. He figured things would go back to normal in a few days. He expected the guards to settle down soon. At least, that's what he thought then. Instead, rumors spread everywhere, and people started calling him a saint. Some guards even began escorting their lord-like followers, serving a holy leader. That was the first thing Devi truly regretted since waking from his coma. Still, earning the people's trust mattered more to him than anything. Estria, the king who conquered the Palladian Empire on board, and the one who taught the protagonist the spear, always said a lord rules people, not livestock, so a leader has to be someone people choose to follow. Devi never learned much politics from Estria, but that part stayed with him. While checking the territory records, Berserk showed up and asked how it was going. MC said too much of the information was unclear. Berserk told him that even if he broke the curse, making the land decent would take 5 years, and truly fixing it could take 20 more. Just lifting the curse wouldn't heal everything overnight. Berserk said she had a firm view on the problem. The land had no underground river system, so resources were badly limited. Poor harvests had also wiped out livestock, which meant meat was basically gone. The money he had scraped together might help for now, but the territory's lack of funds was still a huge issue. Devi agreed they had no real way to make profit. Still, he thought there were other answers. There were plenty of young adults in the area, so he suggested sending them to hunt monsters and turn that into income. A second idea was growing a special crop, though the land would need treatment first. They could also barter, but that would be like trading diamonds for grain. Berserk shot that down right away. They had no trade partners, and nothing to offer anyway. Even so, Devi wanted to inspect the territory himself. He was sure something useful was there. Whatever he found, he planned to make use of it. As he searched, he remembered his old dream of owning a building. For now, all he really had was a pigsty. Still, these lands used to be rich and fertile. Then the former owners left, and another lord took over. Devi knew a mage's hideout had to be somewhere nearby, and that mage had cast the curse. If he found them, he could undo it. The problem was his divine power still hadn't recovered. Without his full strength, removing a curse this strong would be hard. He even thought about borrowing calderas again and making up some excuse for the princess. Berserk told him that was a bad idea, so the protagonist said that left only one choice. Something here was practically asking to be used. When he put his hands down and began rearranging the curse, Berserk had never seen magic like it. Devi guessed its creator came from another continent, which explained why she didn't know it. This was called the magical programming language, a magic system built from countless mana patterns and made to be highly adjustable. That was also why dark mages usually needed special tools or long chants. Berserk then realized this magic could trace the mage who made it. Devi confirmed it, and started decoding the spell at once. Berserk could only piece things together on her own, since MC wasn't explaining everything. Then she noticed something strange. He said it wasn't exactly a curse. It was more like a self-running greenhouse made by a mage. That led him east, because he wanted to know why the Heinz territory border was so sharply set. He found 7 likely spots where the mage could be, all along the territory's edges. The dome only covered Heinz territory, like it had been built to control the land's climate, and even its geology. Berserk realized the spell had intentionally dried the soil and blocked the rain. Devi agreed, but said his method had only identified one effect so far. He still didn't know the full reason, but the goal was clear: turn Heinz into wasteland. So he started wondering what would happen if he removed it. With the right setup, he even thought he could turn this huge desert into a resort. Following the trail, he reached some ruins. Finding ruins out here surprised him, and from the structure, he doubted they were older than the Great War. Maybe even the Dark Mages didn't know about this place, but the curse definitely hadn't started on its own. The silence there felt unnatural. Then a golem appeared, and Berserk said he'd spoken too soon. She pointed out this wasn't a normal golem. It seemed powered by a magic stone. That also meant it might have special abilities. Devi, though, had only one thought in mind. The golem struck first, but he dodged it, and landed right on top of it. As he reached for the gem, he muttered that it smelled like money. The moment he grabbed the stone, he called it his lucky day. Back at the city wall, some guards enjoyed the quiet, while their lords searched outside. Truthfully, nobody had expected Devi to help this much. No noble wanted anything to do with a territory this miserable, and the few people who escaped to other cities were usually looked down on. The kingdom's only real help had been stopping taxes, since the people barely had enough food to survive. Then this young man was sent to them. Some said Devi had only been dumped here after losing a power struggle, so they didn't trust him at first. But there wasn't much choice. He was the only one willing to step in, and before he arrived, the goblin attacks had been worse than ever. Without him, they might not have lasted. Before that, the goblins had already broken through the fort and taken people. The guards could barely hold the place, let alone rescue anyone. Then, the prince arrived as their new lord, and plenty of people doubted how he'd handle it. Some expected him to punish the head guard for failing, but that would have turned many against him. Instead, the new lord handled everything surprisingly well. He even gave them a chance to strike back at the goblins. Calling the people family gave them hope that the ones taken might still come home. Devi won people over through both his words and his actions. Even if he hated being called a saint, that's what he became to them, someone they almost worshipped. For these people, it was easier to believe in a miracle they had seen than a distant god who never came to help. One boy helping with repairs said it was great that the new lord had beaten the goblins, but he still wasn't sure this land had any future. The drought had ruined the territory long before the goblins became a problem. With no rain, every attempt to grow crops failed. Priests and mages had both tried to fix it, but none of them could. In the end, people decided it was beyond human power. So even if the new lord seemed blessed, they doubted even Devi could save this land. Meanwhile, the protagonist knew magic crystals were natural lumps of highly pure, condensed mana. A mana crystal the size of an ordinary stone was worth 100 times more, and far stronger too. That's why he got excited when he saw them on the goblins, and went straight for the crystals. He claimed getting them wasn't easy, but Berserk didn't buy that after watching him handle the goblins so easily. As far as Devi knew, mana crystals were only found in ancient ruins, and even then, only in tiny amounts. That made them even more valuable. Still, he wondered how long that money would last. Berserk also warned him he couldn't sell items like these just anywhere without drawing suspicion. He kept moving until he found a crystal much bigger than the rest. Right away, he realized this might be the curse's power source. That proved Berserk right. Crystals this large and valuable had started wars before. On top of that, it was packed with pure mana. Devi figured that if he could use it, casting ninth circle spells would be easy. So he tried, but quickly noticed the code was far too elaborate for something that only caused a drought. That made him think something was hidden inside it. Even though it was hard to control, he decided to dig deeper, and while searching through it, he found several energy cores hidden in the source code. When the magic started changing, Berserk asked what he had done. Devi said he'd started by spreading some water through the area, but there was a problem. A huge amount of water was already stored in the clouds, so all of it would come down at once. In other words, a massive storm was coming. Far away, another conversation was happening. Some nobles were talking about Marquis Patrice, warning that if he kept acting on his own, the aristocracy could start falling apart. So they looked for a way to keep any evidence from being used against them. To them, it felt like old ghosts were coming back, because enemies kept appearing from nowhere. The queen still hadn't spoken about the matter, or about Prince Devi. Rumors said the stigma was so strong the boy couldn't control it, so they assumed he wouldn't be a threat. The Sacred Kingdom was in the same position, which meant they couldn't openly admit the stigma was real. Some of them even said worrying about a mediocre prince was a waste of time compared to what really mattered. Duke Bariata then brought up another issue. He said the nobles' unity wouldn't fall apart overnight. Still, they had to fight back, no matter the risk. For now, he believed their best move was getting the stolen secret records back. But if things went badly, they needed to be ready for war. A servant said he'd handle the preparations. Bariata told him to do it quietly. This secret couldn't get out before they were fully prepared. He felt the others were badly underestimating Prince Devi. Unlike them, Bariata trusted his gut, and refused to make that mistake. Something had changed in the prince after his coma. Once MC gained enough power and support, he'd probably reveal who he really was. Even so, Bariata thought Devi couldn't do much, as long as he stayed in Hind's territory. After all, what could a prince build in a dead, barren land? But Bariata was wrong. For the first time in years, he made rain fall over Hinds. Even he admitted it wasn't easy. Back at home, he said they would need a few days before planting could begin. He could tell by checking the magic crystal, which worked like a control panel. It was also linked to the other crystals across the region, almost like a remote. That meant Devi now controlled the local weather, and he figured a tool like that was very handy. He had already packed the other crystals he found into magic bags, and planned to wait until the land recovered, before doing anything else. A week later, the protagonist went out for a stroll, and his supporters quickly gathered around him. He asked what they were up to. Everyone answered that they couldn't just watch their lord work himself to the bone, so they came to help with the hard labor. Devi wasn't sure they could handle that much work. Still, he said there was one simple job for them. The knights had already prepared the fields, so he wanted everyone who could help to start cultivating them. He gave them 4 days to plant everything, and said they could stop if it became too much. He also made it clear they'd be paid based on their effort. He wasn't going to let anyone work for free. The guard captain said that even with the weather fixed, planting that much land in 4 days was impossible. Devi didn't get why. The fields had been farmed before, so there should be tools to help. While Manhwa worried about whether the people could manage, some were already thinking about how to spend their pay. That made the guard captain snap that they should be thankful for what their lord had done instead of abusing his kindness. But MC wasn't naive. He used magic to boost the workers' strength, and like he did with the guards, he gave them the push they needed. Manhwa was shocked by that, but he also saw how useful it would be. Devi then told Manhwa he'd discover a whole new world once he started swinging a pickaxe. He added that if he had calderas, he could buff the workers even more. Manhwa asked why his lord was giving them so much. He said he wanted to turn this dead land into a moneymaker, and the fastest way to make big money was to combine high demand with low supply. That was the kind of chance he was after. Even Purser caught on that Devi was aiming to use both scarcity and scale. Manhwa still didn't follow, and asked how he planned to do it. The protagonist explained that besides regular crops, he wanted to grow moonflowers. Lunar plants can't normally be raised on the eastern continent because the weather changes too much. Importing lunar flowers from the west costs a fortune, and mage towers, alchemists, and temples all need them for potions, so they're both pricey and hard to get. Hearing that, Manhwa said there was no way they could grow them there, but Devi knew he already held the local climate in his hands. Now all he needed was a trip to the vegetarians living in the forest, the elves, of course. Sometime later, in elf territory, Yuria Halashin, chief of the forest elves, said the spirits had warned her about a visitor. Her master, Meads, arrived and apologized for coming without notice. Yuria told him he was always welcome. She added that she had recently gotten some very fine tea leaves. As she served the tea, Meads said he'd had a strange dream. Yuria asked what kind of dream had brought him all this way. He paused before answering, then said he saw a curse falling over this forest. Yuria remembered how he always taught that spirits work through nature, so things like this were natural, and to be expected. But Manes insisted the forest was drying out. He told Yuria this was not her true home, and asked her to come back with him, to their homeland, to the embrace of the divine tree. Yuria refused. This forest was her home now, and she had no wish to return. She said he could at least take the other elves away, so they wouldn't suffer under the curse. Meads didn't want to leave everyone else behind with Yuria, saying she wouldn't survive if she stayed. Yuria answered that, if that happened, then it would simply be nature's will. She loved this place deeply, and even hoped someone might save it one day. Feeling the lively wind brush past, Yuria said it almost seemed to promise a good meeting. Then she changed the subject, and asked if her master liked the tea. She revealed she'd made it with cricket wings. Meads was clearly not happy about that. For a second, he'd almost forgotten why Yuria didn't get along with the Eastern Elves. They called her the one most obsessed with nature. Not far away, the visitor the elves sensed was drawing near. Davy thought elves were almost never seen on the continent. Records said they hid themselves 300 years ago after the Great Incident, and some people even believed that they were gone for good. Still, MC thought he might find them, since he had noticed spirits watching him during the goblin fight. To him, where spirits existed, elves might not be far behind. He'd rather avoid them, but if they crossed paths, he wouldn't attack. Prakak didn't like elves much, calling them stiff and stubborn, and Davy agreed. He was sure Apollo, that disaster of an elf, had caused plenty of trouble, and what little he knew of him already made him want to stay away. After walking farther, he found an enchanted forest that was likely the elves' home. The spirit creatures there came over to him. The protagonist noted that these beings are usually drawn to people with spirit affinity. Because of his purifying power, they might even like him more than the elves. He hadn't gained that power easily either. His training was brutal. He even jumped into fire to get used to extreme heat. Uriana was his spiritualist teacher at the temple. She had contracts with 13 royal spirits, despite being born human. Prakak noticed that even without a contract, the spirits still reacted well to Davy. Even his dark mana didn't ruin his bond with good spirits. Prakak then asked how he planned to get lunar flowers, and MC admitted he didn't even know whether they could grow from seedlings. Right after he said that, a tiny spirit set a small flower in his hand. Startled, Prakak asked if it was what she thought it was. Davy said yes, a lunar plant. A moment later, they found a hidden cave garden filled with them. He thanked the spirit that led him there, and Prakak realized there were enough lunar plants to replant near their land, and still have extras. Then she noticed Davy doing something odd, and asked what he was up to. Spirit power can come from mana, divine power, or dark mana, and anyone with that power can see spirits. What changes is how well they connect with them, so the protagonist could confidently say there wasn't a spirit he couldn't call. Prakak then asked if he was trying to make a contract with one. MC explained that this was the garden of the moon goddess, meaning it belonged to the spirits. If someone picked the flowers without permission, they'd be struck by disease, so he had to be careful. Keeping that in mind, he spoke to the spirit living there in another language. The nature spirit appeared at once, shocked that he knew the language of spirits, and that let them communicate. Davy then told Prakak the spirits had allowed them to harvest the flowers, so he wanted to move fast before the elves noticed. Prakak still didn't really get what had happened, but he said it was best to avoid trouble. They came for the plants, not small talk. As for the elves, Yuria thought reaching the spirit garden and receiving the spirits will was amazing. What shocked her even more was that the visitor gained their permission just by speaking with them, without any ritual or setup, and he was only a human boy. Yuria never imagined a human would find the garden of lunar flowers, much less be allowed to harvest from it. Now she wondered if she should tell her master. Meads noticed and asked what was wrong. Yuria replied by asking why he still hadn't touched his tea. She had made it just for him, using a dead cricket she dried for a week before boiling. Even after all that effort, he ignored her heartfelt gift. She added that if he didn't like it, she had other things he could try, since she'd made a new menu. Meads thanked her, but refused, thinking her eating habits were deeply troubling. Even Yuria mentioned that a human who could talk to spirits had entered the flower garden and awakened a great being from its deep sleep. That left Meads stunned. Seeing she wasn't joking, he said dragons had vanished long ago and were now treated like old legends. Even so, he found it easier to believe a dragon still existed than a human speaking with spirits. Mead says humans can be strange, sure, but none have ever talked to spirits. In his mind, only elves have the bond needed to do that. Yuria says she has to leave the village for a while. This is the chance she's been waiting for, a chance to find someone who can break the village's curse. Back to Devi, he asks how a job meant to take 4 days was finished in just half a day. His aide says the workers admire their lord and want to repay his kindness. The protagonist can't really complain, since this is what he wanted. Still, he knows it won't last for long. The lunar bud plantations begin for real, with help from the watchman, but worried talk starts spreading through the territory. That makes Devi wonder if the plants can truly grow here at all. He knows lunar buds need up to 5 months, and spirit power is required for the flowers to bloom. Still, he only plans to sell the leaves, not the full plants. Mon Matter tells the Lord they don't really know how to raise lunar plants, and the leaves are starting to dry out. MC says rain will come soon and fix it, but days pass with no rain. Instead, the heat gets worse, and the workers start to worry. Even so, Devi had it handled. For 4 months he controlled the heat and weather himself, so production stayed safe. Before long, word spread that lunar plants were being grown in Hein's territory. The nobles also heard that the territory's lord was leading the project himself. The master of the Red Tower, Sage Harrison, shows up, and asks if they mean the land cursed 5 years ago. A young man says it's supposedly raining there now, so the curse may have been lifted. The noble woman answers that even if that's true, the land is still ruined, and it would take at least 10 years to recover. She adds that the current lord is the oldest prince of the Rome kingdom, and must have gone mad after being sent there. The tower master's assistant points out that the prince they mean is Devi. Harrison cuts him off and tells him to stay quiet. They got this information first. If something useful is happening in the east, they should take advantage of it, so he tells his assistant to get everything ready. Back with Devi, the once cursed wasteland had turned into a garden full of spirit flowers. Because they had so few seeds they barely covered production costs. The upside was that leaf sales kept rising. Amy says they have nearly 20,000 in stock, with another 10,000 ready to move. Because the current rate is 4 leaves for 100 gold, that means 10,000 leaves are worth 250,000 common coins, or 5,000 platinum. For comparison, 1 gold coin could feed a normal family for 2 weeks, and 5 gold could cover more than a month. Unlike the spirit stones, he sold these leaves openly as a business. Devi also spread rumors on purpose, making people think he was just a fool, so no one rushed to interfere. Berserk warns that trick won't work a second time, and the protagonist says that's why they need to use it while they can. Devi also believes everything else is in place to make the whole continent notice his product. Lunar leaves only came to market at most twice a month, and even then the supply was far too small for demand across 2 continents. There are key material for magic tools, alchemy catalysts, and church potions, so nearby buyers should have been thrilled to hear they were for sale. But along with the big shipment, Devi spread one more rumor. Soon everyone heard that the lord behind the leaf business had fallen sick and was stuck in bed. ATC saw it as a necessary move. Where a rare, costly item suddenly becomes easy to get, its price usually drops fast with the extra supply, so if he sold everything freely, the leaf price would crash. To keep prices high, he planned to fake a shortage, then charge whatever he wanted when sales started again. While this was happening, a crowd gathered at the Lord's gate. Devi quickly realized the area had turned chaotic. Only days after the rumor spread, merchant groups, organizations, and even priests all showed up demanding answers. Amy says she told them the Lord was bedridden, but they still kept asking to see the goods. That's when Devi knew he had to step in. At a staff meeting, he asks Manhwa about the territory's security. His men say they're doing all they can, but they need more people on guard duty. There are simply too many visitors to manage at once. He orders them to throw out anyone suspicious. He knows he holds the upper hand and doesn't need to go easy on these guests. Still, he has to avoid making enemies. After that, he asks about the inns, and his aide says every room is full. They even used empty houses, and it still wasn't enough. Devi suggests using the tents they bought to make a camp, then tells the butler to charge for lodging without overdoing the price. Before Manhwa leaves, the protagonist asks to speak with him alone. He shows him a vial of potion and says they need to talk about it. Later, the guard captain heads to an inn. His men invite him to stay and drink, but Manhwa says he needs sleep. He goes to his room, drops onto the bed, and says he's exhausted. He thinks over his day, morning treatment with Master Berman, troop drills in the afternoon, and etiquette lessons with the Lord's governess on top of that. It's too much. He'd never worked this hard in his whole life. But just as he's about to rest, a visitor arrives, asking for the captain. The man apologizes for bothering him, and introduces himself as Hallis, a 4th grade specialist from the Green Tower. He says he has business with Manhwa. Then Hallis praises the captain's handling of the situation, saying it can't be easy managing so many people in such a small place. He adds that the Lord is lucky to have him. Even with the praise, Manhwa says he's only a minor knight. Then Hallis gets to the point. He wants to meet the Lord, but the Lord's rooms are closed, so he asks if Manhwa can help. The captain explains that the Lord got sick from overworking, and can't receive visitors until he recovers. His health comes before business. Hallis says he understands, but the Green Tower has no time to waste. Then he sets a bag of money and gems on the table. Manhwa immediately says he doesn't take bribes. Hallis counters that it's just a gift. All he wants is Manhwa's friendship. The captain says he's not used to gifts like that, but Hallis urges him to take it as payment for all his hard work. It means little to him, and he's sure Manhwa could use it well. But Manhwa had already been ready for something like this. In his head he notes that things are going just as Devi predicted. In their private talk, MC reminded him that as his right-hand man, it wouldn't be long before people tried to pull him away from his lord. He warned that bribes and pressure would come, and asked Manhwa to watch those people closely and quietly. He also told him to accept the bribes, act like he'd help, then report every name back to him, the very people trying to buy off his captain. On top of that, Devi asked him to pretend to cooperate, and show them a certain item. He explains that it's a specially treated potion, worth 100 gold a vial. Manhwa isn't supposed to sell it, just let the word spread through their underlings and everyone around them. His goal is to push his product's value even higher, and this item will help keep the local stock tied up for as long as possible. Back in the present, Manhwa shows the item to Hallis, and explains that it's a processed raw material that will be sold soon. The moment Hallis sees it, he says it's clearly top class. He's never seen quality like this, which means nothing else on the continent compares. Right away, he decides he has to get first claim on it, no matter the cost. Seeing Hallis hooked at a glance, Manhwa says his lord worked hard to make it. He adds that anything below standard gets thrown out and used as fertilizer, and they already have another 10,000 ready for sale. Hallis figures that out of 20,000 grams, only 10,000 made the cut, meaning half was tossed. For a 17-year-old lord, that was a bold move, and because of that, he knows he can't let this chance slip away. Manhwa then says the lord plans to auction the current stock and keep producing more afterward. Hearing that, Hallis assumes buyers might get some kind of priority, but Manhwa says he doesn't know the details. Hallis says that's enough for him, and promises the Green Tower will repay Manhwa for this. With that, he leaves the captain's room. Manhwa is left amazed that the lord's plan worked this well. The next day, he reports everything to the protagonist. The protagonist says some moves are easy to see coming, and this place is no different. Greed reaches everywhere. All he did was put tempting products in front of rich buyers. Manhwa then says the Green Tower wasn't the only one. People from other regions had bribed him too. MC tells him to keep the money. He earned it, and MC doesn't care how he spends it. Davy had already made plenty from the leaf business, so letting Manhwa keep the bribe money didn't bother him. He wanted to keep a loyal man close. Perserk asked if he was really ready to go against bigger factions. He said yes. Once the rumors spread, plenty of people would push for long-term deals. Magic towers and alchemy groups from all over would want a foothold in Hines that would turn the empty land into a busy, growing region, bringing in more profit and more people. The protagonist figure the old curse had, in a strange way, kept the territory open for him. Now all he had to do was build a new system to run it. Later, Ulis reported to the Red Tower Master that other magic towers were planning to pour money into Hines and even move people there. Unsure whether he should follow, Ulis hesitated. His master told him that even as an elder, he was still too careful. Things happen, and he trusted Ulis to choose well. Still, Ulis said the Lord's choice to auction the goods made no sense. He argued that direct sales would earn more, especially for a region that needed investment. To him, it looked like the Lord was lowering the value of his own product on purpose. Ulis couldn't understand the plan. What he didn't know was that Davy was already making direct sales to the western continent. His master, though, thought the young lord was far sharper than he seemed. Harrison explained that a small place like Hines probably didn't have many people. That meant local buyers were limited, so the lord was trying to speed up the region's growth while spending as little as he could. Hines also sat between major trade routes. If towers and branches gathered there, it could become a perfect trade hub. Harrison said Davy was keeping production limited, so outside groups couldn't buy everything up and resell it for even more. His real goal, Harrison said, was to gather a huge amount of money fast and set up for the future. He was moving like someone who could afford the risk, which meant the leaf business was only the start. Harrison added that the Lord clearly had more hidden away, and others had likely noticed too. Even if it was all a bluff, he'd still gain from it. Ulis then said he understood what kind of ties he wanted with the Lord, and he needed to meet him soon. His master agreed and asked Ulis to arrange that meeting. After Ulis left, the sage thought back to a question he'd been asked. Could a young man with barely any mana kill a high-level vampire in one strike? Elina had been troubled by that ever since meeting Davy, and had gone to Harrison for answers. Because of that, MC had used a borrowed sword without any contract with Calderas, which only made him seem even more suspicious. Thinking it over, Harrison decided it was possible if that person was a disciple of the sword god, or the sword god himself. Putting every clue together, the great sage felt that the truth about Prince Him was slowly starting to fit. Not long after, requests for housing in Hines piled up, along with bids to buy land near the village. Some buyers even started clashing over the same plots. Amy, overwhelmed, asked what to do. Davy told her to auction the land. Highest bidder wins. The butler then asked what the opening price should be. The protagonist told him to start as high as possible. In his mind, truly rich people always wanted large estates, and if a territory is basically a business, then profit should be pushed as far as it can go. Before Amy left, she told Davy a message had come for him. It was a letter from the royal palace itself. After that, Amy opened the public auction. The first bid started at 90 gold coins. Another buyer quickly topped it. Then someone from the Green Tower jumped in with a higher offer. A representative from the alchemist school raised it again. Those two had been fighting over that same land from the start, and the auction only made it worse. Every new bid pushed them closer to a real fight. Amy called out the latest offer, 130 gold. If no one went higher, the land would be sold. As the bidding kept going, Hallis seemed to have finally won with his last offer. But right at the end, someone else stepped in and outbid him. Soon after, Davy got word that the Aliyu trading group agreed to pay 150 gold coins per flask. He gave credit to the plan he set up with Manhwa. On top of that, the auction homes were selling at rates close to rising districts in the capital, so he was making money from both sides. If this kept up, Hines could bring in about 1.5 million gold a year and become the richest territory in the kingdom. With that in mind, Davy decided to keep producing leaves without raising output. He also wanted more land cleared for other crops. Too much of one thing was bad, so he needed to keep supply and demand in balance. He ordered his people to tear down buildings that couldn't be used and fix the ones that still could. A major rebuild was coming soon. At the same time, MC thought about the letter from the kingdom. It praised what he had done, things his own country and the continent had ignored, and promised him a reward. But to get it, he had to return to the kingdom in person. He burned the letter the moment he finished reading it, disgusted that they dared send it after exiling him. He guessed the Marquis was making moves while he was away, and this was probably a push for peace. Still, he noticed the royal seal hadn't been marked by the king himself. Even so, he decided to go. It was time to move on with his plan. Besides, the kingdom was already on the way to his next stop. He remembered that Surt, one of his masters, had once built a secret dungeon under the last place he lived. Surt said he died before finishing it, so if Davy ever found it, he wanted him to complete it in his place. With that dungeon, the protagonist could do whatever he wanted, show it to the world, or sell it to the highest bidder. MC worried the job might be too much for him, but Surt said the boy was even more stubborn than he was, and trusted him with it. As long as he finished it, he could use Surt's creation however he liked. Back in the present, the butler wanted to send someone with him, but Davy insisted on going alone. Before leaving, he asked the butler to watch over Amy and make sure she didn't work herself into the ground. The butler said teaching Amy was actually enjoyable. She wasn't just the Baron's daughter. She was bright, and he'd started to see her like a granddaughter. Hearing that, the protagonist knew his friend was in safe hands, so he finally set out on his trip. Partway there, Berserk noticed they were leaving the main route, and asked if he was taking a shortcut. Davy said he had somewhere to stop before reaching the Royal Road, a famous tourist site. It was one of the few major places in the Round Kingdom that the whole alliance protected and studied together. He was talking about Valakad, the homeland of the blacksmith Surtur. MC knew Berserk had been raised as Harris's daughter, so he guessed she had met Surtur before. She had. Surtur used to claim the place was made from the same material as the holy sword Calderas, so it had to be special. Davy disagreed. He said it may have been Surtur's land thousands of years ago, but now it belonged to Queen Linus Bariata. Worse, it was full of Bariatas, and all of them were his enemies. That meant he had to go undisguised, or things could turn ugly if they learned who he was. He joined the line to enter. Using fake papers he posed as a mercenary named the protagonist Alrune. He figured the identity was solid, as long as no one recognized his face. Even so, he was stopped at the gate. The guards said the site was open because of the newly found labyrinth, then warned him not to poke around where he shouldn't, and threw him out. Caught off guard, Davy wondered what was going on. Annoyed, he stood there thinking. Even for land ruled by nobles, this place felt rotten. Then an old man came up to him and said he must be from far away if he didn't know how things worked here. The man pointed ahead. In the entrance line, someone was slipping a bribe to the guards. The old man explained that was the only way inside. Davy thought that made no sense. The law had changed years ago. Bribes like this shouldn't still exist. The old man noticed how cold his eyes had turned. Then he handed MC something, and told him to pass it to the guards. He said it wasn't much, but it should be enough to get in, and warned the boy not to cause trouble for no reason. The old man added that Davy reminded him of his grandson, which was why he wanted to help. He thanked him for the kindness, and gave him a few coins back. By then, he had figured out the guards weren't really after money. He walked up to them again. This time, the protagonist said taking money from people was illegal, unless it was a formal processing fee for large purchases. The guards laughed him off as a clueless kid, and asked what he was going to do about it. Davy told them this was their last chance to save themselves and avoid punishment under national law. Then he ordered them to return every coin they had taken, and confess to their crimes. The guards just laughed. Even MC felt a little awkward, but he knew this was the usual routine. Then the guard captain raised his sword at him. He warned that nobody would care if a kid died here, and told him to stop sticking his nose into their business. Davy asked if he was fine living like a criminal. The captain sneered and said they were the law. He added that they were acting under Duke Bariata's orders. Right before he struck, the old man stepped in. He begged the guard to spare the protagonist, saying he was only a boy. That only made the guard madder. Instead of swinging at Davy, he turned his blade on the old man. MC moved first, and knocked the sword away. He called the man even lower, for threatening a helpless elder, than for taking bribes. Then he added that terrorizing a citizen was no different from robbing the kingdom. He grabbed the guard's weapon, and said the man would be punished for what he'd done. After putting him down, Davy declared the rest of the group would face the same judgment. He told them not to make this worse, and to call their superior, so he could hear what happened. Instead, the guards closed in around him. The protagonist said they'd pick the hardest way possible. He warned their crimes were serious enough to drag punishment onto 3 generations of their families. Since none of them backed off, Davy attacked. Even then, he gave them one last chance. He ordered them to bring their chief over before things got truly bad. A moment later, someone arrived and demanded to know what was going on. MC tossed the man his identification pendant, and told him to think carefully before making his next move. The moment he recognized it, Viscount Garetta dropped to his knees before the prince. He begged for mercy, and blamed everything on the region being slow and inactive. Davy didn't buy it. This area held the Thousand-Day and Thousand-Night Market, one of the Alliance's greatest treasures. The Viscount argued that was unfair, since no official inspection had been announced. He called this an abuse of power. He asked if the man in charge really wanted to see written authorization. Still defiant, the Viscount said yes, and claimed Duke Barriata would never overlook this. Davy could tell he was trying to drag this out. As the biggest state nearby, this place likely scared even inspectors into silence. Then the Viscount tried to soften the protagonist up with flattery. MC cut him off, and asked if he hadn't heard the rumors. When the Viscount looked confused, MC flatly said he was bloodthirsty. Then he killed the Viscount. Afterward, he said the man had wasted his final words. Sometime later, the old man drove Davy in a cart. He explained that the area had been peaceful 10 years ago, until Baron Lenny Alishard of the royal family died. After that, refugees flooded in, exploitation spread, and anyone who sided with the outsiders was punished. That was how the old man lost his son. Davy finally understood why the man had helped him. He reminded him of his son, not his grandson. He said the old man's son must have been a good person, judging by the story. Before long, they reached a marked location. The protagonist said he'd finally found the ruins of Val Neashad, the old site of the Market of 1,000 Days and Nights. The old man worried about what might happen after earlier, but MC said the local duke hardly cared about this place. The old man thanked him for saving his life and avenging his son, saying he owed Davy a great debt. He simply told him to keep living honestly. Then they parted ways. Perzerk said the old man's story was pretty sad. The protagonist agreed, but said things would improve now, and he felt he'd done something important for the region. Once inside the ruins of Val Neashad, Davy was amazed by what he found. He looked over the whole site from above and was surprised by how much had survived intact. So he started taking notes. Perzerk thought it was pointless to search ruins that had already been dug through. Davy said it only looked that way. Something hidden was still here. Soon, he noticed a cryptogram built into the site. Perzerk didn't know what that meant, so MC explained that the place had been coded to hide something only a solver could reach. He only caught it because the overhead view revealed the pattern. Perzerk made the code, and while people long ago could crack it, Davy says he's the only one left who can. That meant only he could reach the real treasure, and every clue pointed to something valuable at the marked spot. He discovered an entrance hidden in the anvil at the center. To open it, a special password was needed. He guessed Perzerk had left a kind of will for his people, giving his fortune to whoever found this legacy. That made Davy feel a bit like a pirate king. When the secret passage opened, he realized its creator had gone all out building it. The tunnel had magic to withstand the pressure underground, plus a way to keep air flowing inside. The protagonist knew that couldn't have been easy. If he hadn't known Serkud, this place might have stayed buried forever. As he searched deeper, MC found something unexpected. Perzerk said it looked more like a home than a dungeon. Davy remembered that Serkur used to call himself a forge maniac. He built this place after Harris died, and spent the rest of his life working on a single project until his final breath. Though Serkur himself was gone, everything here remained exactly as he left it. Soon Perzerk found a room that looked like an altar. Davy guessed Serkur had been worshipping some unknown god of the forge, but when he moved closer, he triggered something. Magic burst out from the chest in the room. Perzerk said he'd never seen someone's consciousness take shape with that much force. His system immediately warned him of danger. Still, he remembered Serkur well. People called him the 1,000-Day Blacksmith, because he forged for 1,000 days without rest. But among the dwarves, he had another name, the Devil's Blacksmith. Dark smiths just boasted about hitting harder than everyone else, but Serkur used mana to push forging past normal limits. He broke through every wall before being hailed as a hero, and though he never finished his last creation, he asked Davy to finish it for him. With that in mind, the protagonist opened the chest Serkur left behind, and found the unnamed Crimson Sword, a blade that destroys the living, along with the Blue Sword, which rules over the dead. They were a pair of twin swords, but Serkur never fully completed them. Davy checked their status and saw their full power still hadn't awakened. Serkur said the cries he heard earlier must have come from these blades. MC agreed. Like Kalduri's, they were living swords, which felt exactly like something Serkur would make. Kalduri's was Serkur's finest work, forged from the physical essence of the sword master Harris. These two were different. They weren't made for any one owner, so the swords were meant to choose their own masters. Perzerk said they didn't look unfinished, but Davy knew better. He said they still needed the last step to truly be complete. For that, he needed fire, far hotter than ordinary flames, and there was only one place he knew that had it, the dwarf's forge. After leaving the ruins, Davy headed elsewhere. A guide told him to follow the main road, and he'd reached the plaza he wanted. He thanked him and kept going. As they traveled, he asked Perzerk what she thought the royal summons was really about. She said his business was making insane profits, so the letter's promise of a reward was probably real. In only a few months, he'd brought in more money than the kingdom made in a year, and the taxes alone had gotten the nobles' attention, so they would likely try to convince him to let the kingdom take over the business, and grow even richer. Still, Berserk knew Davy already understood all that, and had only asked to kill time on the road. The protagonist was a little surprised he'd drawn so much attention across the continent, but he knew it was because his business had hit that hard. Later, he returned to his homeland and was welcomed by the chief chamberlain. MC said it had been a while since he'd seen Besfus. Besfus replied that the prince had grown, not just taller, but more impressive thanks to his new success. Davy joked that heaven had blessed him, and he was only making use of it. Even Besfus changed the subject, and said several important books had been stolen from the palace. The king was furious. The nobles tied to the case had lost their titles, and were close to execution. Since the king had already gone to bed, Besfus suggested waiting until morning to meet him. He figured that even if Marquis Peltrez had led the information work, progress this big couldn't have happened without the king taking part. It seemed the king had held back for a long time, but had finally decided to move all at once. While thinking that over, Davy bumped into someone. It was Prince Carlos who had come to meet him. The protagonist wasn't happy to see him, but noticed Carlos wanted to talk in private, so he asked the butler to leave. Even worried, the man obeyed. Carlos then said MC had gotten awfully full of himself after one successful business venture. Carlos told him not to get cocky, saying he was just lucky, and even a random commoner could have done better. Davy shot back that Carlos sounded jealous if he came all the way there just to say that. Then he called Carlos a fool, who couldn't do anything without running to his mother first. That set Carlos off. He snapped that the protagonist had lost his mind and lunged at him. MC shoved him back and said Carlos was the one acting crazy. He went on, saying Carlos only had such a huge ego because people kissed up to his rank. Davy said he'd earned his success himself, while Carlos had everything handed to him and never worked for anything. Enraged, Carlos rushed him again. He remembered that arrow from 6 years ago and thought Carlos wouldn't have fired it if he weren't such an idiot. The memory irritated him, so this time, instead of dodging, he hit back. With one move, he sent Carlos to the floor. Davy added that Carlos' nasty words also shamed the king. He pointed out that Carlos loved calling him a commoner, then reminded him that half his blood came from the king himself, the highest man in the kingdom. Right after that, the protagonist pinned Carlos down. Even so, Carlos got back up, still not satisfied. Davy answered with a flick to Carlos' forehead, and that alone made him scream in pain. With blood on his face, Carlos threatened MC. He only asked if he still hadn't had enough of a beating. Carlos finally ran off, swearing he'd get revenge someday. Berserk asked if that was enough punishment for such a shameless prince. Smiling, Davy said he was only playing with Carlos. That startled Berserk. The protagonist had actually enjoyed what he did. She told him never to laugh like that again unless he wanted to scare people. MC didn't even notice it, thinking it was just a bad habit. Then he revealed he'd put a curse on Carlos, one magic couldn't remove. Berserk asked what exactly he did, and Davy said he gave his dear brother a gift everyone would see at tomorrow's meeting. The next day, the nobles gathered in the royal hall. They started talking about how to use the money from Prince's business and profit from it. The king, though, stayed silent for the moment. Berserk noticed the nobles were discussing Davy like he wasn't even there. She also saw that Marquis Peltrez, the only one who had ever shown him any kindness, was missing, unlike the rest who only cared about money. That made her uneasy about where this talk was heading and what it meant for the kingdom. Meanwhile, the protagonist casually said he might open a restaurant next, since food and water businesses made the most money. He admitted he didn't know much about that field. Then the king finally spoke, saying Prince Davy should be rewarded before anything else, since he was the one who brought this blessing to the kingdom. He thanked him on behalf of the whole realm, and MC replied that he'd only done his duty. The king still insisted he had done more than anyone in the last 10 years, and promised him any reward he wanted. But the protagonist knew no one there truly meant to give him a real reward, so he said he needed time before deciding what he wanted. The king called that wise, and told him to take all the time he needed. After that, the nobles went back to arguing over whether and how to invest in the lunar plant business. Berserk muttered that this was even worse than she expected. Then Duke Barriata, the nobles' leader, spoke up and said one thing had to be settled first. He said everyone was excited about the business, but no one had checked the basics. Barriata argued that even if the business was groundbreaking, they couldn't tie it to the nation without asking its creator first. Duke Fender objected, saying no one ranked above royalty. But Barriata fired back. Would Fender hand over everything he owned for the kingdom's good? The answer was obvious without him saying a word, so Barriata declared that only Davy should decide, and no one had the right to interfere. Berserk told MC someone was finally taking his side, but MC knew that wasn't really true. Barriata continued, saying that if they forced the business into state control, people would resist and no one would want to start a business again. He could tell Barriata wasn't finished yet. The Duke agreed and said they needed a mediator in this situation. Then he revealed a letter, claiming it came from High Priest Valsius of the Sacred Kingdom. It asked Prince Davy to visit the Sacred Kingdom so they could confirm his stigma and reward him with the title of saint. Duke Ro called that absurd, and said they couldn't send a prince there. Another noble answered that they couldn't just ignore the Sacred Kingdom's will since they served the god Priya directly. Ro argued back that the Round Kingdom wasn't beneath the Sacred Kingdom, and sending the prince there would be like offering him as tribute. Davy said they were making too much of it, and that nothing special would happen just because the Sacred Kingdom recognized his stigma. Bariata replied that the prince wasn't seeing the whole picture, and that royalty had duties to uphold. He added they had nothing to gain from angering the Sacred Kingdom, and said they should simply do as requested. The nobles then asked what would happen to the prince's business. Bariata explained that if the protagonist became a saint in the Sacred Kingdom, the law would stop him from ruling his land. That meant a new lord would need to take over the Hinds territory. The nobles quickly caught on to what the duke wanted, and started agreeing with him. Davy also saw their real aim, and that only made things more interesting to him. Bariata said the Hinds region was now the most important place in the kingdom, so they couldn't give the job of lord to just anyone. In his mind, only one person fit. He nominated Carlos, the second prince, to take over the territory while MC was away. Davy understood exactly why. Carlos was Bariata's grandson, so putting him there would let the duke seize the business and its profits, and the other nobles weren't any better. They all wanted a share of his business too. Then Carlos entered the hall. He dropped to one knee before the king, making sure everyone noticed, especially Prince the protagonist. But then something strange happened. Right in front of the king and all the nobles, Carlos started acting weird. Whenever he tried to speak, animal noises came out instead. Rather than earning praise, he humiliated himself at the worst possible time. At last, Berserk understood what Davy had done to his brother the night before. MC teased that she was laughing a little too hard. Carlos's grandfather wasn't amused at all, and demanded to know how he dared act like this during such an important meeting. Carlos tried to explain, but every time he opened his mouth, a different animal sound came out. The king, furious, said he didn't want to hear another sound from him, and ordered the guards to drag Carlos out. He also placed Carlos on probation until further notice. With no chance to appeal, Carlos kept trying to defend himself, only making things worse and bringing shame on his whole family. Then, as the guards hauled him away, his hat fell off. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. Carlos, famous for his long hair, had gone bald overnight, and had tried to hide it under that hat. Now, everyone knew the truth. Davy used the moment to say his brother clearly wasn't mature enough to rule the Hinds territory. That left Bariata furious. Then he asked if the count's authority stood above the king's. Seeing Bariata's shock, he pushed further, and asked if the kingdom belonged to him. The count said no, believing Davy had twisted his meaning. He insisted everything he did was for the kingdom. The protagonist answered by asking why the count had a letter from the Holy Kingdom that even the king hadn't seen. He also asked why Bariata acted like he was above the nobles while secretly backing them, making it clear he didn't trust a word he said. Cornered, Bariata asked what MC was implying. He said the count had tried to sell out the kingdom to satisfy the Holy Kingdom's request. On top of that, he was using the chance to grab the protagonist's business for himself. Davy said Bariata was just like the other nobles, then declared he already had a way to handle the Holy Kingdom. The king asked what he had in mind, and MC replied that everyone in the Holy Kingdom was still human. Even the high priest wasn't above a king. Then he took out a crystal ball and made a call, reaching Father William from the Holy Kingdom's administration. Davy apologized for contacting him so suddenly, and asked whether the Pope had made a decision about the matter they discussed earlier. He already knew the answer. In a holy land, people still do business, and instead of dealing with the high priest, he'd gone straight to the Pope, the highest authority there. Father William said the high priest had acted on his own without the Pope's approval, and promised it would never happen again. That ended the meeting, and the high priest's letter lost all value. Later, when they were alone, Davy thanked the priest for helping him. William explained that while bringing him there wouldn't be bad for them, they had never truly planned to summon him to the Holy Kingdom. In the long run, the protagonist was more useful where he already was. MC had also told the Pope that if he left Hinds, the plant growing there would stop, and the Pope didn't want that. He even promised to send a special shipment to the Holy Kingdom. Father William thanked him, and said the Pope wanted to keep buying in large amounts. Davy knew there was nothing holy about this deal. It was all about profit, and he didn't care. He made this business to earn money, so if they pay, he'll sell. That's all he wants. Easy profit and solid results. Using the crystal ball again, the protagonist contacts Amy. She starts crying for help, but the butler cuts in and tells her not to show weakness. He quickly apologizes and says things at home are under control. Davy tells them the meeting went well, and he'll be back soon in Hinds. The butler reports that the guests are now in temporary tents, and the building permits are ready, so construction can start soon. Still, the infrastructure work is a bigger problem. The butler says there's no way everything MC asked for can be finished that fast. He realizes that even though he brought Hinds back to life, the territory is still far behind the times. Money alone won't fix it. By the butler's estimate, the full project could take 10 to 20 years. That's when Davy sees the real issue. He has money, but nowhere useful to spend it, so he decides it's time for his second business. He plans to use the best engineers on the continent, backed by an offer they won't want to refuse. In simple terms, he's trading cheap goods for something priceless. His target is stone. Sometime later, the protagonist heads to the Yellow Rock tribe's territory. It's a dwarf village in the kingdom's northern region. Dwarves, often called little engineers, are stronger than humans, and highly resistant to heat. That makes them perfect builders and smiths. Unlike elves, who are mostly legends, dwarves do have some contact with humans. Even so, they care little for other races outside of trade, so only nobles and royal envoys usually deal with them. Getting permission to enter a dwarf tribe was the reward Davy asked from the king. Instead of chasing a throne, he chose this path, knowing the dwarves would never welcome him without it. They aren't easy to handle. When he made that request, the king and the nobles were nervous, since upsetting the dwarves could ruin ties with them for good. MC said he understood that risk, which was exactly why he asked for it. He also said he was sure he could at least get through their gates, even if no one believed him. Berserk says every noble had the same thought when they heard the request. What is Davy about to do now? They even sent soldiers with him to watch what happened in Dwarf Land. And for once, their worry is fair. He really is planning something huge, and it could cause trouble for the nobles later. Once they arrive at the Yellow Rock tribe, the prince's envoy announces the protagonist's visit and asks for entry. A guard dwarf named Guret says he's never seen this prince before. Davy introduces himself properly, and says he came with an offer too good to ignore. Kruv notices the cargo at once and realizes MC isn't bluffing. Even so, he says the tribe is dealing with internal trouble and can't make any deals right now. Still, he agrees to let the prince come in, but only on foot, with the horses left outside. After entering the village, Kruv tells him the elder will meet him. He leads Davy to the elder's room, where the 8th elder, Golda, is waiting. One look tells him the dwarf isn't in the mood to talk. It also feels odd that only one elder showed up, since he knows the tribe is usually led by several, so he decides to introduce himself first and ask later. Davy gives a very formal greeting, and does it in the dwarf's own style. Golda is stunned. He never expected a human to know that custom, and takes it as proof that the protagonist is an honorable guest. Since visitors like this are rare, Golda invites him to sit. He explains that the other elders are occupied, which is why he came alone. Then he gets to the point. Dwarf agreements are usually handled outside the village, so why did the prince come in person? MC says this isn't about the regular trade set for a few months later. He came with personal requests instead. He adds that he brought gifts too: meat, beer, and other supplies. Golda says he likes humans who show proper respect, and he especially likes the beer. But despite that, the tribe is in a difficult spot, and can't deal with outside requests right now. He also refuses to explain the details. Still, since Davy came such a long way, Golda allows him to stay a few days and rest, so long as he behaves, cause trouble, and he'll be thrown out at once. After saying that, Golda leaves. He then uses the chance to check the dwarf's condition. That's how he learns Golda was pushed into meeting him alone by the others. Golda did appreciate the respect and gifts Davy brought, but what's really weighing on him is the Flame of Beginnings, the dwarf's sacred sword. Long ago, Cert mentioned making an item together with the dwarves. Back then, his skill wasn't great, so the result wasn't perfect. Even so, both sides were so proud of it that they celebrated for days, and the memory stayed important to Surtur. Now, while staying in the village, Davy is surprised to hear that the Blaze of Beginnings is involved here. He had once heard the sword wasn't even sharp. Surtur and the dwarves made it together in their first joint work, and as a sign of unity, it was never meant to cut. More than that, the sword holds Surtur's memories. What matters most is that it's actually a prototype, the first form of Caldera's. It was made differently from normal swords, but the core method is the same: forging with mana, linking the physical and non-physical worlds. Even the tools and materials used in the process are special. To do that, a blacksmith has to reach beyond what they already know. With how stubborn dwarves can be, they normally wouldn't even try it, so Davy figures they must be struggling to understand that method, and that's likely the problem Golda was hiding. Now the protagonist decides to step out for a while. He didn't come only to borrow dwarf skill for Heinz. His other goal is the Great Forge, the legendary workshop the dwarves built with extreme craftsmanship. Davy expected resistance from the start, so he prepared a plan in advance. After leaving his room, he heads for a tavern. There, Golda spots him and asks what he's doing. MC asks if the elder has a little free time. Golda says, rest is part of doing his job right. He also complains that his brother Golgata chased off the other elders, which is why he's drinking. Hearing that, he asks to drink with him. He adds that he's heard dwarf liquor is incredibly strong and wants to try it. The nearby dwarves laugh, saying the prince has no idea what he's asking for. To them, trying dwarf liquor sounds reckless. Davy just thinks they're being loud. When the drink arrives, the server warns him that dwarf liquor is far stronger than what humans can handle. The protagonist brushes that off and empties the glass in one shot, then says all liquor should be this strong. The dwarves are shocked. They expected the boy to collapse right away. Berserk asks if that's all, and Davy says the liquor is strong enough, but it tastes awful. He doesn't usually drink much, but he does know one thing. Dwarves love two things more than most, alcohol and wagers, so he challenges Golda to a drinking match to see who can last longer. Golda accepts at once, saying dwarves respect anyone who can hold their drink. He even offers to pay for every round, and tells the server to keep it coming. Davy doesn't even need to be sure he'll win. He knows a bet is the fastest way to build trust and get something from Golda. Golda sets the terms. If MC loses, he leaves the village at once. If Golda loses, he'll grant any wish the prince asks. He says it isn't personal, he just wishes the timing were better. For him, that's perfect. Golda walked right into the trap. By the next day, the elder is miserable after losing, and can't believe a human beat him. Now he has to keep his promise. Davy knows the truth. His sacred mana keeps him from getting drunk, but there's no reason to tell Golda that. He picked this up from one of his sword masters, Chaume Dokujun, the hero who united the Maroon world of Jomyun, and drank as hard as he fought. Even Daphne, an immortal saint who loved alcohol, refused to challenge Kayama Dokujun in drinking. The real problem was that training under him made drinking part of the protagonist's daily life. His master actually forced him to drink because it was built into the sword style, which only made Davy's training even worse. Compared to someone like that, these dwarves are no challenge. Anyway, Golda means to honor the bet, and asks what MC wants. Before answering, he asks if the tribe's trouble is because of the Blaze of Beginnings. Golda admits it is, and explains that the dwarves were guarding the sword when it somehow broke. The weapon had passed through several tribes before reaching theirs, and his father was the last one charged with protecting it. But when his father died earlier than expected, that duty fell to Golda and his older brother, Golgata. Golda then tells Davy he can ask about other things too, since he's willing to talk now. Just as the protagonist expected, treating Golda with respect made the dwarf open up in return. Sharing drinks was the right move. Then MC says that while he's no true master, he does know how to forge, and asks to join the Broken Sword project as an assistant. A while later, Davy is taken to the main forge. When they get there, Pre-Cirque is amazed the dwarves built all this without mana or alchemy. Still, not everyone likes seeing a human in the forge. Some think Golda has lost his mind. He even feels a little sorry for putting the elder in this spot. Then Golgata shows up, and asks his brother why he brought a human here. Golda says he lost a bet, and the protagonist only wanted to see the forge. The other dwarves push back, saying this is the central forge. Golda stands firm. He swears on his title as elder, and tells them to trust Davy like he did. Golgata cuts in, and tells everyone to get back to work. If Golda made the call as an elder, they have to accept it. He allows MC to stay, but warns he'll smash his head in if he does anything stupid. Davy calmly says he won't forget that. Later, he finally sees the sword itself, about 2 meters tall and 30 centimeters wide, more like a giant display piece. The dwarves are trying to fix it with heated iron and repeated hammering. Pre-Cirque notices he is focused on something else, and asks what he's thinking. The protagonist says the sword can't be repaired. He explains it was forged in a way similar to a holy sword, but it was never a complete one, so it couldn't last forever. As much as he hates it, that's the truth. Golgata keeps hammering away at the sword. Seeing that, Golda tells his brother to rest before he pushes himself too far. Even Davy can tell this won't work if they keep going. Then another group of dwarves arrives. They're from the Blackrock tribe, and their leader, Thors, says the Yellowstone dwarves will just ruin the sword for good. He mocks Golgata for being put in charge of a sacred item he already broke, saying he never trusted him with it anyway. Thors says it's not too late to hand the sword over to Blackrock, where better smiths can handle it. The Yellowstone elders fire back that even Blackrock's best couldn't fix it so easily. Thors says that's nonsense. They've been at this for ages, and gotten nowhere. At this rate, they'll destroy it completely. He adds that the other tribe's elders already agreed the sword should be taken from Yellowstone. If the Gord brothers' father were still alive, things would have gone very differently. Those words leave Golgata looking crushed. Thors then says there's nothing else to discuss. They'll take the sword to his tribe, whether Yellowstone likes it or not. That is, until Davy speaks up. He asks if Golgata is really a master smith. Thors laughs, saying Golgata must be finished if he's brought a human friend into the central forge. Golgata quickly tells MC to step back and stay out of it, but Davy says a real master smith feels the spirit in every creation, and treats each one with respect. Then he says Golgata abandoned that mindset from the start. With that, he grabs the dwarf's hammer, and strikes the sword. The dwarves are stunned, sure the sword is ruined now. Some rush to drag him away before he makes things even worse, but the protagonist asks Golgata if he truly wants to fix this. Golgata says yes, and Davy tells him pride won't solve anything. Not when this sword protected their little village for 3,000 years. Instead of letting a tool rest after doing its duty, Golgata is forcing his own wishes onto it, and trying to repair it by force. MC says only Golgata can settle this, but if he can't understand how to treat the village's pillar, he doesn't deserve to be called a master smith, and he's saying that in front of the finest craftsmen on the continent. To Davy, the dwarves still haven't accepted the truth. The sword can't be fixed, so he grabs the sword, and throws it into the blazing furnace right in front of everyone. He believes every masterpiece carries a soul. Without respect for that, No one can call themselves a true master. Sir once said anyone who insults that soul deserves to be crushed. Instead, Davy casts the sword into the forge. As the flames swallow it, several dwarves explode in anger, and threaten to kill the prince. The protagonist says this was the right choice, considering the sword's condition. He tells them to stop insulting the sacred blade. His master made it, so this matters to him too. He goes further, saying none of them truly understand what a sacred item is for. The sword died long ago, and the dwarves don't have the confidence to make a new one, so he asks if they're really proud to call themselves a race of master craftsmen. Furious, the dwarves demand to know who he thinks he is to talk to them like that. Golgotha cuts them off. He says they're only shaming themselves more. Davy realizes the elder has already started to accept the truth. Trying to repair the sword is just wasting time. They know they can't remake it from scratch, but they couldn't admit it. Somewhere along the way, they decided the sword only mattered if it was passed down unchanged. Now they're starting to see that idea was wrong. Thor snaps back that Davy only talks like this because the sword means nothing to him. He says not even the best dwarf could recreate a legendary item, so a human definitely can't. Berserk notes he's never seen these stubborn dwarves this shaken. MC answers Thor's directly. He's wrong to say MC can't forge a legendary item. At once, every dwarf there is shocked. Even Berserk is speechless. Some mutter that not even their own people can do that, so a human claiming it is hard to believe. To them, only Sir could make something like that. Davy tells them they can keep talking nonsense, or watch and learn. Then he starts forging in front of them. He thinks back to everything his master taught him, and how one skill led him to master many others. Sir was an incredible teacher, and he learned a great deal from him. Even so, he knows he still hasn't reached Surt's level. What matters is that he's already made plenty of items, some even better than the dwarf's sacred sword, which was only a prototype. Looking closely, Thor sees Davy mixing cadmium steel with mithril alloy, and immediately tells him to stop. The protagonist says he's not bound by the same common sense they are. Their rules don't limit him. To him, common sense means nothing, when new ideas can come from changing your approach. Different methods can be combined to create something new. The dwarves watch in disbelief as he keeps working. After a while, a new sword is forged. Davy shows it to them, and says it was pretty easy to make. The dwarves realize he melted the old sword down and forged a new one, and the result leaves them stunned. MC believes this blade is far stronger than the old one. Berserk praises the work, and he says once you stop clinging to common sense, you can create almost anything. Then he explains the key is the texture. The blade will absorb mana by itself, with a structure that makes mana flow through it like the mana circle carved into his own body. After that he asks Elder Golgotha if he recognized the method he just used. Davy explains that only a few items can heal themselves without outside mana, unlike normal artifacts that become useless once their mana runs out. Berserk notes that despite the rough start, the protagonist has won the dwarves over. MC then says he started the sword, but he won't finish it. Just like the smith of 1,000 days only made the foundation, and left the rest to the dwarves, he'll do the same. Golgotha admits they don't have the skill, he just tells them to learn. Right away, the elder asks if he can teach them. Davy says yes, but not for free. He adds that they'll start once his current job is done. Some dwarves are truly amazed by the protagonist's blades. Berserk says MC might get accused of blasphemy, but MC answers that with his stigma. He isn't worried. He asks Golgotha what he thinks, and the elder admits he doesn't know what to make of it yet. He says he didn't create these swords, but he'll be the one to finish them. The dwarves note that the blacksmith who made them died long ago. Davy already knows. These swords have been sitting for so long that their power has grown more than 10 times stronger than when they were first forged. With this kind of mana processing method, the blade has to be stored on purpose, so it grows stronger over time. That means the new sacred sword must stay untouched for at least a few months, maybe longer. That leaves the protagonist worried, because he still doesn't know how he'll give those items their final touches. He also lacks the materials, but since he's in the dwarves' central forge, he considers asking for them. That was the real reason he came. Golgotha agrees to help, and gives Davy full access to the forge and its materials. He adds that even if he falls short as a smith, he trusts MC's talent, and believes the work is in good hands. He knows a forge is usually a blacksmith's private space, so letting someone else use it is rare. That alone proved the dwarves truly wanted to learn his methods. Then Golgotha showed up carrying an item. Berserk asks if it's a bone. Davy says it's no ordinary bone. It came from an ancient dragon no one could identify. Golgotha says nothing they own is more valuable. It's a family heirloom passed down for generations because no one could use it. The protagonist gets excited right away. He never expected to find a dragon bone here, but one dwarf points out a problem. If the prince takes both the dragon bone and the elder's personal forge, people might object, so he offers his own forge instead, telling Davy to use whatever he needs. After that, several dwarfs start bickering over who gets to help him. They even bring up their own heirlooms and materials, all wanting to contribute. Later, MC stands in front of a huge pile of supplies. Berserk asks if he has enough, and he says yes, thanking the dwarves. Golgotha says he wishes he could do more, but blacksmiths have rules they must follow. Still, he leaves Davy to work freely while he studies the techniques he's already been taught. Being prepared, the protagonist is finally ready to begin. A flashback shows Miss being furious, ready to dump all her anger on MC. Sertre, though, wanted to know why she was so upset with him. The Hall of Heroes was like a paradise, shaped by the heroes' minds as a place to rest after death. Because of Odin's power to create dragons, Davy once got the chance to handle an unknown dragon bone. Sertre had caused major trouble for the goddess of mages. He used a dragon as material for a sacred sword, which made Miss being furious. But instead of blaming Sertre, she took it out on him since he had overseen the work for his master. That's why he hated learning about sacred relics. He thought they didn't even exist in the real world. Now, in the present, he realizes he was wrong. He plans to add fire resistance magic to the swords, but one tiny mistake could ruin everything and melt them. Berserk watches closely. To him, the whole process is beautiful. The red sword changes from a blood-red blade into something clear and bright, like a ruby. The blue sword shines like a supernova, almost as if it's linked to Davy. Berserk also notices how intensely focused the protagonist is. That makes sense. MC knows one mistake could wreck the whole process. Still, he works with total control on both swords, and at last he finishes them. Once the forging is done, Davy decides the swords need names. Berserk asks if he has any in mind, and he says the names came to him the moment he saw them. He names them Azure and Karma Sim, then he checks their new stats. Berserk says the names are terrible, and mocks Davy's lack of creativity. Still, he cares a lot more about the sword's powers than their names, so the protagonist tests Karma Sim first. Berserk asks what he's doing. MC simply says he's checking its edge. At once, a wet stone in front of him starts to melt. Berserk points out that Davy barely even swung, yet the stone was sliced clean in two. Next he tests a strush. This time, he doesn't hit a target, but it isn't pointless. Berserk realizes the blade has cut the mana in the air. Davy says that's exactly how it should work. A strush was made to cut what has no physical form, and even he's amazed by how well it turned out. Now that the work is done, he can finally leave. Outside, some dwarves are waiting for him. The protagonist asks what they're doing there. They explain they guarded the area so no one would interrupt his work. He had stayed inside for 4 straight days, and they got worried, because he never came out, not even to eat, and didn't answer when they knocked. Berserk says Davy got obsessed with finishing the swords, though watching him work was fascinating. When MC asks why, Berserk refuses to explain. The dwarves then ask to see the completed swords. The moment they look, some of them even tear up, like worshippers standing before something holy. That reaction isn't surprising for blacksmiths who love their craft this much. Seeing a true masterpiece come to life moves them deeply. A few weeks later, Davy begins teaching the dwarves, passing on everything Surtur taught him about weapon making. He also shows them how to mix metal and mana to get better results. Still, he has to be patient because the dwarves are pretty rough with their work, and this technique needs a gentle touch. But once they drop their pride, they throw themselves into it even harder. Some look like beginners holding a hammer for the first time. That's how eager they are. Later, Davy steps away from the forge to get some fresh air. Golgotha joins him and invites him for a drink. He says it's better suited for humans than the strong liquor dwarves usually drink, but Golgotha really wants to discuss something else. Davy already knows what it is, and starts apologizing about the whetstone, but Golgotha cuts that off. He knows the protagonist came not just to finish the swords, but to gain the dwarf's strength for building his land. And dwarves, he says, never forget a favor. Even if he isn't as skilled as MC, Golgotha promises to help however he can. He says they owe the prince, and everyone in the Yellow Rock tribe will support him. So Golgotha swears by the Iron God that he'll stand with Davy whenever he needs it. Hearing that, he feels his mission there is complete. Soon after, one of the dwarves rushes over looking for the elder. He reports that an intruder is hiding in the village, and needs to be dealt with. Golgotha is shocked, but before they can say more, something is thrown at him. Davy reacts in time, and blocks it before the elder is hit. It's a red knife, and the protagonist immediately finds that strange. Meanwhile, in the Queen's chambers, Carlos is furious with MC. Because of him, Carlos lost his hair, and now keeps making animal noises he can't control. Every time he opens his mouth, some awful sound comes out. Unable to stop it, he vents his rage on everyone and everything around him. He doesn't know how, but he's sure Davy caused it, especially since it all started right after their last meeting. His mates end up suffering for it. Convinced they're laughing behind his back, Carlos brutally attacks them and insists even they look down on him. His anger keeps spiraling out of control, and innocent people get caught in it. But someone is watching the scene and seems to enjoy it. Carlos demands to know who's there. The stranger says he hasn't introduced himself yet. As he comes closer, the maids recoil in fear. He calls himself Paz, and tells the prince to remember that name. Paz says he knows Carlos has been miserable lately, but he has something the prince may want. Then he reveals that he's a vampire. On top of that, he shows Carlos that Shilia has been his prisoner this whole time. Shaken, Carlos asks what he wants. Paz says someone played a trick on Carlos, but he can fix it right now. At once, the strange noises stop, and Paz tells him to treat it as a favor. Carlos says he still has no idea who he's dealing with, but Paz tells him not to worry about that. What matters is that Carlos makes a contract with him. Then he can get rid of the human he hates. Carlos admits the offer is tempting, but his half-brother has a stigma, and someone powerful is also protecting him. Even so, Paz says Davy Alron is still only human. Carlos asks if Paz isn't human either, and Paz answers that he'll learn soon enough. He also reveals that one of his vassals has already been sent after him, and should have killed the prince by now. Back with Davy, he dodges the attacks and realizes the thrown knives aren't normal. Berserk reaches the same conclusion. The protagonist says they're blood knives, and only one race can use them. From a distance, he spots the creature, and realizes it can use several kinds of blood-based powers. That ability belongs to vampires, who absorb blood energy, and turn it into strength. The dwarves are terrified by the monster. Davy, on the other hand, is excited. A high-level creature came all this way for him, and now he wants to learn more about it. Then the creature uses its power, scaring the dwarves even more. The monster charges up an attack and fires off a blast that tears up the ground and sends the dwarves flying, but Davy throws up a shield to protect them. Right after that, the creature rushes in and stands face to face with MC Alron. He can't make sense of that move. Still, his curiosity only grows, and he knows the only way to learn more is to fight. With the dwarves forced out of the battle, Davy confronts the enemy alone. The monster glares right back at him. He says it looks pretty lively, then mocks it, asking if it really thinks it's some kind of predator. A blood aura rises around the enemy. The protagonist knows only high-level vampires can do that, so this one is at least expert class. Berserk warns Davy to stay sharp. They've realized this thing is far stronger than an ordinary magical beast. MC isn't concerned. Even so, it's still just a beast driven by instinct. The creature roars when he steps in, but he slams it away and sends it flying. The monster doesn't even try to fight back. Davy sees the opening right away. While it's still in the air, he gathers magic and pulls the crimson sword from a portal. The protagonist says you test a horse by riding it, and a weapon by using it in battle. Then he unleashes a string of blows, leaving the monster no time to respond. A flashback explains that at the height of the Morum Central Plains, the top leaders were rotten. They held martial artists back and left people starving. Davy once stood before the man who brought all of Morum together with a single sword. Still, his first thought was that the guy just looked like a drunk. Even so, that man left behind 88 sword forms. He later worked with the sword god Harris and reshaped them to fit his own style. Back in the present, Davy says a man needs good tools. When the enemy finally reacts to the damage, he knows the sword is the real deal. Berserk warns him not to relax. The monster still isn't dead. MC realizes it works like a lich. Its immortality core is hidden nearby, so it can keep healing unless that core is destroyed. The only other way is to tear its body apart so completely that it can't recover, or hit it with overwhelming sacred power, which isn't easy. He asks if Berserk knows how a magical beast got immortality like a high-rank vampire. They agree its use of blood energy is unnatural. Davy figures he won't get answers that easily. Since the creature revived, a vampire lord likely gave it that core. What he can't figure out is why a vampire lord would pick a demonic beast, because the truth won't come easily. He decides to end this fast. He tries using the Azure Sword on the core, but Berserk says it won't work. The creature can even mess with the system's balance. Davy can't understand that. These swords can even kill gods. They've also grown stronger with age, so he can't believe there's something they can't cut down. Still, that can wait. Right now, he needs to handle this problem. He spots movement and knows the enemy is making its move, so he strikes first and tells it to hide better next time. Then a vampire suddenly appears. It rushes Davy at once and catches him off guard, but the vampire quickly learns he picked the wrong target. The protagonist goes after him, and the vampire runs in panic. MC has no plans to let him get away. Using the Crimson Sword, he hurls rocks at the vampire and cuts off every escape route. At this point, Davy's almost playing with his prey. He even thinks anyone watching might take him for the bad guy. The vampire doesn't get what he's saying. He only wants to escape alive, but the moment he tries, the protagonist shuts him down. The vampire is stunned by Davy's speed, and after blocking his escape, MC makes it clear he isn't letting him leave after what he's done. He attacks again, and the vampire barely dodges a clean hit. Even so, he gets cut and realizes this human is far from ordinary. The vampire sees himself as high nobility, part of a race above humans. Yet this human wasn't scared of the magical beast, and now toys with him after beating it. That's when the vampire realizes Paz completely misread the prince, and now that he's trapped, his master can't save him. All he knows now is that Davy isn't a normal human. He can't even land a counterattack. Before long, he subdues him and warns him to stay still. The vampire snarls, calling him an inferior human and demanding to know what he's doing. The protagonist says he only needs answers, but the vampire insists his kind never shares secrets with humans. Davy says that was never the plan. He is magic perfect for this. He can read minds. He knows how tough vampires are, but he doesn't think anything can stay hidden from him. Then he uses interrogation flame magic to force out the truth. As it burns, the vampire feels the fire tearing through his body. He instantly begs Davy to put out the flames. Perserk says this feels excessive even for an enemy, but MC says the vampire won't die. She says the vampire isn't what worries her, and he replies that he rarely shows mercy to someone who tried to kill him. Perserk already knows that, but it still bothers her. Davy tells her she's too soft-hearted. Then he says he doesn't need much from the vampire, so he'd rather finish this quickly. The vampire cries in despair, barely able to speak, yet still hangs on. The protagonist asks if he wants a little more fire. He quickly gives in, introduces himself as Ped Kid, and says he's a viscount. MC says the real target was him, not the dwarves, then asks if this attack happened because of the vampire maid. Ped Kid says yes. Davy points out that he's talking pretty freely for someone who just claimed a vampire's mouth was a grave. Then he asks what really matters, why both Ped Kid and the magical beast have immortality. Ped Kid hesitates. He figures he may need to push harder, but Ped Kid suddenly snaps and says he'd rather die than answer. Davy immediately senses danger. He realizes the vampire was cursed to keep that secret. Ped Kid's body starts swelling. He's about to explode. In seconds he becomes a living bomb and blows himself apart, taking the information with him. Afterward, the protagonist explains that Ped Kid didn't choose this. The curse forced it. He adds that he wasn't expecting to learn much anyway. Perserk apologizes, feeling bad about what happened, but Davy tells her it wasn't her fault. Perserk explains that when a curse breaks, the caster can feel it. That means the vampire's master now knows their servant is dead. MC also realizes the curse on Carlos has been removed. He made that curse hard to break, so the fact someone lifted it tells him all of this is connected. Whoever's behind it must be powerful. Back in the dwarf village, everyone is repairing the damage. Perserk points out that the beast tore through here before chasing Davy, which is why the village got wrecked. He sees the dwarves are swamped, with everyone working to fix what was destroyed, so he goes to see the elder. Golgotha apologizes for what happened, and Davy asks if he was hurt in the attack. Golgotha says no, but dozens of buildings were destroyed and a few people got minor injuries. Still, the protagonist notices something is off. The elder seems like he wants to say more, but holds back, so Golgotha invites them inside to talk. Once inside, MC mentions the sentinels posted around the city, and asks what's going on. Golgotha says it's not too serious, just a child missing from the orphanage. The sentinels are searching, but so far they've found nothing. He also worries the village may no longer be safe for the prince. Davy says he has something to share too. He gives the brothers a notebook, and explains it has everything they need to restore the sacred item, since the work will take a long time. He's leaving soon, so he prepared the notes first. Golgotha says they can't repay him for this, but he says he wants nothing back. In fact, he's the one who owes them. Thanks to the dwarves he got what he came for. His sword is complete. He also reveals that the magical beast was after him, not the dwarves, so once he leaves, their trouble should end. He apologizes for all the chaos. Davy thinks the dwarves could have handled this very differently. If they'd wanted, they could have blamed everything on him. Instead, they stood with him, and that's why he chose to reveal that he has a stigma. What still worries him is a possible vampire attack after he leaves, but for now there's little he can do. So instead, the protagonist goes to look for the missing child, and finds them hiding in a tree. He feels he owed at least that much to the dwarves. Now he can leave without any lingering worries. Sometime later he heads back home. At the gate of Hynn's territory, things are quiet until a caravan rolls in. The guards ask them to identify themselves, and Davy says they're guests of the Lord. The guards quickly recognize him as the territory's saint, even though MC denies it. Either way, he's glad to be home. After returning to Heinz, he gets busy fast. A lot changed while he was away, and the population had grown a lot. Normally that would be a problem, but not with the protagonist around, especially since he didn't come back alone. He had already explained everything to Golda. The elder says the territory, including the Lord's mansion, is in rough shape, but this is his chance to repay Davy, so he promises to turn it into a home worthy of the world's best blacksmith. Golda says no one follows a leader who can't even care for himself, so he'll start with MC's residence before fixing anything else. He says he already has a few ideas to request, and he thinks the other dwarves will like them too. Seeing the protagonist with dwarves, who almost never leave their land, Munmutter can't help wondering how he pulled that off. Even with all the questions around him, MC feels the rebuilding is going smoothly. Later, he finally heads to his new room to rest. He grumbles that fighting a magical beast would be easier than handling all this work. Now he gets why the kings of Hoshin died so young. Young Berserk von Fallen says ruling isn't easy, and asks if he's really going to lie down without even changing. Davy barely hears him, he's too busy sinking into the soft bed, amazed the alchemy department made it. Then he notices something off. Even though the bed is huge, someone else is already in it, and whoever it is, clearly hates being woken up. Right away, Davy feels like he's angered the wrong person. For a second he wonders if he entered the wrong room, but that's impossible, so there has to be an intruder. With the territory growing this fast, more people had been trying to sneak into his room. Some even tried bribing the guards to get inside. That reminds him of one master's warning: don't fool around with random women, or she'd come after him. That thought alone is enough to make him take this very seriously. He'd gotten plenty of bribes, but never once agreed to meet any of the women behind them. It got so bad that he started threatening anyone who tried to slip into his room. After a long day, all Davy wants is quiet sleep, not more trouble, and yet someone still got in. Worse, it's a child. The protagonist has no idea what's going on, or who this girl is. The little girl only gives her name, Kaya. The name shocks Davy, and Berserk Von Fallen can tell this is bad too. MC immediately gets angry. He thinks an enemy may be using an innocent child to get to him, so he calls for Amy. The housekeeper comes at once. She asks what he needs. Davy demands to know why a child is in his room. Amy freezes, and he reminds her that no one was supposed to enter his quarters, even while he was gone. Amy hesitates, then asks if he didn't bring the child back from his trip. He says no, which means someone must have secretly put the girl there. He calls it a very bad joke. Amy apologizes for failing to protect his room, and quickly moves to take the girl away. She promises to find out who brought her here, but then Kaya looks at Davy, and calls him daddy. Both of them go silent. Amy is so stunned that she lets go of the girl. Kaya instantly runs to the protagonist, then wraps herself tightly around him. Even after being called daddy, Davy still has no clue what's happening, and this is only the start of his problems. A moment later, he gets another shock. A second girl appears in his room, and this one looks much more scared. Sometime later, Kaya runs around the room, while Amy tries to keep up with her. After checking them, Davy realizes Kaya is the human form of the Crimson Sword, and the other girl is the Azure Sword. What he can't understand is why both swords turned into little girls. Kirk Von Fallen jokes that MC's morals must already be broken, if those are the names he gave them, but MC fires back that it's too late to worry about that now. He never expected this, but the swords have gained self-awareness, and call him father because he created them. Still, he insists none of this was his choice. Meanwhile, Amy offers Kaya a biscuit. That makes Davy wonder if swords even need food. As he thinks that, the other girl walks over. She comes up to the protagonist. Since she never picked another name, he still calls her Azure. Then she calls him daddy too. Davy feels like his heart can't take this much cuteness. After a while, he gathers both girls. He asks if they can return to their original forms. Azure and Crimson understand right away. They release their power together, and turn back into swords. Berserk Von Fallen points out how quickly they changed back, and Davy says the transformation seems natural to them. He also notices the power inside both swords is denser now, so gaining consciousness actually made them stronger. After that, he tells them they can become human again. Now he wonders if he should make this public. Berserk Von Fallen reminds him, they're basically his daughters, but Davy argues they're more like adopted daughters, and he doesn't want that causing problems for any future marriage. While he's still trying to decide, Amy comes to speak with him. She says a visitor has arrived. MC asks who would show up without sending word first. Amy says it's his sister, Princess Winley Alrone. The moment Winley Alrone arrives, she's charmed by the children. She asks her brother who the girls are. Davy tells her there is adopted daughters. That answer leaves Winley Alrone genuinely stunned. She says every time she sees him, he has something new going on. Winley says she worried when he left for such a harsh territory, but she was glad to hear he built a business and is doing well. She was even more surprised to see dwarves in town, since she thought they never left their villages. Davy explains they're helping each other. He adds that he'd like to welcome her properly, but things are obviously hectic right now. Winley says that's fine. She's just happy to see her brother doing well, and she knows how busy he is. He realizes she's right. For all the chaos, he is enjoying himself. He invites Winley inside while still keeping an eye on his new family. Amy leads away the others who came with Winley. The protagonist notices something odd about that, but for now, he leaves it to Amy. Inside, he asks how she had time to visit when she's so busy with her own land. Winley explains that nighttime attacks have dropped, so Varys has been peaceful lately. Compared to Heinz, she says, Varys has become pretty dull, but that's not the real reason she came. She asks if Davy knows how to use the power of a stigma. Even though he's busy, she says he's the only person she can rely on now. That's why she's asking for his help. When MC sees tears in her eyes, he knows she's in real trouble. He quickly promises to help however he can. A little later, Winley falls asleep. Davy knows the trip from Varys to Heinz is long, so she must be worn out. She traveled for days with barely any rest just to see him. Before falling asleep, Winley explained that a close friend of hers is near death, and both doctors and priests have failed to save her. He knows the patient is Putna, Winley's friend and personal bodyguard, who took a poison arrow while protecting her. Winley had been lured into a trap and chased by bandits, and without Putna, she might have taken the arrow herself. A priest removed the poison, but after that, marks started spreading across Putna's body. Then even stranger symptoms began appearing. Now she's suffering badly and slowly dying. Desperate, Winley decided a normal priest wouldn't be enough, so she came to someone with greater power. She came to Davy because he has a stigma, and she believes only he can help. He promised to do everything he could, and after crying for a long time, Winley finally fell asleep. The protagonist stays by her side the whole time. Then the children come over, and Kia asks if Winley is sick. Davy says no, she just needs rest, so they should let her sleep. But Kia doesn't want to leave because she's already grown fond of Winley. Priest Von Fallen finds it sweet that the children care so much about someone they barely know. MC feels the same. Without noticing it, he's starting to get used to being their father. Finally he'd send them away, but since they're so lively, he thinks having them near Winley might actually help her feel better. Later, Davy thinks over the symptoms Winley described. Priest Von Fallen asks what's wrong, and he says the signs feel familiar. He has a bad feeling something big is coming, but he can't place it yet. After that, he tells the butler to gather the best and most reliable guilds in the territory. The protagonist says things are about to get messy, and he wants to be ready. Priest Von Fallen says it doesn't sound that serious. Davy usually turns danger into opportunity. MC knows that, but what worries him is the number of future patients, because those symptoms point to only one disease. Priest Von Fallen asks if there's really an illness that causes coughing blood and blue marks across the body. He says yes, but not on this continent. That's why he's both worried and confused. The next day, Winley is playing with the children. Watching them, the protagonist thinks every action brings a result. Putna received healing magic right after the poison arrow hit her, yet she later developed symptoms no doctor recognized. Priest Von Fallen says Davy doesn't look well. MC answers that he's been thinking too much. Priest Von Fallen then asks how border raiders could have gotten a poison that powerful. He admits he has suspicions, but it's too soon to be sure, so he needs more proof. When Priest Von Fallen asks if that's why he called the Intelligence Guild, Davy confirms it. He explains that the cure to any illness starts with finding its cause. That was one of the first lessons he learned in medicine. Then he senses someone nearby, and says the timing is perfect. He tells the hidden person to stop lurking and come out. Priest Von Fallen asks who he's talking to. The protagonist points out a disguised figure, and tells them not to waste his time. The stranger says they heard the prince was looking for help. Davy confirms it and thanks them for coming. Seeing how careful the guest is, he skips the small talk. He says plainly that he wants to buy information, and is willing to pay well. He was ready to pay, since nothing in this world comes free. The stranger said that for the right price, they could get information even from nearby kingdoms, private or otherwise. MC asked if they knew anything about the princess of the Farron Empire. Priest cut in, saying MC didn't need to play this like a merchant. Even so, the stranger said yes, they'd risk their life to get whatever information was needed. He said he'd be straight with them. Then he set the payment on the table, and asked about a knight named Putna, the one guarding his little sister, Winley Alrone. He wanted to know everything about her, especially where she'd been lately. At the same time, Davy checked the merchant's status, and saw the name Ina Helishana, a dark elf. The elf asked if all he wanted was for them to dig into that woman's past. The protagonist asked if the job was too hard. Ina said they wouldn't take the money yet. MC asked why. Ina said payment would come after the job was done. Davy then asked what she'd do if he refused to pay. She could tell he was being sarcastic, but she also knew he wasn't the type to break a deal. That's why she was sure he'd pay. The protagonist picked up that, even while staying careful, Ina was trying to build a connection, and he liked that. He asked if her guild had approved this kind of deal. She said no, it was her own choice. So MC accepted the terms. Right after that, Ina disappeared in a puff of smoke. Davy dryly noted that she could have just walked away like a normal person. Then he realized Ina Helishana had been trying to hide that she was a woman. More than that, her nickname was Echo, a famous fixer known across the continent for never failing a job. Perserk asked what he knew about the name Helishana. Since it was Ina's family name, it stood out to him. Davy said it was probably nothing important, and told him to drop it. 2 days later, when the protagonist was getting ready to leave, his sister insisted on going too. Perserk said that her friend was in critical condition, so she needed to stay put until things were handled. He also told Winley Alrone to stop being stubborn. The trip was long, extra people would only slow them down, and there was no time to waste. On top of that, traveling by horse would wear her out, so she needed to rest. MC felt that if Winley Alrone came with him, something bad would happen. Perserk pointed out that wasn't intuition, it was common sense. Even so, his sister kept insisting on going with him, and in the middle of their argument, someone showed up. It was one of Winley's companions, asking what was going on. Winley Alrone complained that her brother wouldn't let her travel with him. Berserk said this was exactly the problem Davy had been talking about. Ulysse introduced himself as a rank 5 mage. He said he was with the Red Tower, which seemed unusual for someone at his level. He introduced himself too, and said he'd heard of Ulysse. Even though Ulysse acted friendly, the protagonist wasn't happy to meet him like this, and saw no reason to keep talking. No matter how famous Ulysse was, he still came from the Central Magic Tower, and Davy had no interest in getting close to him. Ulysse meanwhile said this land was far from ordinary. In fact, it was the brightest territory on the eastern continent. He added that Princess Winley Alrone had praised it so much that he wanted to see it for himself. Winley Alrone quickly told Ulysse not to say things like that in front of her brother. Even Berserk could tell MC got more jealous after hearing that, so he warned him not to act hostile toward Ulysse, but he was thinking the exact opposite. As far as he knew, Ulysse was the Red Tower's genius, and for someone so young, his talent was real. He was rich, capable, handsome, basically the perfect guy with no clear weakness. The real issue was how close he seemed to Winley Alrone, so Davy immediately asked how they met. Ulysse said he met the princess while traveling to the Hines region, and escorted her here. The protagonist thanked him politely, even though inside he wanted the guy gone. Then Ulysse explained that Winley Alrone had actually saved him, while he was running from mountain bandits. She used magic to protect him, so he owed her a favor. He added that he was skilled in spatial magic, and could use a small mana portal to send items wherever he wanted. Winley Alrone was amazed by that. Unlike her brother, she explained that these small portals were different from the installed kind, and only a very skilled mage could have an artifact like that. Ulysse said it was just luck that he had one with him, since he was carrying it to keep it safe. Winley Alrone thought it was incredible that he could use two kinds of magic, not knowing her brother could do the same. Berserk pointed out that this might help Davy, since sending things far away was hard even for him. MC didn't like it, but he agreed. In the end, he reluctantly accepted the mage's help. A while later, they used a teleport spell. The three of them arrived in the kingdom of Varus, but the moment they got there, something felt wrong. Berserk noticed a burnt, meaty smell in the air, and Davy realized it smelled a lot like burned bodies. Winley Alrone wondered if there had been another attack, but it made no sense, since the bandits had just been driven out not long ago. Then someone recognized Princess Winley Alrone. The man introduced himself as Count LinkedIn of the Corporation for Disease Treatment, and said he'd been sent to care for her friend. He also added that Winley Alrone was even more beautiful in person than the rumors claimed. Winley Alrone cut that short, saying there was no time for small talk, and that she wanted to deal with her friend's condition right away. Count LinkedIn replied that it would have to wait, and told them all to come with him. He explained that the castle where the princess would stay had already been sealed off with an artifact from the Holy Kingdom, and said he'd take them there now. After they arrived, the Count apologized for moving the knights without permission, but said the situation gave him no choice. Winley Alrone reminded him that the territory belonged to her brother, Barise Alrone Barise, and if he wasn't there, authority fell to her. Count LinkedIn admitted acting without approval was terrible, but said his rank in the Corporation for Disease Treatment gave him that power. Someone like Winley should already know that the Corporation for Disease Treatment is recognized by the continent's 3 emperors, and holds the highest authority in matters of public health. Speaking on their behalf, the Count declared that a deadly sickness had spread through this land. His organization called it Demon's Blood. Once infected, people develop blue marks and start coughing blood, spreading the illness to anyone nearby. Even then, Winley insisted this wasn't the time for speeches, and asked Davy to come with her to Putna at once. Count LinkedIn, only now realizing who he was, apologized and said he'd long wanted to meet him. He'd heard the protagonist had a stigma, and had built a successful business with moonplant leaves. LinkedIn said none of that was by accident, and claimed MC had clearly been blessed. By now Winley had had enough. She said her friend needed her. The princess called for her butler, but Count LinkedIn told her everyone in the castle was under quarantine. Since the disease spread so easily, he couldn't risk it getting out, so anyone who had contact with the patient was being watched. He added that, whether the princess liked it or not, he had direct permission from the queen to act in this territory. In a crisis like this, his authority came before the local lords, because this wasn't the first time something like this had happened. He also said the disease had no cure, not even divine power could fix it. Still, that was exactly why he and his team were here. He asked the princess to leave everything to him, and promised he'd return with good news soon. A treatment area had been set up inside. Davy checked the place and found it packed with sick people. He quickly understood this quarantine was more about stopping a disaster than curing anyone. Though, as a control method it made sense. Berserk said he'd never seen anything this awful, and the stench was hard to bear. He kept searching for his sister's friend. He found the first patient soon enough, and her condition was terrible. After seeing her, Davy Alrone said this all started with a flower. As far as he remembered, it was called the Tostos flower, a rare plant from harsh regions that carried a deadly poison. The protagonist Alrone checked Putna's temperature, and said that if this kept going, her brain cells would burn out. Her body was in chaos. Her skin felt cold like a corpse, but her organs were burning hot. He'd already suspected this, but seeing her now made it clear the case was even worse than he thought. What bothered him most was how this disease had even reached this continent. Davy Alrone said it was a deadly virus called melting acceleration. He added that it had once spread in another world, and had been made for one purpose: to become unlike any normal disease. It was extremely contagious, and could use a single person to kill millions. Last time it took 10 years for a cure to be made, and even though many were saved, countless others had died by then. So Davy Alrone said he had to make antibiotics before it was too late. He grabbed a scalpel from the table and got ready for a procedure, but someone stopped him first. A baron named Gornio, from the disease organization, said this area was restricted, and demanded to know what the protagonist was doing. MC introduced himself as Prince the 1100th, and said his arrival should already have been reported. The baron said he knew the prince had arrived, but this place was off limits even to royalty, so Davy Alrone needed to leave. He added that he should already know a pandemic was spreading through the territory, and they'd confirmed the disease traveled through the air. He told the prince to cover his face before breathing in the airborne infection. Gornio added that even the protagonist's stigma wouldn't save him. A high priest had come recently, and he still got sick. Then a patient suddenly screamed in pain, and the baron asked when things had gotten this bad. Gornio ordered the staff to hold the patient down and give him pain medicine. One nurse quickly got a syringe ready, but Davy stopped her, saying that shot would kill the patient. He immediately asked to see it. The moment he checked the vial, he said this was the real problem. MC ripped open the man's shirt, and saw the virus was making his blood block his lungs. If they didn't fix it right away, his heart would stop. So Davy grabbed a scalpel, and made a careful cut that eased the man's pain. He kept going with the treatment, and even the nurses were impressed. Davy stayed completely locked in on the job until Gornio cut in, and demanded to know why he'd taken the man's life. He snapped that a human life wasn't a toy he could play with, but then the baron noticed something was off. A nurse reported that the patient's pulse was back to normal. Gornio was stunned, and realized the protagonist had saved the man, not killed him. Once he was done, Davy asked to borrow something. He took one of the vials nearby, and told the nurses to stop the bleeding and stitch the cut. They also warned them never to give painkillers to patients with these symptoms. They'd die. After that, he said he was finished there. But before he left, he turned to Baron Gornio, and reminded him that people with a stigma are immune to disease. So comparing him to the high priest made no sense. A little later, Davy went back to Winley, though he clearly didn't like finding her alone with Ulysse. He asked for news about Barisi, and Winley admitted her twin's condition wasn't looking good. MC said the treatment center wasn't doing much better, but at least everyone was trying. Ulysse then said he'd learned a few things. Right now, 2 officials from the disease center were here, Count Linkton and Baron Gornio. Their old noble titles didn't matter anymore, since they now served the treatment center. He also explained the group's rank system: 1 president, 3 directors, and 15 officials, with knights and doctors under them. Davy quickly realized those 3 directors were actually the emperors. As for the president, it was Valsius, the Pope of the Holy Kingdom. In this world, wounds are easy enough to heal, but disease is another story. The 15 officials are kept secret because they're top medical experts, and the group can't risk losing people that valuable. Even so, with power granted by the 3 emperors and the Pope, Count Linkton's authority made sense. For now, they outranked even royalty. Going against them meant going against 3 empires and the Pope, so anyone who resisted could be called a traitor, whether they liked it or not. They were also backed by the Knights of Destruction, led by Count Collio, the same royal knight from the eastern lands of the Randy's kingdom. Ulysse had heard Collio retired years ago, so if he was here now, the crisis had to be serious. That was why Ulysse didn't want to get involved. Winley blamed herself, saying if she'd known how serious this was, she never would have dragged them into it. Davy told his sister not to worry, and promised things would work out. Then he asked if any of this was causing trouble for Ulysse. Ulysse said no. Putna was a mage tied to the Red Tower, and since he was one of its elders, he wanted to help her too. He thought Ulysse seemed hard-working, but he also felt the man had another reason for being here. Either way, staying at the treatment center wouldn't help. He already had what he needed. The center's job was to contain the outbreak. His job was to make a cure before time ran out. Perserk asked how he planned to do that. Davy said the treatment center had probably tried something similar already, but they failed because they relied on old methods. Perserk realized the protagonist meant to use the patient's blood, though he still didn't understand how. MC said he had a way, and asked if the elf was nearby. Ina stepped out and said he'd found her again, though she was annoyed her hiding skills never worked on him. Still, she handed over the information he wanted, and reminded him she still hadn't been paid. He added that she brought something else too, something she thought he'd find useful. Davy joked that if she kept acting like this, Ina would ruin her own reputation. She didn't care. According to her, she knew exactly what she was doing. He opened the scroll she gave him, and asked if the information could be trusted. He knew reliability was everything to an informant, so if Ina said it was true, he believed she wasn't lying. Then Davy said he had one more favor to ask. He gave her a list and asked her to gather as many items on it as possible, saying she'd handle it better than any mercenary. He also told her to charge everything to the disease treatment center, which made Ina hesitate. The protagonist argued it was for saving lives, and he knew she wasn't heartless enough to ignore that, so he asked her to do it for the sake of humanity. The next part picks up the following day. By morning, angry voices were already echoing through the castle. Baron Gornio, Count LinkedIn and Davy sat together, arguing over whether he should be allowed to join the treatment effort. The Baron strongly opposed it, insisting the patients were critical and every second mattered. MC calmly reminded him that just yesterday, he had saved a man on the brink of death. He also thanked the doctors for keeping the outbreak from getting even worse. Then Davy seriously asked whether the Central Office of Diseases had any cure at all. LinkedIn noticed the way he said it sounded like he already had one. While Gornio stayed silent and frowned, he explained he wasn't trying to fight for control, he just believed he had the right to step in on his younger sister's land. Gornio was ready to object, but LinkedIn cut him off and agreed with the protagonist. That shocked the Baron, and LinkedIn urged him to remember the western lands once held by the Kanta Empire. Everyone there died, and dozens of top healers and knights gave their lives trying to stop it. LinkedIn appealed to the Baron's conscience, reminding him he had seen those lands for himself. Then he asked whether Gornio would still cling to his pride now, forcing the Baron to think. As Davy quietly drank his tea, the Baron finally spoke up and chose to take the chance. Through clenched teeth, he admitted pride didn't matter right now. MC kept his attention on his tea, while the day faded into evening. Later, someone asked if this would really be okay, and Count LinkedIn turned back with a question of his own. What exactly did he mean? The one speaking was Count Kaleo, captain of the Knight Squad. Kaleo clarified he meant the first prince of the Rome Kingdom. LinkedIn smiled, and said that if Davy failed, the Central Office of Diseases would lose face. Kaleo pointed out that people might start questioning whether their whole organization was even needed, which was why LinkedIn hadn't rejected him the way Gornio had. LinkedIn agreed completely. Still smiling, he asked if it wouldn't be better for everyone if there really was a chance to cure the disease. Kaleo listened in silence as LinkedIn said he hoped Davy would succeed, because then it would be a victory for all of them. He studied the drink in his hand as he spoke. Kaleo didn't argue. In the end, he only said he understood. The next morning started with surprised voices. Winley met with the protagonist in Ulysses and could hardly believe the news that the protagonist was now officially part of the treatment effort. The protagonist, though, pointed out that people should probably be more suspicious of how he even knew medicine. Winley nearly cried as she thanked him, making it obvious she trusted him more than the medical center. Davy stood by the work table with a faint smile and checked the tools and measuring gear he'd been given to make the vaccine. In the lab, he listened as someone explained that the treatment center would now follow his medical judgment. That same person also warned him not to forget one important thing. From behind, Gornio folded his arms and coldly declared that he'd be watching every step of Davy's work. The Baron, still upset, muttered about how a new stone always pushes out the old one. He added that his own peers didn't even see him as a stone, just dirt, and not worth listening to. MC let out a tired sigh. Then, with Gornio beside him, he went to a groaning patient and explained that once this disease starts, body temperature goes wild and slowly melts the body. At first, though, the infection doesn't look like anything unusual. Looking over the patient, Davy said it first seemed like a normal virus with an incubation period. He lifted the man's dark, bandaged hand and explained that the disease starts by melting the muscles. After that, it spreads to the joints and cartilage, then the bones throughout the body. When he raised the patient's arm, the man cried out in pain while the Baron watched from right behind him. Once the bones are affected, the organs start breaking down too, from the rectum to the kidneys, and around then, melted fluid begins leaking from every opening in the body. Davy added that dark blue spots appear during the process, which is likely why people call it devil's blood. Hearing that, the Baron was stunned by how much he knew. Suspicion crept in as the Baron wondered how a newly arrived prince could know so much about an incurable disease. The protagonist then turned to Gornio and asked if he understood why he was explaining all this. The Baron froze, realizing the prince had dealt with this disease before. With a sure smile, MC confirmed it, and said that somewhere else, the illness goes by another name. Since Gornio had no idea what place he meant, Davy moved on to the real point. He explained that doctors usually decide medicine can't cure it, so they try cutting out the source instead. Shaken, the Baron agreed, and he asked whether it was even possible to find that source. Gornio was surprised he knew the truth. Most patients died during surgery, and the few who lived were infected again. After a quick treatment from the protagonist, the patient said he felt a little better, and the protagonist told him to hold on a bit longer. The Baron watched as Davy told the man that his will to live mattered if he wanted to be saved, and the patient thanked him. Gornio only noticed the mercenary when MC, without even looking back, asked her a question, and she reported that the order had been delivered. He thanked the guildmaster and told her to add the cost to his debt, while the Baron kept wondering where she had appeared from, still seated by the bed. The protagonist smiled and announced that the first results would come in 3 days. 3 days later, people came to the tent. The guard stared into a mirror, shocked that her skin was healing so fast. Winley climbed onto the bed in her shoes and hugged her friend in joy, while Yuli stood nearby. From a short distance away, the Baron stared at the recovering girl in disbelief, and Davy calmly reminded him that the first results came exactly when he said they would. Gornio sank into a chair, still unable to believe it, since no treatment had ever worked before. He was even more stunned that the answer involved antibodies, something many experts had tried and failed to use. Confused and bitter, the Baron admitted he had spent 3 years trying to beat the infection, only for the cure to be made so simply. Davy listened in silence and awkwardly looked away. When Gornio sadly admitted how powerless he had been, MC asked if he wanted to hear something interesting. He told the doctor that both the vaccine and the medicine were made from infected blood, pulling out a test tube with a dark drop inside. He pointed a needle at it, and the liquid began to move. The Baron jumped at the sight, but the protagonist said it was too soon to be shocked. A moment later, the drop changed color and turned bright red. Gornio stared at the tube, unable to believe such a change could happen right in front of him. Surrounded by bottles, Davy explained that the fast-melting virus was actually alive, which startled the handkerchief spirit that appeared nearby. She settled on his shoulder as he went on, calling the disease a parasitic biological weapon. According to MC, it has a survival instinct and attacks the human body in a calculated way. So to stop it, they had to drain its energy completely, and that meant using several healing herbs along with several poisonous ones. As he left the infirmary, Davy gave full treatment instructions and said all the ingredients were in the yard, leaving them for Baron Gornio to use. The Baron was baffled by that kindness. He confirmed the herbs could be used, knowing he had ordered them under the organization's name. Then, someone called out to him from the tent. It was Windley, staring at him with shining eyes full of awe and joy, calling him the young lord of the Haineslands. She was thrilled to learn that people here saw the protagonist like a saint, and Ulysse praised his medical skill. In his mind, MC told Perserk he never wanted to be called a saint again, but the Demoness answered that to them. What he did really was a miracle. The treatment kept going well, since Davy had prepared the medicine in just 3 days. Patients were getting better, but the overall care was left to Baron Gornio. He thought about how hard it was to stay generous at this level, which made Perserk reflect on his good nature. His thoughts drifted to Count LinkedIn, who looked like an extremely kind man on the outside, but something about that smile felt strangely familiar to Davy. He brushed it off as instinct, and Perserk warned that judging someone on a feeling alone could cause trouble. Still, while LinkedIn seemed more like a researcher than a doctor, Baron Gornio had already shown real devotion to his patients. That was probably why the protagonist put up with the man's rough attitude, as Gornio hovered behind him and watched everything he did. MC was pulled from his thoughts when Elena and Winley eagerly offered to help him. He looked at the two of them with a small smile, quietly noticing how serious they were. In the end, Davy put them in charge of checking the temperature of every solution, since both Winley and Elena were skilled in Red Tower magic. He asked them to keep the heat steady with fire magic. While he went to see Baron Gornio in the infirmary, he waved to his new assistants and stepped away. A yellow glow spread from his palms. Looking beside Winley, Elena noticed out loud how much she liked her brother, and Winley confidently agreed. Smiling brightly, she said Davy had been amazing for a long time, and Elena caught the odd way she phrased that. Winley remembered how the protagonist cared for her and Beres even though they had different mothers, and how lively the young lord had been as a child. She also still remembered the story of the sun and moon her brother told her years ago. Elena listened with a gentle smile. Talking about her beloved brother clearly cheered Winley up, bringing color to her cheeks and a smile to her face. As the two mages kept the flasks at the right temperature, Elena spoke to Winley. He glanced at her again, but she kept looking straight ahead. Then Elena suddenly stopped mid-thought and went quiet, leaving the princess confused. He asked if he could step away for a little while, and she naturally said yes. With an embarrassed look on his face, Elena left while Winley watched in surprise. Then she turned back with an easy smile, already thinking about baking cookies for Davy once things got better. In the garden stood a white dome structure. On a table sat a polished communication device, which two people used to talk about MC and Elena. Elena admired how the young lord of the Haineslands had solved such a major problem for the Department of Diseases in only 3 days. What shocked him most was Davy's confidence, not simple boldness, but the kind that comes from deep experience. Because of that, the red-haired young mage realized he barely knew anything about him. The man on the other end said Elena's feelings were right, and Elena admitted he could learn a lot from the protagonist. When he even said he envied the prince's knowledge and skill, his teacher was amazed. With a smile, Elena said maybe he and MC could become real friends, friends who wouldn't care about age gaps or whether the friendship was useful. His teacher laughed warmly, and said Elena had met a truly good person. He added that age doesn't decide everything in this world. Sometimes you can even learn from a 3-year-old child. Then the teacher's expression turned serious as he changed the subject. He said he had found information about the people behind the Department of Disease's special project. He then shared what he had learned in broad terms. The teacher pointed out that Davy was someone very unusual, and a specialist like him was almost impossible to find in this age. Elena's blue eyes widened in shock, and sweat formed on his forehead. All at once, a deafening blast tore through the area. Elena sprang up from the table. He looked toward the palace and saw smoke billowing up with flames bursting out. His mind went straight to Winley, still inside. The teacher called to Elena through the communication device, but Elena didn't answer. He ran off so fast he knocked over a chair. When he charged into the building, the smoke and flames made it hard to breathe. He desperately shouted for Winley as he pushed forward. Sweat ran down his face while he gritted his teeth and pressed on. Then the mage pulled out his wand. He raised a wand tipped with a gem and formed a sphere of water. With one swing he sent a stream pouring out of it. Elena unleashed a spinning mass of water that swallowed the flames around the palace. When the fire died, only scorched wreckage and heavy smoke remained. Catching his breath, he moved past the burned debris. He opened his mouth wide, desperate for air. Even horror hit him. Winley wasn't where he expected. Something suddenly grabbed his attention. His expression tightened, and Elena shot into the air with magic. He was stunned by the person behind all this. Even with Devi's knowledge and his stigmata, Elena knew the prince wasn't built for this kind of fight, and couldn't drag him in two. At the same time, he silently prayed the princess was safe. Once he got high enough, he shouted Winley's name at the top of his lungs. 2 figures in white robes stood side by side. Nearby, Devi, Gornio, and 3 others, 2 dressed like nurses, were boxed in by a large group of white-cloaked knights. Still in a medical gown, he called out to Baron Gornio with a grin. The Baron just stared at the intruders, too shocked to react. Then he looked at the prince in silence, his covered face hiding any emotion. The whole area was being swallowed by fierce flames. Even the tree branches glowed red from the heat. The fire kept tearing through everything alive, while the white-cloaked knights watched. Through the flames, Elena stood with his wand aimed forward. His eyes didn't waver. He tried to remember if he had ever used high-level magic on a person before. Looking at the knights, he reminded himself that magic can kill, so it has to be used with care. A huge blast of fire poured from his wand as his face hardened. This time, he was ready to abandon caution. To him, magic meant nothing if it couldn't protect someone when it mattered. The blast sent chunks of earth flying. Using the smoke as cover, Elena shielded himself from the charging knights. He was amazed by the devices here. They were beyond even his teacher's stories. From afar, someone was watching him. It was Count Colio, glaring down from under a white hood with pure hate on his face. The moment Elena saw him, he yelled, demanding to know where Princess Winley was. Inside the infirmary, the knights around Davy and the others drew their swords. Baron Gornio had no idea what was going on. One knight coldly said they were just following orders. Then he declared Gornio had to die here, and told the protagonist to come with them. As he stepped toward the Baron, the knight warned him not to waste energy resisting. His blade slammed down. A moment later, he lunged in for the finishing strike. Fear crossed Gornio's face, but he didn't move. A white flash cut through the attack. Davy had stepped in front of Gornio and blocked death itself. The knight's shattered sword flew upward. MC now stood between them, stopping the kill. As Gornio dropped to the floor in shock, he asked if he was alright, and the Baron said yes. The attacker trembled when Davy caught the blade, and remarked that the order to kill him was annoying, but the knight was even dumber than expected. Cracks spread through the sword in the protagonist's grip as he grinned and said he expected better from the order. Then MC opened his palm, and sparks of magic burst out. Fear and confusion instantly filled the knight's face. Still smiling, he pressed his hand to the man's chest as lightning danced across him. The other knights froze in terror. The armored man screamed beneath his veil. Looking at the charred body, Davy said anyone ready to kill should be ready to die, and then faced the rest. With sharp sarcasm, he asked if they had that kind of resolve. One nurse rushed to the Baron, who was still shaking. Berserk started to warn the protagonist about the bloodshed in the infirmary, but he cut her off, saying he wasn't using blades. She looked at him, clearly let down. She had meant something else, but Davy was already focused, releasing more and more electricity into the air. Gray smoke rose from the burned knight. Charred bodies of the fallen warriors were scattered around MC. Then he called for Jack, and the spy appeared behind him at once. He ordered Jack to clear out the bodies, and kill everyone who came in. Jack dryly said that would raise the bill. As soon as Davy agreed, the spy shot out of the infirmary like a bullet. The protagonist turned back to Baron Gornio, who was now surrounded by nurses. Dropping to the floor beside him, the prince told him to stay still and focus on treatment. Then he stood again and promised to wipe out these monsters. That answer stunned Gornio, and even his face covering couldn't hide it. A sudden gust of wind whipped his cloak. The Baron looked even more shaken. Everyone in the infirmary froze as yellow sparks of magic appeared. Second by second, they crept closer to the knights. Then the electric strands wrapped around each knight's legs like vines. Then a huge explosion tore through the building, nearly throwing Davy off balance. Presirk called out to him, but MC only looked more determined, almost playful. Yellow lightning flashed down, the tracking spell he had placed on Windley activated. That meant one thing: she had been taken. He had put that spell on his sister, because normal protection magic wasn't enough. Now he realized the barrier wouldn't have stopped a sword anyway, but he still blamed himself for missing that. Surrounded by knights, Davy knelt with one hand on the ground as the sparks there faded. The warriors quickly noticed he looked unarmed. The protagonist only found that funny. Then he drew a long curved sword, proving they had judged him wrong. Its swings carved bright trails through the air. The knights gripped their weapons and fought hard to hold him back, but behind their steady posture and veils, they were terrified. Davy's magic moved among them like a snake and struck without mercy, pulling cries of pain from the warriors. Soon nearly all of them were down, and only one knight remained upright. He shook as he watched his allies get cut apart. The living magic threaded through the knights, stringing them together like beads on a necklace. Cries rang out from every side. The last unharmed knight realized something was wrong with Davy's sword. By the time he understood the blade was alive and moving on its own, MC was already beside him. The prince confirmed it, and the knight flinched, baring his teeth in fear. Davy explained that the air-splitting move of the airblast sword art uses the sword's egos. Then he showed exactly what the twin blades could do with one sweeping strike. His stare was icy. The two swords leaped from his hands and shot forward like twin stars in motion. As wounded knights screamed through the infirmary, he mocked them for calling themselves sword masters of the Imperial Knight Order. To him, they were no better than common mercenaries he'd fought before. The blades spun through the air, leaving blue and red trails as the armored men shouted in pain. When Presirk asked why they would target Windley, just a child, Davy said he didn't know. More curious about what excuses they'd make, he rushed another knight. Once again, he wielded the twin killing swords. While cutting through everyone around him, the protagonist explained that nobles matter, so you can't just erase them without thinking ahead. With a grim smile, he added that Alina is an elder of the Red Tower, and he and Windley are members of the royal family. An attack on people like that would always be investigated, so blaming barbarians or monsters made the best cover. And in the lands owned by Varys and Windley, either excuse could work. When a tired Presirk asked what that had to do with Windley's kidnapping, Davy had no answer. He thought hard about it, so hard he almost missed an armed knight charging straight at him. MC turned at the last second and struck the man hard enough to launch him into the air. His magic blade cut through the knight, as he said they'd only pretend to search for the missing Windley. The dead knight dropped, and the swords turned into two little girls who ran back to him, smiling and asking for attention. As the red-haired one climbed onto Davy's neck, he concluded the attackers could have dodged blame by claiming they were attacked, while the Order of Knights was away. Screams echoed through the rocks and forest. The protagonist climbed the hill while Presirk floated beside him, sharing her doubts. Hands folded and brows tight, she said the knights didn't need to kidnap Windley just to kill them all. MC stepped forward, dust rising under his feet. He and Presirk looked down into a huge pit tangled with thick tree roots. Human skeletons were visible, sunk in liquid. Dozens of tanks held different people, tangled with green growth that showed this place had been here a long time. Presirk blurted out in horror, and Davy asked if she remembered what the knights had said. He remembered them telling him to come along right after they cut off Baron Gornio's head. He figured that if they were hiding something like this, of course they'd also grab a rare high-level mage, or a stigmata bearer. Then he heard gasping and coughing. It was Ulice. Worn out from the fight, the boy covered his mouth with one hand and kept his one in the other, while the man before him mocked his toughness. Count Kaleo stared at him with open contempt, and demanded to know why he came here. Ulice wiped the blood from his mouth and gave one answer: protect. Kaleo kept pressing him: Princess Windley Alrone, the people dying in these lands, and Prince Davy, who was about to be dragged in too. Ulice frowned behind his glasses, confused and glaring in anger. Mocking him, Kaleo asked if he really thought they came unprepared. Ulice froze when the Count said everyone in these lands had already been butchered by the Night Order. Ignoring the shock on the mage's face, Kaleo drew his sword. In the next second he attacked without mercy, and drove the blade straight through him. Ulice's eyes went blank. He was too late. He collapsed hard to the ground. Kaleo looked down at the dying boy, while Ulice's round glasses lay off to the side. Blood dripped from the sword as the Count told him that if he wanted to save even one person, he should have run. Kaleo said he should have left these lands, taken at least one person with him, and gone as far away as possible. From the ground, Ulice glared up at the Count with burning hate. His head dropped as Kaleo mocked him, asking if Class 5 Ulice really believed he could save everyone. When the Count hinted that Ulice had feelings for Princess Windley Alrone, he followed it up with a cruel insult that made Ulice's eyes flare wide with rage. The blonde-bearded man beside them wore a huge, unnatural smile. It was Earl Linkedin, standing next to the royal chair where Princess Windley Alrone sat unconscious. When someone shrieked his name, Linkedin turned toward the sound. As that voice tried to wake Windley Alrone, Linkedin stroked her cheek and chin, praising how pretty she was. Seeing that, Yuli's bloodied face twisted with fury, his eyes nearly bulging. With his wand ready, he charged forward with a desperate scream. He was rushing straight for LinkedIn and Wen Liao. Then a white-gloved hand grabbed the mage by the head. Count Kolio slammed Yuli's face into the floor. Yuli's went still, smiling like a butcher. LinkedIn said the young ones would make useful test subjects. The story then shows what LinkedIn was like as a child. His real name was Barnshad. He came from the Kingdom of Medicine on the eastern continent, a place once invaded by the Lendese Empire. Even as a child, he was a genius in medicine, but he was so twisted that his record said he was banned from practicing in the Kingdom of Luz. In his search for a cure to a rare disease, he kidnapped 200 people and used them in experiments. Behind the shaken count stood a mountain of corpses. He was only 12 then. His table was packed with potions. He did create a cure, but only 10 people survived, and even they were left half-broken. The survivors behind bars clutched their heads in terrible pain. None of them lived longer than 3 months. Holding a human skeleton, LinkedIn proved he'd do anything to reach his goal. They say killing 1 person makes you a murderer, killing 10 makes you a serial killer, and killing 100 makes you a monster. A cloaked man walked toward the kneeling count, but someone who takes 1,000 lives is called a hero. The count's robes were bright red, yet his deeds and his past made one thing clear. LinkedIn was wrapped in darkness. To most people, he was simply a demon who killed 1,000. LinkedIn grinned, surprised they had fallen for it so easily. Lying on the floor, Ulis tried to speak to the count. The mage asked if he understood what he'd done. Slipping a hand into his jacket, LinkedIn told him not to be upset when both sides were gaining something. He thought that was still a good result, and then asked if Ulis agreed. Thinking of the protagonist Alron, LinkedIn said the protagonist's death would push medicine to a whole new level. Grinning wider, the count said he'd earn glory and fame from it. In the same breath, LinkedIn added that 5th grade Ulis would also help humanity a lot. As an excellent test subject, hatred filled the mage's face. LinkedIn wondered if anything in the world was truly sane, and Ulis, horrified, called him a madman. The count dabbed his face with a handkerchief and thanked him for the compliment. Holding the cloth by its tip, LinkedIn told Count Kolio to handle the mage. Kolio moved toward the wounded Ulis, and LinkedIn remarked that cutting off an arm or two would make him calmer. He made it clear the important part was keeping the mage alive. Ulis froze, fully alert, while Kolio wiped his sword and said he'd do exactly that. Ulis's eyes shifted to the unconscious, Wen Liao. Then he remembered his teacher. Clenching his fist, the mage thought of Davi Alron. Behind him, LinkedIn laughed as Kolio raised his sword. The count said that sometimes this world brings disasters people can't stop. Pointing at the mage, LinkedIn said Ulis's mistake was learning that too late. Kolio's sword surged with heavy mana. Then he rushed the injured Ulis. Lost in his thoughts, the mage felt he didn't deserve forgiveness. A lightning-fast strike cut in, and the main character declared that LinkedIn was wrong to call him a pathetic worm. Kolio stared in shock. Davi Alron said a disaster you can't fight back against definitely isn't him, and a grin spread across his face. Power gathered around his hand. In that moment, MC used the Demon King URG's move, Shattering Fist. Then he hammered Kolio with a non-stop barrage. His punches changed rhythm so fast the count couldn't even track his hands. The main character drove a brutal hit into Kolio's solar plexus. The force of Davi's blows sent Kolio crashing down. Small drops of blood hit the floor, where many fallen soldiers already lay inside the palace. Seeing that, Gornio went stiff in shock. He turned to Ina and asked what she was doing. Resting her sword on her shoulder, she said she was obviously doing her job, then told him to do his too. Confused, the Baron asked if this meant nothing to her. Ina glanced at a soldier about to attack, and asked if he planned to keep hesitating while the knights caused all this trouble. When Gornio started to answer, she cut him off and reminded him that Davi Alron trusted him with this, so he needed to act. Her blade stopped just a centimeter from the soldier's face, then pierced his chest. Still stunned, Gornio brought up the knight's squad sent to wipe out Prosperity. He felt even Count Kolio was backing it, and warned that he was in even more danger now. Pointing off to the side, the Baron asked if Ina should go help him. Closing her eyes, she asked who exactly he thought needed help. She pictured Kolio leading countless knights, all masters or stronger, with a famous swordsman as captain. Davi Alron had gone to face all of them alone, so she understood why Gornio was worried. Still, Ina said nothing in this world was more pointless than worrying about the protagonist Alron. Back in the palace, the main character struck Kolio with overwhelming force, sending him flying aside at once. Fear spread across LinkedIn's face. He stared at the main character, completely stunned. Looking at his own hand wrapped in dense mana, Davi Alron thought he hadn't meant to reveal this much power. He also figured that if he knew how the technique had been created, it would have scarred him mentally. A clerk floating nearby called out to MC. Her eyes fell on the wounded Ulis, barely lifting his head. The mage called to the prince. Davi was surprised Ulis still used a title even now, and Ulis looked startled by that reaction. A grin spread across his face. He leaned toward the mage and thanked him, then activated a technique, asking the higher powers to lend their grace. He noted it was a pretty unusual prayer. Suddenly, strong streams of mana ran through Ulysses' body. The protagonist Alron had cast 7th grade holy magic, Sanctuary. Seeing his body healed, Ulysses could only stare. MC told him he never forgets kindness. Hearing that, the mage froze in surprise. Then the main character added, going back, that he never forgets insults either. LinkedIn stood there, stunned. Then Davi rushed to the Count in a flash. A moment later, LinkedIn's hand hit the ground. The Count screamed in agony. He watched him writhe without a word. Staring at the broken Count, he coldly told him to get lost. Then he slammed him with a brutal kick. As Kolio dropped off the cliff, Davi figured it was better than getting Venri's blood on himself. At last, the princess came to. That made the protagonist smile. He turned to Winley and asked if she was okay. Still dazed, the princess had no idea where she was. Then she saw something, and froze, shouting that Davi was about to be attacked from behind. It was Kolio, charging in with rage. A strong holy light suddenly covered the Count. In sword form, Berserk blocked Kolio's strike. Their blades locked as both tried to overpower the other. Kolio stared in shock. Grinning, Davi mocked the swordmaster for attacking from behind, and asked if he felt no shame. Then Kolio and Berserk clashed hard. Delina spotted MC running over, and asked if he was alright. Ulysses froze at the sight of a floating sword, but he told him to protect the princess and stay by Winley, so she wouldn't get hurt. Ulysses was stunned. He couldn't get why Davi wanted them to leave instead of escaping together. Drawing his blade, the protagonist told him not to worry. As he moved back into the fight, MC knew Ulysses had badly underestimated him. In the next instant, he was right in front of the furious Kolio. On guard, the Baron warned that a sword that dangerous wasn't a toy for someone like him. Getting ready to strike, Kolio declared he would take it. Davi just smiled and said that wasn't decided yet. He figured the sword should get a say too. His eyes shifted to the shaking LinkedIn. The protagonist thought Kolio should handle his own master first, and the Count's face tightened with fear. Then MC flicked a dagger at the fleeing LinkedIn, and called out, asking where he thought he was going. Once it struck, LinkedIn dropped and twisted in pain. Right after that, Davi charged to stun Kolio. He focused and wrapped his hand in dense mana. Then he drove a devastating punch into the Count's chest. Blood burst from Kolio's mouth. The pain was so intense that he dropped to his unease. He barely stayed up by leaning on his sword, and Davi remarked on his speed. With a grin, he said that if the Earl wanted to be a punching bag, he didn't mind helping. Then he unleashed a storm of crushing blows on Kolio's body. The protagonist attacked with total confidence. Kolio glared back with pure hate. Next, Davi struck again, driving mana straight through the Count. The pain was so fierce that drool started running from Kolio's mouth. Furious, he yelled at MC to stop targeting his solar plexus. He raised his fist and answered that in a fight, anything goes, what matters is winning. Looking at his hand, he thought Kolio's endurance was solid, but for a sword master, he expected more. After the wounded Count, Berserk said she had noticed it the first time she saw him. Sitting on the protagonist's shoulder, Mew pointed out that Kolio had failed to push himself far enough. The protagonist added that in this world, there was no idea of overdosing. Seeing how drained Kolio was, MC guessed he had gone through something similar before. He said there was no point asking why Kolio had joined hands with someone like LinkedIn. He remembered the hidden lab and brought up what he found on the way here, monster cells being transplanted into humans. From that, he guessed the Count backed those tests to repair his ruined body. Enraged, Kolio shouted at Davy to shut up. The protagonist looked taken aback, then said it was way too late to deny anything now. He remembered the city hit by a terrible virus, and concluded that Kolio had given the barbarians infected bacteria to spread disease across these lands. Glancing at the wounded LinkedIn, MC asked if that was true. He knew Jack's report had already laid all of this out in detail. Berserk said that was the right answer, though he still knew there were pieces he couldn't fully confirm. He understood that if this came to light, it wouldn't end with just shutting down the research group. Davy thought of the damaged gemstone and realized it would stain the honor of the Central Office of Diseases and give other nobles something to attack. Touching his chin, he said it would have been pretty interesting to watch if he hadn't stepped in. Mew protested, and Berserk floated beside him, telling him to handle this properly. The protagonist only grinned and asked if that was really needed. In desperation, LinkedIn reached toward Kolio, but the furious Count snapped at him to stay quiet. He realized MC's power clearly didn't come only from the magic sword. From what he could tell, MC was at least master level, and could even use high-grade sacred magic. To Kolio, that was impossible for someone his age. The whole thing felt absurd, and he even thought he might become one of the biggest names of this era. He, one hand at his side, said fine. He'd stop aiming only for the solar plexus. Leaning on his sword, Kolio muttered that if that was the case, then he had to stop the protagonist now, before he got any stronger. He lifted his sword overhead. Blue mana surged around the tip of Kolio's blade, slicing through everything in his path. He rushed straight at MC. Then Kolio leaped up and brought down a crushing overhead blow. Davy smirked and said that even tarnished gold was still gold. Coleo's face twisted with rage, and he knew he couldn't block this, so he poured all his power into one fist. With insane speed, he knocked the attack aside. Still grinning, Davy slipped behind Coleo and mocked him for falling for the same trick again. Power gathered around the protagonist's fist. The force of his technique burst across Coleo's face. At that moment, MC used the Demon King Jerg's move, Double Fist, and the stun count was blasted away. Clenching both hands tight, he followed up with solar plexus shredding. The hit kicked up a massive cloud of smoke. Davy stopped and smiled. Mew stared in shock and said he'd gone too far. Blood slowly dripped from Coleo's mouth. Using his sword to stay up, Coleo called the protagonist a coward, but he thought he had no right to talk after losing like this. Coleo's face burned with anger. He couldn't believe he was being overwhelmed even in basic skill. It shocked him that he, the former captain of the Imperial Knight Order, had been beaten. Gripping his sword with both hands, Coleo fell still in disbelief. He looked at Davy and muttered that it really was him. Then Coleo collapsed unconscious. Looking down at the Count, MC admitted even he was a little surprised. He said he beat him badly enough to crush him completely. Then he heard Winley calling to him excitedly. She ran over and asked if he was hurt. He said he was fine, while Elena admitted he had only added to his worries. The 5th grade mage never expected the protagonist to be this strong, and he felt deeply ashamed. Worn out, Elena started to ask about the medicine entrusted to MC. But MC held his side and told him not to worry. He blamed himself for leaving such weak protection. With a grin, he said that if he had died, the treatment method would have vanished with him, and LinkedIn couldn't have ignored that. Then the protagonist told Elena to leave first and keep watch over Wendley. He said he would handle the rest and catch up later, which left the princess bright with excitement. Then Davy noticed the Count had escaped. Holding his side, he told them to go. Elena raised a hand and said his mana had recovered enough to chase right away. MC cut him off and told them to stay where they were. A powerful magic circle appeared beneath them. They stared at it, confused. Davy turned toward Coleo and said the Red Tower could deal with him. Elena was bewildered that he could use magic too. The protagonist smiled, thinking that with Elena's mana circle, even a small mana gate could be triggered through interference at any time. He was glad he had saved that trick for himself. Smiling, MC declared that this was the end. A powerful light rose from deep inside the cave. Seeing the blood left on the ground, Davy grew angry. Picking up the great sword, he muttered that it was rude for the Count to run off and leave someone else's precious child behind. He raised the sword and went still. He was furious that the Count had turned them against him, and even dared to drag Wendley into this. The protagonist coldly said LinkedIn shouldn't expect an easy death. Blood trailed across the dungeon floor. The crippled Count was partway up the dungeon steps. LinkedIn turned and called Davy a monster. MC grinned and said they'd soon see which one of them really was. With one swing, he sent waves of mana at the Count. The blast was so bright that LinkedIn had to shield his face. Then Davy suddenly froze when he saw something. Then he rushed straight after the Count. LinkedIn looked confused. Still grinning, he watched the protagonist come closer. Pointing at MC, LinkedIn said he still had one more trick. That made him pause. The air had suddenly grown much heavier. Seeing the Count smile, Davy realized it was a barrier made by forcing a huge amount of mana together. He couldn't even guess how much money it took to build. LinkedIn pressed the remote and sneered that the show was over, calling the protagonist a monster. At once, a magic barrier wrapped around the device. Prokok warned MC that LinkedIn was trying to run. Mocking him, the Count declared victory and stomped on the remote. Grinning, LinkedIn said the relics contained a mana gate. It was slow, but once activated, it could send something out of this dimension. He was sure Davy's magic sword couldn't cut through the barrier. He looked sickened. From inside the barrier, the Count swore he'd never forgive anyone who got in the way of his research. One day, he said, the protagonist would be shoved into a test chamber alive, then told him to watch closely. Prokok went pale. LinkedIn pulled down his jacket and bragged that he had all of MC's medicine. He said he'd steal everything else too. Shaken and wild-eyed, he claimed Davy wouldn't save anyone in the end. Then he added that, once he disappeared, it would all be over. His eyes burned with hate. Resting a hand on the barrier, the Count asked how the protagonist felt. At least, he said, he could hear him one last time. MC rested his sword on his shoulder and asked if he was done. Listening to him was disgusting. He gripped his weapon and got ready to strike. Then Davy introduced himself to the Count and wished him a safe trip. LinkedIn blinked in confusion. With one swing, he shattered the magic barrier. Staring at him with cold hatred, the protagonist said it didn't matter whether it was a mana barrier or a gate. In his hand was a blue sword that could destroy anything outside the physical world. Turning slightly, Davy said catching a Count like this was always easy for him. Perserk looked at LinkedIn's body and saw he'd been reduced to a mangled corpse. MC said a man who committed such cruel acts had earned this end. Even so, he looked unhappy. He hadn't wanted LinkedIn to die so fast. Floating nearby, Perserk realized he'd still been holding back. Then the whole dungeon suddenly shook. Perserk stared, unable to tell what was happening. Davy froze, clearly alarmed. Calling LinkedIn a pathetic worm, he guessed the Count was trying to erase the evidence. The squad spread out from under the body, and the protagonist thought that even at the end, LinkedIn was still causing trouble. The sound of hooves rang across the wasteland. The squad leader ordered everyone to search the area. The first and third units were to arrest Count LinkedIn and Captain Colio. If they fought back, the soldiers were to pull out instead of wasting strength. Then he told the second squad to find Baron Gornio and protect him. The rest were ordered to keep the residents safe. He reminded them their mission was not a reckless battle, but protecting the people. As the troops rode out, the captain told them to save even one more life. Looking over the land, he said the damage was beyond belief. Seeing the smoke still hanging in the air, the captain said that even before he left, things hadn't looked this bad. Varys thought back to a few days earlier, when Winley Alron had gone to Hainesland and the Office of Diseases arrived under Count LinkedIn. A memory came to him from one night by the window, while waiting for part of the Lord's power and the agreed results to be transferred. Something one person suggested had already made him uneasy. Later, Baron Gornio's words only deepened that doubt. Then Varys remembered turning around and seeing the Baron before him. Alron had been thinking that someone might be spreading the disease on purpose. When a subordinate suddenly called out to Varys, he told Alron to look at the body lying ahead. Startled, Varys guessed they were members of the elimination squad. The knights' corpses were covered in strange spots. Horrified, Alron couldn't believe how many there were. Then he asked the question that tied everything together. Varys hurried forward, knowing there was no time to lose. There was heavy tension inside the palace. Alron went straight to one of the rooms. Throwing the door open, he turned to Baron Gornio. The Baron went stiff when he saw him. As Varys stepped closer, he heard Gornio say he was surprised to see him back. Gornio was relieved Alron was safe, but Varys said he was the one who should be worried. Alron asked what had really happened. The room was full of people in protective masks. Gornio explained that Davy had come with Winley Alron, and Alron was stunned to hear his brother had arrived. Smiling, the Baron said MC had made a cure in just 3 days. Varys was speechless. Gornio admitted the whole process shocked him. He had solved a disease their own people had given up on, as if it were nothing. Then Alron asked about the bodies outside. Gornio said they were Count Culio's knights. The Baron believed they had planned to get rid of them after the cure was created. Varys was stunned. Panicked, Alron asked where Winley was and what had happened to his brother. Gornio told him to calm down, but Alron said the cure mattered less to him than Winley Alron and Davy. Furious, Varys slammed his hand against the wall and demanded to know if they were safe. Clutching his head, Alron blurted out that if he had been there with them. Varys desperately said that if anything had happened to Winley Alron, there would be consequences. The princess beside him asked what exactly that meant. When Alron noticed them, he froze. Alina smiled and guessed Varys cared about Winley Alron much more than he admitted. The princess, confused, asked why Alron was acting so strange. But then a powerful tremor shook the palace. The chandeliers started swinging back and forth. Startled, the princess thought it was an earthquake. A flock of birds cut across the evening sky. Davy kicked off the ground and shot upward. Looking around, he saw things had worked out well enough. At least he hadn't wasted more time and energy. Then he laughed and said everything had completely collapsed. Startled, Berserk told the protagonist to look below. She spotted monsters rushing in every direction, and said they were chimeras. Caught off guard, Davy realized they had escaped. Then he saw where they were heading. The Ordum lands. The raging chimeras kept charging toward the kingdom. MC said it would be hard to hunt them one by one in the forest. He decided he'd have to go back and set up a defense. He paused to think. Then, looking up, he said he had a way to make it work. With that, Davy took off. Launching himself higher, he used fifth circle flight magic. Hovering in the air, he studied the swarms of chimeras below. Feeling the mana around him, he noted that even the humidity here was just right. Extending his hand, the protagonist turned to Handin. Testing a hand on his sword tip, he asked to borrow some mana. Since he had no better option, he'd handle this with that help. Berserk froze in shock. Davy knew a fifth circle mage normally couldn't safely cast high-level magic, but with his power and Handin's mana, it was possible. A huge magic seal spread out beneath MC's feet. His sword was wrapped at once in red mana. He said he was using thundercloud lightning. Then the whole sky filled with powerful sacred mana. After focusing, Davy cast area capture, border expansion, and then structure change. Berserk stared in surprise. She had never seen that language before, and guessed it was runes. A smile spread across the protagonist's face. Once he reached the edge of the forest, MC said the whole area was now behind him. There was no need to search for every runaway chimera. Magic marks appeared over their heads, and he decided handling the ones behind him would be enough. He focused and prepared to strike. Then he told Berserk he remembered something he wanted to try. Startled, she had no idea what he meant. Davy said at least this wasn't fire. It was lightning from the sky. Inside the magic sphere, a warrior's shape began to form. Grabbing both swords, the protagonist ordered the chimeras to die. Then he unleashed sudden lightning strike. Far off in the wasteland, Carriage wheels could be heard. Soldiers raced beside it at full speed. A man swung a sword and cut down a nearby enemy. His face was twisted with anger. One soldier called out to Sir Velos. The man behind him said they couldn't hold on much longer. At this rate, they'd be captured. Velos looked back, furious that the assassins were still on their tail. Then a heavy rumble came from the edge of the mountain. When Velos turned, he saw huge streams of mana pouring out from deep in the forest. Caught off guard, he had no idea what was happening. Still, excitement lit up his face. He told the coachman to head for the forest. Their choices were gone. Even the soldier couldn't figure out why lightning was raining down from there. The nobles in the carriage panicked, but Velos said there was no time to think twice. The scared girl quietly asked everyone to forgive her. Then they drove straight toward the chain of explosions. Davy was overflowing with massive amounts of mana. An anxious clerk begged him not to push himself any harder, warning that his brain might melt at this rate. Von Pollen said no one could control power like this alone, and Pre-Circ asked if he knew how pale he looked. MC brushed it off. If this much could kill him, he'd never reach the 9th circle. Above the forest, countless magic circles hung in the air. Davy touched his head and figured the mana use wasn't too bad, but his mind was nearly spent. Standing on one of the circles, he admitted he felt horribly seasick. Holding his head, he muttered that if he didn't take a break, his eyes suddenly caught an approaching carriage. That made him freeze. As the carriage passed below, Davy stared in confusion, unable to understand why she was here. Von Pollen pointed out the Imperial family crest, then noticed the platinum color as well. Pre-Circ guessed the people inside were Imperials. The carriage was being chased by a large group of assassins. The protagonist rested a hand on his chin and pointed out this wasn't Western Contas. It was thousands of kilometers away, so it had to be either the Pollen Empire or the Rains Empire on the eastern continent. Pre-Circ told him to stay out of it. If an Imperial was being hunted here, their enemies were no joke. She warned that stepping in could drag him into something even worse. Davy went quiet and thought it over. Noise came from inside the Imperial carriage. Hovering above it, MC tried to see who was there. A girl in a pink hat peeked out the window. At that moment, he felt a rush of mana. He shut his eyes and sensed a clean, refreshing energy, clearing his head. A flower came to mind, and he realized it was the scent of an elementalist. Watching the carriage move away, Davy went completely still. Then he pointed toward her. Magic circles instantly spread across the ground. Pre-Circ was stunned. At the same time, a giant magic seal opened in the sky. The coachman looked up just as a huge blast erupted behind them. Seeing the explosion, Davy realized his hand had slipped. An angry clerk shouted that the protagonist had flown off on his own, and claimed she knew nothing about it. A confused look crossed his face. Strong winds whipped his hair wildly. Pre-Circ could only stare as Davy started to fall. A faint line of magic trailed from his body as he dropped. Inside the carriage, a frightened girl sat curled in the corner. The man who opened the door smiled and told her they were safe now. They had crossed the border. Taking her hand, he added that the Imperial Order of Chivalry would be there to meet them soon. The person leading the group then said he couldn't see Sir Hellos, Sir Rooks, or Sir Hyben. The girl held her hat and begged them to forgive her. She blamed everything on herself. Her subordinates were stunned and asked what nonsense she was saying. No one had the right to insult her dignity like that. Velos dropped to one knee and said her pain came from his own failure. He felt he didn't deserve to live, and she quickly begged him to stop. She raised her hands and said she just didn't want him suffering because of her anymore. Velos answered that he had to stay strong, if only for his Imperial Majesty. Clutching the hem of her dress, she tried to speak. Fired up, Velos swore in the name of Velos, the Imperial Swordmaster, that he would investigate everything and put out the unrest spreading among their people. Two subordinates stood behind him as the girl thanked him for those words. One of the men asked Velos what that lightning had been. The captain admitted he didn't know. It was nothing like a natural event. Still, what mattered most was that they had survived, and if someone had actually controlled those bolts, that was beyond reason. The girl quietly turned to the setting sun. Velos rubbed his chin and said power like that would shake the ranks of the continent's greatest mages. The man beside him guessed only a magical dragon, not a human, could cause something so terrifying. A strong wind blew through the girl's hair. As she fixed it, she softly said he had dark hair. She went on, describing him as shallow and simple, yet somehow steady. Meanwhile, Davy lay on the ground in the middle of the forest. Half asleep, he mumbled about the smell of dogwood. Light filtered through the trees. Wincing, he tried to open his eyes. When they finally opened a little, he saw a clerk standing over him. Von Pollen, clearly shaken, was relieved he was awake. Pre-Circ held out a sheet of water and told him to drink first. Davy sat up, thanked her, and said it had been the best sleep he'd had in a long time. When he asked how long he'd been out, smiling, Von Pollen said it couldn't have been more than 2 hours. MC looked around and guessed the Ordum lands hadn't fallen into chaos. Von Pollen confirmed it. He rolled onto his side and said that in that case, they'd leave after he slept a little more. Berserk was instantly outraged. Cries echoed through the forest as Von Pollen told him to think about the people worried sick over him. Barisi turned to Davy, flustered. He asked when Barisi had returned. Barisi said it had only been a little while ago, then looked back at him again. The protagonist looked confused. Barisi started checking him all over, clearly relieved he wasn't hurt. With a hand on his head, Barisi asked if MC had any idea how shocked he was to learn he'd been left alone in the Count's territory. MC could only think about how overprotective his brother was. Boris explained that after hearing about his meeting with Winley and Elena at the 5th level, he gathered a rescue team and rushed after him. Davy figured his brother hadn't been able to reach this place. He remembered the huge attack he used to wipe out the cameras. Anyone entering a forest hit by thousands of lightning strikes would be throwing their life away. Thinking about Barisi, he had to admit lasting even 5 hours was impressive. Then Winley ran to her brother. She hugged the protagonist and asked if he was hurt. Caught off guard, he told her he was fine. Barisi demanded to know why Winley had come, reminding her he told her to stay in bed. She snapped back and told him not to be ridiculous. Winley asked how she was supposed to sleep peacefully while her brother still hadn't returned. Elena smiled and teased that Davy was being smothered with love, which made him awkwardly ask if it really looked that way. MC turned to Elena and asked if anything unusual had happened after they came back with Winley. Elena said everything was under control, aside from the destruction everywhere. He added that the area around Haynes was in an uproar, and without him it would have turned into a disaster. As an elder of the Magic Tower, Elena said the whole thing felt deeply shameful. The frustrated mage kept talking about the cure, so the protagonist asked if this was what he meant. He held up a small jar of medicine, and the stunned mage asked where he got it. Grinning, Davy said LinkedIn had hidden it carefully in his clothes. Then he told Elena not to worry, and to come inside with him. MC said he'd given first aid, but that wasn't enough to be sure. Proper treatment would be better. By evening, the city had finally calmed. In one palace room, the children talked while he thought over what Baris had told him. After they returned to the manor, looking at Baris, he realized nothing new had come up. It was all just as he expected. The protagonist said it began when Count LinkedIn intentionally spread the disease through bandits. Then Baris set a small jar on the table. Looking at it, Davy brought up the CDC logo. Baris said they found it at the main bandit base. After several days of searching, Oren snapped that the real owner had been pushed aside while an outsider acted like he ruled the place. MC explained that Varys used the outbreak as an excuse to leave the territory, and secretly gather proof. He remembered that when he first met Gornio, the Baron strongly tried to stop him from getting involved in these lands. The fear on Gornio's face said enough. The protagonist guessed the Baron was scared an outside person would get dragged into the mess. He looked a little bothered, and admitted he felt bad about that. Varys then said this was his part to handle. Oren turned toward MC and went still. Carefully Varys asked if he could ask him something. The protagonist agreed, and Oren's face lit up. Seeing the mood in the room, MC figured they all had plenty they wanted to ask. He lifted his tea and thought about how long he'd been dodging this subject. He also knew things might have gone very differently if someone else had been the one at the center of it all. Silence filled the room. To Davy, it made sense. No one here could really understand what had happened to him. Old memories rose up in his mind, using the sword for the first time, beating Kallio, and making a cure for that deadly disease. As he took a sip of tea, the protagonist wondered how anyone could believe a man barely in his 20s should have power like this. He thought of the princess who had grabbed the sword before even touching the hilt and called her a true genius. Even Alina still hadn't crossed into Swordmaster, and that said plenty. Then there was Yules, once called the greatest prodigy on the continent, and even he was only nearing that level. Meanwhile, a 17-year-old boy who had spent a third of his life in a coma had reached all of it with ease. Lost in thought, Davy stayed completely still. With a small grin he said even he could only call it impossible. Still, once he chose this path, he kept walking it, no matter how twisted it was. A picture flashed through his head, himself circling the whole planet. Winley cut in angrily, telling them to stop acting like this was an interrogation. Alrin clearly wanted answers too, and Yules agreed. He'd seen Davy's inhuman power himself, yet it still didn't feel real. Looking straight at him, Yules added that MC's mana felt like it belonged to someone else. He figured that was what Yules cared about most. Holding the cup near his face, the protagonist was at least glad they didn't think the lightning in the forest was his work too. Even the clerk seemed to think that came from a totally different source. He set the cup down and decided to explain what he could. The others went quiet and waited. Davy smiled and simply said he tried. That answer stunned them. None of them knew what he meant. Still smiling, he explained. During that short time, he had trained hard enough to nearly die. Leaning on her mug, Berserk said he wasn't lying. Davy knew it was true. Even 1,000 years wouldn't be enough to learn every technique out there. A complex mechanism came to mind. Thinking back on his training, MC said he worked from morning until dawn. Exhausted, he would collapse into bed, only to dream about training too, and sleep and while awake. That was his whole life. Looking at his ruined hands, he said he pushed himself so hard that even the way heroes turn became something a passing goblin could laugh at. A faint smile crossed his face, but hearing that, Varys turned pale and sweaty, letting out a strange little laugh. Davy wasn't shocked. She thought he was joking. To everyone else, he had only started growing stronger after waking from his coma. He closed his eyes with an easy smile and brushed it off, saying the world was full of things people couldn't explain. When he added that he had reached all this in less than a year, Varys froze even harder in disbelief. Then the protagonist brought up the strange part. Why his mana felt ordinary, yet he could still draw a sword through such dense aura. The green-haired twins stared at him with wide eyes, waiting for an answer. Davy only smiled back at his siblings. At last, he started to speak. In the end, though, all he said was that someday, when the time was right, he'd tell her everything. Varys was clearly let down. Elrond only kept that quiet, unreadable smile on his face. MC knew he couldn't tell them about the gallery yet. It would sound ridiculous, and for now, a little truth had to be enough. Berserk yawned softly over her tea. Davy decided only one person needed to know the whole truth. The four of them sat in the royal drawing room, and he was thankful the other three accepted his refusal, even if they'd expected real answers. Soon, the talk came to an end. As usual, solving one problem only seemed to create another. Davy stayed quiet with the clerk on his shoulder, forcing an awkward smile. He asked if she was upset, but she just crossed her arms and turned away without a word. Trying to make peace, the protagonist reached a hand toward his adopted daughter, but Handan ran off and hid under the blankets, cheeks puffed up in anger. MC almost laughed. She looked just like a hamster stuffing its cheeks. Then he caught himself and got serious again. The prince tried to cheer up his sulking daughter while thinking about how an ego weapon powered by mana would strike with great force and speed before settling into a stable form. As Handan slowly started loosening up, Davy realized the borrowed mana cost was way too high for a sword girl not even a month old. At first she clapped happily, then turned away again, still upset with him. Suddenly, Jondan hugged her from behind and asked her sister to stop acting like that. He used the chance to pull out a shortbread cookie with a drop of jam in the middle, and both girls froze. Their eyes lit up right away. It was their favorite snack. But Handan still said she didn't want it, and Davy realized his plan had failed. He could tell. The red-haired girl wanted the cookies badly. That only showed how deeply offended she still was, and the protagonist felt embarrassed watching her struggle between pride and sweets. At that point, he seemed out of options. Then, to the sister's shock, MC started eating the cookies himself, and even let crumbs fall. He kept praising how tasty they were, while tears began to well up in her eyes. To her, Davy looked like a complete devil. The clerk flew in front of his face, crying and scolding him, though even she seemed stunned by how far this had gone. Berserk finally shouted at him, furious over how he was treating the child. A streak of her purple hair flashed past his face. Then an adult woman's hand reached toward the children. Davy went stiff, staring blankly at the clerk and the girls. He called out to the demoness, and she answered casually without even fully looking at him. What threw him off was seeing Handan in Berserk's arms. Only now Berserk had grown to normal human size. When the protagonist asked how, she said body enlargement wasn't hard for her, especially with demonic power. Biting into a cookie, MC guessed it worked like a kind of link between energy bodies. Berserk gently stroked the girl's head, while the sisters sobbed. Then they suddenly called her mom. Berserk froze and turned bright red, and Davy dropped his cookie. Dan and Jondin rushed in and clung to the demoness, calling for their parents. He awkwardly joked that Berserk had made the sisters cry. He laughed weakly as his adopted daughters shouted that they hated him, slurring some of the words. Berserk, as clever as a former demon queen should be, answered in a soft, motherly voice and calmly soothed them. Davy thought about how demons were treated on the continent, like some ancient evil from old books, but watching this made all that sound like empty superstition. He watched with a warm smile. When the protagonist tried once more to offer cookies, his daughter turned away, and Berserk muttered that sometimes she wanted to sew his reckless mouth shut. With a gloomy look, MC took a quiet bite. This time, the cookie tasted bitter. A few days later, medicine supplies began going out to everyone across the territory. Of course, that didn't solve everything. Even with preventive vaccinations in place, they still couldn't do much about the bacteria left in the soil. By then, it was confirmed that more than 300 people had died because of what happened in the Ordumlands. When Jack asked if Prince he was troubled by that number, he said that with a disease this deadly, keeping the losses that low was already a huge success. He knew this sickness had wiped out hundreds of millions on other continents. If he hadn't come here, and the disease had spread through these lands into the rest of the country, half the eastern continent could have been swallowed by the outbreak. That was why the protagonist couldn't understand LinkedIn's plan, and why even hundreds of deaths still felt like a grim relief. Jack then asked coldly how much the prince really knew about the disease. Davy asked, half joking, if that would be counted too, and Jack replied that every bit of it would go on the bill. The princess joked that she hoped he wouldn't have to pay the spy back with his organs, and he declined. MC leaned on his hand and casually asked what Jack wanted in return. Jack wouldn't name a price yet, worried he might change his mind, so the prince half-jokingly offered to take him in. With a pitiful look, the spy asked if he really meant that, and the protagonist just laughed. Still, he thought Jack would have to drop his guard first before becoming his man. Davy didn't care who Jack worked for, or where he came from. Before he could say more, MC noticed something. He pulled open his desk drawer and found the communication crystal glowing, even though no one should have been contacting him. Inside it was Amy, looking terrified. Near the carriage, Winley waved to her brother, while Alina stood behind her. When she said everything was ready, Davy turned back. A week passed, and thanks to the stronger push against the disease, most patients were finally able to leave their beds. Some still died, but overall the Ordom lands recovered fast. The people threw their support behind the prince. Being called a saint only made him blush. He could have done without all the praise. Davy, Winley, and Alina got ready for the 3-day carriage trip home, so they could recover their mana. As Winley happily talked about the sights along the way, the protagonist smiled and drifted into his own thoughts. Looking out from the carriage, he remembered taking on serious work in the first place, so he could live quietly. Lately, life had been the exact opposite, and the constant pressure was wearing him down. That was why this slow trip felt perfect. It gave him a chance to be lazy for once. They traveled on past the falls. The group stopped by a waterfall, and Davy rubbed his tired face. Winley asked if he was comfortable, and he told her he was fine. Still uneasy, she wondered whether Barise would be okay, and why he had sent her to Hainesland too. Alina guessed with a smile that Prince Ordom just wanted his little sister to rest somewhere else, but that wasn't the real reason. Davy remembered Barise asking his older brother to watch over Winley for a while. Back then, MC had noticed his younger brother looking troubled, and asked what was wrong. Barise lowered his head and said several children had gone missing from an orphanage in the Ordom lands. He was especially worried about how Winley would take it, and from Amy, he already knew the same kind of thing was happening in Hainesland. Meanwhile, Winley and Alina enjoyed the view from the carriage. Davy was disappointed that the trip ended so soon, and Alina asked if something was going on in the lands. Forcing a smile, the protagonist shut his eyes and said a troublesome guest had arrived, leaving Alina confused. When the carriage suddenly lurched hard, Winley quickly looked outside. Riders in red cloaks had blocked the road and were apologizing for the stop. Alina stared at their crest in confusion. It was a black and gold lion on a red field. Davy didn't even bother looking at them as they apologized again. Their captain, Duras, announced that he and his men had come to escort MC, Barise, and Winley. After greeting Alina, the captain waited while he sank into thought. A week earlier, Amy had shared more information, and the protagonist had been impressed by how sharp she was. The visitor who had come was none other than Ina Caldera's contract worker. In another place, a training ground stood near a large glass-walled building. An arrow cut through the air and struck dead center. The man in yellow drew another arrow. It flew out with incredible speed and split the first arrow right through the middle. A second man, dressed in a black tailcoat, praised the archer. When the man in yellow, Emperor Thurid Aurendis, asked Crown Prince Albus Aurendis to try, Albus only smiled shyly and said he would embarrass himself against such a master. Thurid was tired of how easily his heir put on that act. He warned Albus that one of his brothers might steal the title at this rate, but Albus didn't seem worried. As tea was served, Thurid asked about the crown princess, and Albus said he was living peacefully thanks to the emperor. Thurid replied that a strong man should learn to protect his family before trying to protect the world. Then, with a knowing smile, he asked why Albus had really come, since it clearly wasn't for idle talk. Albus said he had finally gotten a reply from the Echo Guild, which pleased the emperor. He then asked which news the Horde wanted first, the good news or the uncertain news. The emperor chose the uncertain one. Albus reported that Count LinkedIn was dead, and Count Colio had been arrested after their cruel crimes were exposed. He added that they had been running secret experiments and spreading a deadly disease through the Ordom lands, and the Horde asked who killed the Count. When Albus named the first prince of the Kingdom of Rune, the Horde wasn't surprised. He simply covered his mouth and thought it over. When Albus told him not to blame himself, the Horde gave a small laugh and said news like that wasn't enough to shake an emperor. Then it was time for the better news. Albus revealed that a cure for Demon's blood disease had been created, and Theurd's face tightened with interest. When Davy's name came up again as the one behind the vaccine, the emperor stayed calm, but he clearly wasn't pleased. He asked whether there had been any problems with the treatment, and Albus said no. The people of the Ordom lands were recovering one by one. Their talk shifted to Prince the 1100th himself. The emperor said there would definitely be people trying to claim a talent like that. Albus suggested sending an official invitation to the imperial palace soon, and the Horde agreed. He even planned to push for Davy to marry into the imperial family, since the boy had already built an amazing record. Just then, a girl in a fancy pink dress approached the table, with two plainly dressed women behind her. She had long turquoise hair, and wore a white mask striped in black, barely hiding her anxiety. The girl nervously began speaking about the Empire's two-headed dragon, but the Ord cut her off. She stopped at once and gave a short nod. The Emperor's face twisted with anger. The masked girl was Aria Lindis Alrendis, the youngest princess of the Alrendis family, and one of the rare mixed-blood beastmen. Beastmen were looked down on in the Alrendis Empire, but Aria was spared only because she was royalty. Even so, the stares and contempt she received had made her shrink into herself. Rumors claimed she wasn't truly of royal blood, and the Ord sternly asked why she no longer called him father. Her voice shaking, Aria said everyone was watching, and they would start whispering again that a lowly beast like her didn't belong beside the ruler of the empire. The moment she called herself that, the Ord slammed his fist on the table, making her flinch. Still smiling, Albus asked whether the people behind those words should be executed, but his grim father told him to investigate first. The Erd's anger only grew as he said anyone spreading such filth about the royal family should be crushed, so they could never speak again, and Albus openly agreed. Aria could only apologize in a trembling voice. Her animal ears popped up as she begged her father and brother not to go that far just because of her, but that didn't calm them at all. Both turned their fury toward the people who had hurt her. In the next moment though, their expressions softened into gentle smiles. The Ord patted Aria's head and said that if anyone dared insult his daughter, even wiping out their whole family wouldn't be enough to repay the sin. Aria hesitated, then said his reputation would suffer if he did that, and asked him to forget what she had said. With a fist over her chest, she asked her father to promise, and he agreed. The Ord then spoke firmly to his son, and Albus assured him he would handle it quietly. Hearing that, Aria let out a loud cry. Ainsland was crowded with knights in red cloaks and black armor at the gate. One of them stood apart from the rest right in front of the entrance. By the window, Davy closed his eyes and sighed. He remembered how he had thrown everything at Iluna while escaping the Febi Principality, and figured that if he were in her place he would have chased this man down and strangled him, no matter how long it took. His thoughts were broken when Amy called for His Majesty. She reported that Princess Ina of the Pollen Empire wanted to see him, and he laughed at how formal that sounded. When Amy asked if Ina should be shown to the living room, Davy decided that this princess counted as a truly important figure. No matter how quickly Ainsland was growing, it still wasn't important enough for a princess from the continent's strongest empire to visit for no reason. To the protagonist, Iluna was the only exception, though he knew the red-haired mage had influence too. So when he told Amy to refuse Ina's visit, she froze in surprise. She stood there silently for a moment, then finally answered that she would do as ordered. With a final bow, the maid left. Berserk looked playful, while Handen stayed as calm as ever. Now a normal size, the Demoness asked if he was afraid of the fallout, but Davy, holding a sheet of paper, said he had his reasons. Berserk said nothing after that and only touched her head, deep in thought. Later, they showed up themselves, and MC turned them away every time. After that, they started sending formal requests instead. One refusal came after another. They kept acting like little kids. That made things rough for Amy, since she was stuck in the middle of it all. Davy even heard the knights were getting angry, but he still rejected the request. Luckily, they didn't cause a scene, and he liked how smoothly things were going. Berserk looked annoyed, but the protagonist just smiled and said he was raising his own value. Shrinking back to her small form, Berserk watched as MC happily guessed the publicity would pay off big, especially with the top information guilds watching. He started imagining how much the land's value would rise. Not getting him at all, Berserk asked how he could be so sure when he couldn't predict what others would do. With a grin, Davy said Princess Alina would be fine. He laughed, already picturing rumors about Haines' land spreading across the whole continent. Then suddenly, golden hair swept past his face. It was Alina, dead set on finding him. Davy's good mood vanished, and he sarcastically asked if princesses were all training to move like that now. Alina made it clear they needed to talk, and he wasn't sure what to make of it. She grabbed his collar and yelled that they had a lot to discuss. When he still didn't look at her, she got even madder and shouted louder. Berserk figured Davy had gotten way too full of himself. In the royal garden, Dyeworth asked Arya if she had anything else to say. Tilting her head, she spoke hesitantly. The Emperor smiled and told her to speak freely. Fidgeting with her fingers, she brought up an old promise. If she recovered, her father had said she could get engaged to the one she loved. A bright blush spread under Arya's mask. When she asked if that promise still stood, Dyeworth's hand tightened around his teacup. The cup shattered. His face twisted as he heard about the young man who had saved her on the way back to the Empire. Hands clasped like a prayer, she said she wanted to meet him again. Even though she didn't know his name, after a long silence, the Emperor called for Alvos. He asked his son for the Rendis family motto, and Alvos answered with an easy smile. Anyone who can't even protect himself will never achieve anything. Furious, Diorth hissed that there was a bug in his flower garden. Alvos promised to investigate and drag that pest before the Emperor, while Arya stared in shock. The Emperor jumped to his feet, completely enraged. A panicked Arya tried to calm him down. None of them knew yet that this man was the one who cured the devil's blood. He had also found the key to breaking Princess Arya's curse. Before long, they would meet again. Nearby, a robot stood with its arms spread wide. The golem let out a harsh mechanical roar. Its face screen flashed twice like glowing eyes. A strong sword slash lit the stone walls blue and blasted huge chunks into the air. Red hair whipped as the attack scattered rocks. The golem's eyes flashed, and broken stone flew past. Focused and alert, Princess Alina faced it with Caldera in her hands. She breathed out and focused fully on the attack. Standing to one knee, Alina swung the huge two-handed sword, leaving a gold trail through the air. After testing the strike, she realized the sword was heavy, and kept both hands tight on it. Frowning, she pulled the blade back over her shoulder, and got ready for a real attack. Using an omnidirectional strike, she sent several golden slashes straight into the robot, and tore into its body. The red-haired warrior kept hammering it with one strong blow after another. Alina closed the distance, and each swing of the divine sword triggered another explosion on the golem. The force of the golem's hit shoved her back, scraping and cracking the floor under her feet. She raised the glowing sacred sword overhead, ready to finish the metal monster in front of her. The robot suddenly pushed its leg motors to full power, and charged straight at Alina. Her eyes widened as she tracked the speeding mass of metal. The golem shot past in a streak, smashing through everything ahead of it. Alina jumped clear, then swung Caldera, now glowing green, and unleashed a fierce vortex. The robot vanished inside a cloud of dust crackling with blue lightning. Set on her face, the stunned girl stared and muttered that this was brutal. Her trembling hand made it clear the fight was far harder than she expected. Off to the side, Devi watched with his arms folded, while Alina realized this was no normal golem. He looked proud, until a huge metal leg appeared from the dust behind him, leaving her staring at him in confusion. Inside the haze, the robot's red warning lights glowed. Devi calmly said the golem targeting the stunned sword princess was Megatron's prototype. The machine switched to firing mode, and launched red shots at high speed. Caught between shock and horror, Alina screamed, asking what in the world was going on. She angrily yelled that the protagonist was insane for making something this monstrous. An MC, still off to the side, just burst out laughing. Soon the heap of metal lay on the sand, covered in blue sparks, but its flat arm had already pinned the exhausted Alina to the wall, cracking the stone as it pressed against her chest. She opened her eyes a little, frowning and glaring at it with pure hatred. Her annoyed shout rang through the hall. It wasn't fair. Laughing, Devi walked up to his creation, and proudly asked if it was a good golem. The princess answered by cursing him out. After noticing the automatic barrier, Alina demanded to know what he had stuffed into this thing, and he shot back that heavy armor was normal. She snapped that it wasn't fair for a mere golem to use third circle magic and above, then asked if he was trying to build a weapon that could wipe out a continent. The protagonist just stepped over to its leg and praised it for doing great. Once he freed Alina, he explained that magic crystals inside the golem powered those skills. She held her head and said she was too drained to talk. Winley and the mage Euless came over to the worn-out sword princess, and the green-haired girl told her she had done well. Kadera shrank into a pendant, and complained to Devi that with a stronger master, the blade would have won for sure. Smiling with his hands on his hips, he said that would have ruined the experiment. They were all in MC's workshop. As the golem still sparked, he admitted Alina had helped a lot, but there was still plenty left to fix. His workshop was in the dungeon of the Lord's castle, still being built by the dwarves. Up to now, the first prince had been living at the old estate once used by the barons from his mother Lenny's family line. It had been abandoned too long, so instead of restoring it, he chose to build a new home. Later, he planned to live in a grand new castle of his own. Looking at the exhausted princess, he pointed out that she had been fighting the golem he designed right in the middle of that construction site. Alina started to feel sick. Euless and Winley rushed to help, while Devi watched from the side, looking guilty. When she couldn't take it anymore, he hurried over. It had all started with a talk under the moon a few days earlier. The protagonist and Alina had been sitting at a tea table, deep in conversation. Lifting a blue cup, she complained that rumors about them had already spread through the Heinz lands, and he answered that this was exactly what he wanted. The princess of the Palan Empire just looked at him with open disdain. When she said he was only driving up the value of his land, Devi happily agreed and praised her for catching on so fast. Shaking a fist at him, Alina asked if he was fearless, and he joked that he was pretty bold. When Alina said she clicked her tongue in clear annoyance, MC was caught off guard, while the tiny demoness smiled and said Alina could be pretty impulsive sometimes. Sitting on his shoulder, Berserk added that the girl had a good heart and wasn't someone to fear. Devi then turned back to the demon queen and asked again. Looking at the demon girl, he thought that even if Alina didn't know it, Berserk had been sealed inside Caldera and had stayed close to her while she was growing up. Alina cleared her throat, ready to continue. With a hand near her mouth, she decided to begin by thanking him for saving her life earlier. The dragoness started to brush it off, saying the only person he had really saved at first was Windley. She lifted a gloved hand to the brooch at her throat and looked down, touching the glowing gem on the double-headed eagle. Alina said Devi had also helped awaken Caldera's power. Then a divine sword projection rose above the table, shining with rainbow light. If Alina was the contractor, that made her the sword's true master, but until now, she still hadn't fully awakened it. Staring at the sudden sword in shock, MC figured there were only two reasons this could have happened. The sword reaching for her weapon had grown stronger after that incident, or, in the sword's glow, a small blue-haired girl in a white robe appeared. She grabbed at Devi's collar and immediately started cursing him out. Caldera's awakened form was furious, blaming him for what she'd become. The other option was that awakening had gotten easier, because the sword was weakened for a while. Caldera's angry shout echoed through the estate. The tiny Caldera clutched his shirt and demanded an explanation. She kept calling for a familiar demoness. Devi glanced at Berserk in confusion, since she was standing right there. Sitting down, he explained that the demoness crossed over to him when the stigmata appeared on him. Caldera screamed back, asking if he'd done something to her. She begged her friend to answer, while the protagonist shot an annoyed look at the clinging little girl over the unfair blame. He motioned for the demon to come closer, but she stayed quiet while Caldera's frantically searched for her. Berserk asked Devi if she could borrow some mana, and he agreed right away. She pressed a short-gloved hand to his glowing forehead. With both hands on MC's face and her eyes closed, Berserk refilled her mana as golden sparks flickered around them. When the energy settled, she opened her eyes. Caldera's froze as the blue figure appeared clearly before her. The purple-haired girl balled up her fists, too impatient to hide how badly she wanted to greet someone dear to her. Caldera's looked as happy as a puppy, her face softening at once. In front of her, Berserk reappeared in full through magic light and drifting butterflies. The little girl reached both hands out. A second later, Caldera's hugged the demon tight and refused to let go. She burst into tears, and the demon queen only smiled gently at her. Watching this, Elena asked Devi what the sword spirit was doing floating around like that. He said Caldera's was busy with something important, so they should leave her alone for now. Elena replied that she'd never seen her act like this before. Then she turned back to the protagonist, speaking in a reproachful tone. Spreading his arms with a guilty smile, he said he'd answer whatever she wanted to ask. Elena frowned and bluntly asked who he really was. Devi casually said he was Prince Ron, the rightful son of the late Queen Renalacid. That only made Elena slam the table and shout that she meant something else. He stayed calm while she stared at him in silence, trying to rein in her temper. She lowered her head, sat both fists on the table, and accepted that answer for now. MC gave her a clueless smile when Elena said they still had plenty of time. With a dangerous look, she warned that she'd slowly pry everything out of him, and that sent a chill through him. Then she stood up, took something out, and dropped it on the table, leaving him confused. Inside the pink wrapping was a blade. Devi stared at the gleaming weapon while Elena watched him closely. Clutching the cloth, she let him see the sword resting on the soft pink fabric. He picked it up and inspected it from hilt to tip. Right away, he noted how heavy it was. Too much for most people to use well. Leaning on the table, Elena said seriously that this was the sword she normally used. It fit the heavy sword style of the hair technique perfectly. Still holding the dark blade, Devi thought that once skill got high enough, the sword itself mattered less. Looking him straight in the eye, the red-haired girl finally got to the point. She wanted him to teach her the sword god technique. She braced both hands on the table, and kept glaring at him, waiting for his answer. Sitting back proudly with a grin, the protagonist said he could always refuse. Elena answered at once that she'd just ask again. With a sly smile, he asked what she'd do if he refused a second time. She said she had another way to pressure him. Then a bundle of papers landed in front of Devi, and he looked dumbfounded again. Elena held a marriage proposal right up to his face. As he sat there reading in confusion, the princess explained that Prince Ron could ignore the paper, but the royal family could not. She'd even thrown away her pride by bringing it here herself. MC read the document carefully, and Elena asked what he thought. Smiling wide in victory, she said she could be sweet enough to make anyone melt. Putting on a cute expression with a hand to her cheek, she asked if he wanted to test that. Holding up the proposal, Devi looked both surprised and flustered. When his cheeks turned red, Berserk asked if his heart was racing. He denied it, and she called him out for lying. After taking the proposal back, Elena warned that if he kept dodging her, she'd send it to Ron instead. She also reminded him that her father had allowed her to marry anyone, even a slave, and if the emperor's daughter wanted the lore of the growing Haines lands, the emperor would likely approve. Devi, baffled, asked her to imagine what would happen if his family actually accepted, wondering how little she valued herself. With fake sweetness, Elena said she wouldn't mind marrying such a dependable prince. Watching her ridiculous scheme, the protagonist decided she was unbelievably reckless. He put his hands on her shoulders and told her to stop talking nonsense, clearly trying to end this fast. Then he ruffled her red hair and, with a friendly smile, suggested they have a more normal talk next time. Elena spun around sharply and declared she wasn't giving up, showing off both her bad temper and her stubborn streak. She grabbed his jacket and yanked him closer, shouting right in Devi's face. Elena told him they'd see which one of them was more stubborn. Through the window, the red-haired girl was kissing the dark-haired boy. As evening settled over the castle, night drew near. Elena brushed her long red hair. At her dressing table, she looked into the mirror when a golden star-shaped light appeared beside her. Calderas admitted she hadn't expected her master to bring a marriage proposal to meet Devi. She worried about Elena's current fiancé, but figured there'd be no real issue, since they were only childhood friends. Elena set down the wooden comb and said that wasn't the real problem. Floating nearby, Calderas asked if it was because there was still no news from her partner, and Elena confirmed it. Looking sadly out the window, the princess said she had no choice but to force stubborn MC to teach her, no matter what. Night fully took over, and stars filled the sky. Wearing a blue and white dress, Elena sat in Devi's office, busy signing a stack of papers. He walked in, already annoyed, and asked if the princess didn't have other things to do. She said yes, that was exactly why she was here. Resting her chin on her clasped hands, Elena teased that people grow closer by spending time together. Wearing her in disbelief, Devi couldn't even find words for how strong-willed she was. After that moonlit declaration, Elena started showing up every single day, even at his workplace. The stubborn redhead was interrupted by a shout that rattled everything on the table. Winley angrily said the imperial princess made no sense and asked who brings their own work into someone else's office. Smiling, Elena replied that the protagonist wasn't a stranger to her. He was a close friend. She added dreamily that the imperial chancellor visited the count, his friend, all the time. Winley got mad, demanding to know when Elena became close to her brother. After hearing that, Winley snapped that talking to her was impossible. Watching from the side, Perserk remarked that Winley was completely in the crafty princess's hands. Lifting her tea, the red-haired girl smugly said she was much stronger. Then she clarified that Yuli's was in the study. The Red Tower mage set down his blue cup, trying to phrase things properly. Smiling, he said it wasn't a big deal, since he and Mr. Devi were pretty close friends, which only annoyed Elena more, since she had no idea when that happened. Yuli's then gave MC a sly wink. While MC still had no clue why he was asking such odd questions, Elena quickly accused him of refusing to get involved with her because of the situation. Asked directly, the protagonist replied with a smile that getting close to her carelessly would make him the enemy of a lot of people. By lamplight, Elena asked him to drop the formal talk and just be friends. Devi could only think about how messy things had gotten. MC soon realized Yuli's and the Red Princess were closer than he thought, and Winley was shocked he hadn't noticed. Their bond was already common talk. People were even spreading engagement rumors about the mage and the princess, something Winley heard at a few private gatherings. Elena crossed her arms and firmly said they were only old friends. Yuli's backed her up. Still, Winley complained that Yuli seemed to be forgetting the future of the Red Tower. While staying here, he quickly said the princess didn't need to hear that. He asked if Yuli's really had to stay at the branch that was almost finished, but Yuli said he honestly had nothing urgent to do. Then the mage lit up and said he also had magic business with the prince. Devi knew he meant nonverbal spells, but of all the strange magic the protagonist had shown, the one thing Yuli's cared about most was casting without speaking. MC gave him a small clue. Even with every mana circle in use, the success rate would only be around 10%. Pulling it off was still incredibly hard, so Devi asked Yuli's if he'd given up. Yuli's only smiled and said being called a nerd was basically praise for a mage. He relaxed, glad the older mage understood, and had kept his secret from the tower. Seeing how pleased Yuli's was, the protagonist felt genuinely thankful. Before he could think any longer, someone called out from behind him. Amy entered the study with two maids and reported that everything MC requested had been moved to the warehouse. Elena asked who she was, and Winley answered with clear dislike that Amy was his personal maid. She added that Amy often handles things in Devi's place around the estate, and had recently become a baroness. Elena was impressed, but the protagonist brushed it off, saying the kingdom was in chaos and he couldn't handle everything himself. Amy left looking a little flustered. At that time, two sides were clashing inside the royal palace of Rowan, the royal faction led by Marquis Failgris, and the nobles gathered under the Duke of Bariata. MC decided he'd watched from the sidelines long enough. Now it was his turn to act. Yuli's asked where the first prince was headed, and Devi answered with a smile by asking if he wanted to come along. He added that if the alchemists were interested, his friend probably would be too. Curious, Elena asked to come with them. When the protagonist said yes, she lit up with joy. She hurried after him, clearly eager to see what he meant. At the manor workshop, the dwarves warmly welcomed their mentor. Devi was glad to see the tower had grown much taller, and one of the dwarves proudly made it clear he had handled the job with great care. the others were stunned to find dwarves working on the manor grounds. MC began introducing the people with him, starting with Winley's sister. Golda was delighted to meet her, and proudly said the mentor talked about her a lot. He also greeted the princess, saying Devi had praised all her good points. Then Golda called Winley a very nice person, which made her deeply uncomfortable. He turned to the rest before they moved on. He introduced Yules, the elder of the Red Tower, and Elena, princess of the Palan Empire. Golda studied them for a moment, and decided they were important people. Even so, he quickly told Devi he didn't care much about rank. For the first time, Elena and Yules didn't quite know how to respond. Golda then passed along greetings from Brother Golda, and said the holy sword was almost complete. This new holy sword was meant to replace Primordial Spark, and the protagonist had only provided the base design, leaving the rest to the dwarves. After clearing his throat, Golda offered them a tour, but Devi politely refused, saying he came to inspect the delivered materials. Golda understood at once, and went to notify the giant warrior. Soon, a massive metal figure stood before the group. Yai stared in surprise and asked MC what they were looking at. Devi simply said it was a guardian. Yai kept staring, wondering if it was some kind of golem. He just smiled. Standing beside the giant machine, the protagonist explained that golems are usually made from hardened clay or steel, and some nations even use small squads of them in war. Impressed, Yules praised the golem and guessed it must have cost a fortune to build. Devi only looked at the grinning clerk and wondered if it really was that expensive. The core came from the ancient magic golem that guarded the source of the Haynes drought curse, so after reworking it, this Megatron wasn't actually that costly. Lord Haynes smugly thought that for someone with a workshop like this, money clearly wasn't a problem. When Berserk mocked MC for spending too much, MC defended himself. Making his own workshop was a dream come true. Then he raised a finger and started loudly giving Megatron orders. Eager to test his creation, Winley and Yules were thrilled by how smoothly it moved and by the way it could run on magic. Elena flushed, covered her mouth, and stared with shining eyes as she asked how he made something this huge. Devi said that once he decided to do it, he had to do it right. Seeing her reaction, he grinned and asked what she thought of his work. Then he said the golem still needed proper testing. Elena froze, surprised, as the protagonist asked if she would take the challenge, promising to grant one wish if she agreed. She accepted right away, though her trembling voice showed she was nervous. When Elena warned she might break it, Devi leaned against the giant metal leg and widened his eyes. Then he just smiled and said that would be fine. He told her not to hold back, but Elena still hesitated because the golem looked too expensive. MC assured her it wouldn't break so easily while she sized up her new opponent. His confidence only made her look more annoyed. She frowned and fixed him with a serious stare. Then Elena tied back her long red hair with white ribbons. After making twin tails, she smiled wide and declared she was ready, gripping a blade wrapped in cloth. As she drew her two-handed sword, Elena warned Devi not to regret this. Her great sword slammed down with force, leaving a faint glow behind. By the end, Elena was sitting on the floor, exhausted and dirty, bitter that she'd lost to a tin can. He told her the fight gave him useful data he couldn't have gotten alone, and Elena felt completely tricked. She grabbed his hand with her gloved one and reminded him of his promise to grant any request. Rubbing his palm, Devi awkwardly said that promise covered anything except sword training. Elena agreed and said she'd think about it. A confused Yules started to speak, but the protagonist cut him off before he could finish. Yules was stunned by how quickly MC understood, while Winley tried to comfort the disappointed mage who had wanted to fight the golem too. When Elena asked if he planned to build more like it, he said yes and explained this one was only a prototype. He planned to make 5 more after finishing it, and that answer made Elena go quiet with thought. Devi gave her a strange smile when she asked him to make one for her too. When he hinted at the cost, Elena folded her hands and said she wasn't asking for it for free. The protagonist jokingly asked if she planned to buy it, and Elena looked at him like he was being silly and reminded him how wealthy she was as a princess. That only irritated MC, and while Berserk and Calder laughed, he told Elena even the Imperial Treasury would feel the hit. Then he suddenly shouted that golems were not for sale. Elena didn't like being yelled at, but he quickly calmed down and told everyone to leave the workshop. That night at Devi's estate, his desk was covered with notes and a detailed blueprint. As he worked, the protagonist quietly enjoyed the success of the guardian golem built for his land. He was pleased to think the day his Decepticon battalion was finished wasn't far away. Still holding his quill, Devi thought over the problems in the combat data. He was satisfied that the golem could handle someone as strong as Elena, but it was still too unfinished to release. Just in thought, MC held the quill against his face. Then Elena came in, clearly looking for him. She leaned in so close that he froze, flustered, staring at the smiling princess. He awkwardly asked if she'd come to talk again. Elena sat down and casually said she came because they were friends now, and the chief chamberlain had told her where to find him. Devi looked away with an embarrassed smile and said he never really had to accept her offer of friendship. Swinging her foot, Elena asked why he would refuse in the first place. The protagonist scratched his head and avoided her gaze, realizing he didn't really have a reason. Lately, he'd seen many sides of Elena, and he liked how honest she was. Touching her cheeks with her fingers, Elena slyly said Calder had missed his friend. When Devi quickly changed the subject and asked why she'd come so late, she answered in a shaky voice that she came to talk to him. Purser quickly caught on that Elena was lying, and her nerves made it obvious. MC couldn't figure out why the princess was acting like this. Elena's status showed she was anxious and confused. Then he and Purser both froze when they saw the line, saying Elena was tied to the last light. Devi paused to think, and Purser called out to him. He answered with nothing but a quiet smile. Tea streamed into a blue flower-patterned cup. Looking around the workshop, Elena guessed the protagonist had been studying golems. He told her he was thinking about testing ancient magic too. Holding the cup, Elena felt a little embarrassed that she still couldn't beat a single golem. With the teapot in hand, Devi reassured her. Losing to that thing didn't mean she was weak. The machine was just absurdly strong. To MC, it had still been an impressive fight since Elena was an expert swordswoman, not a master like the level Megatron was built to match. As he drank his tea, he studied her, and felt there was something deeper bothering her. He kept that to himself and decided training would speak for itself. Then Devi suddenly told Elena to come outside. Confused, she watched him put on a raincoat and smile, saying it was perfect weather for a night lesson. Outside, a soft wind stirred. Elena and the protagonist faced each other with swords in hand. Serious now, when asked if he really meant to teach her, MC just grinned and said he wanted to see what she could do, and unwind a little too. That made her light up, and she blurted out that she really wanted this. Perzerk was amazed by how kind Devi was, but he brushed it off, saying he was just settling things before they got out of hand. He did owe her a bit. After all, Elena raised her divine sword and took a deep breath. He, meanwhile, held only a wooden sword. The match looked unfair on paper, but Elena knew the real gap was in skill, not weapons, and she refused to get arrogant. Devi beckoned, and told her to strike first. Her blade lit up blue, as she said they could skip the formalities. The protagonist didn't move as Elena lunged, demanding he show her the technique. Bright flashes burst one after another, leaving gray smoke in the air. Even Elena's sword started smoking. She attacked in smooth, steady swings, while Devi blocked them with an easy smile. It looked almost too easy for him. Elena, though, stayed locked in and deadly serious. She tightened both hands on the hilt. Her next strike went straight for his head, and MC's smug smile finally vanished. A moment later, back to normal, he noted how quickly she shifted between attacks. He couldn't help admiring it, especially while she handled that sickeningly heavy divine sword. Then Devi's sword suddenly changed like flowing liquid. A thick stream of water stopped Elena's blade, leaving her stunned. Her amber eyes went wide, mouth hanging open. The water slammed into her, and hurled her high into the air. She crashed down hard and folded over on the ground. Groaning, Elena grabbed her aching waist, shocked by the clean hit. She got even more annoyed when Devi mocked how easy it was to read a heavy sword. Frantic now, she tried to understand why none of her strikes could reach him. Even without knowing his trick, she could tell he was going to keep giving her trouble. All she knew for sure was that he had dodged with ease and now stood waiting, sword resting on his shoulder. Elena pressed her lips together. A second later, she threw out a series of wide attacks at Devi, trying to leave him no room to evade. His shoes scraped across the ground as he slipped past each swing. He looked bothered by the non-stop sweeping blows. Still, the protagonist was impressed by Elena's fierce rush. Her expression even turned a little savage, and he realized Megatron couldn't have handled this level at all. He decided the divine sword boosted her strength several times over, and that in her fight with Megatron she only lost because she used a normal blade. If she'd used this one, Megatron would have been smashed apart. The exchange kept going, blow after blow, until Devi rushed in while Elena was tiring, and briefly let her guard drop. She pulled back a little, and Elena let out a heavy breath. Smiling, MC asked if she was done, but all he got was a grunt. She shot back that if she gave up that easily, she never would have kept coming to see him. Elena attacked again, and their swords locked. Horror flashed across her face when she realized nothing was working. She bit down hard and let out a strained breath. Devi could plainly see her frustration as he kept turning aside her furious attacks. Face twisted with anger, Elena leaped up and raised her sword for a final blow. Both hands gripped the massive weapon tight. Devi stared up at her without moving. The impact exploded and split the mountain apart. Holding his head, he stared in shock at the crater it left behind. Berserk recognized it as the same move the protagonist had used on the vampire, and he was stunned. Copying that technique had taken him 10 years. Elena stood at the center of the crater. MC clapped his hands and spread his arms, declaring the fight over since they'd already caused enough chaos. Elena hated hearing that, and shouted that they should keep going, but when Devi poked her hurt waist with a branch, she yelped and jumped. The young man crossed his arms with a stern look while Elena sank back down. She didn't want to stop without gaining anything after putting in so much effort. Tears started running down her cheeks. When Elena suddenly burst into loud sobs, Devi just stood there, completely lost. The young man awkwardly tried to calm her down, and asked her to stop crying. Berserk crossed her arms and blamed him for making Elena cry. When he asked if she seriously thought this was his fault, Berserk only told him to be a little gentler. The protagonist frowned and let out a helpless sigh, finding no support at all. As Elena wiped at her tear-soaked cheeks, MC walked over. Her hair was still blown loose from the huge blast. Wooden sword in hand, Devi told the stunned girl to watch closely, and not miss a thing. Staring at his back, Elena still had no idea what was going on. One hand behind his back, he swung the sword, and the wooden blade flashed red. The prince was showing her the first heavy sword technique, beheading a giant, which ripped cracks through the ground. Red sparks flickered through some of them, and in the air. Devi asked if she understood, but Elena only stared at the result in awe. She remembered that stream of water that had sent her flying, the one she couldn't even block, and how all she'd managed was striking the same spot. Elena asked if heavy sword techniques were full of flaws. Her face darkened at the thought that the style had become useless and outdated. Tears gathered in her eyes again, and Devi reached toward her face. A sharp cry rang out the next second. Rubbing her reddened forehead, Elena listened as the protagonist scolded her. He told her to watch carefully, so how had she jumped to that conclusion about heavy sword techniques? Elena was taken aback when MC said no sword style is perfect for everyone. The prince added that even the sword god style was the same, then said he'd slowly go over everything she was missing from the start. He swung his sword again and told her to focus. Elena watched with fierce attention. Devi raised his sword, and a thunderous blast kicked up a violent gust of air. Elena followed every move as he prepared to show the next step. He held the heavy sword almost completely still in his hands. The princess noticed just how slow the movement was. Then Devi suddenly switched pace, and snapped the weapon forward at lightning speed. Another explosion burst out, smashing the ground and nearby rocks. Elena was stunned. He asked if she could see the difference between the two blows now. As she looked over the broken stone, she thought it through. Heavy sword techniques are built on force, creating huge damage with simple moves, and their power usually depends on the weapon's weight. She looked around the wrecked ground, wondering how both attacks could have produced the same power. The protagonist listened as Elena insisted there was no way a slow, flexible swing could match the sword god style in raw force. He understood why she thought a flexible line of impact was impossible with a heavy sword. So Devi explained with a card as an example, asking what it needed to reach top speed. The princess answered that the force on the card depends on its weight, and MC said a heavy sword worked the same way. Elena looked confused when he shifted into physics, and asked what would happen if you could control the speed needed for that force to hit its peak. Devi went on, saying a heavy sword may seem bound by normal physical laws, but mana could be added to those laws. Elena started to understand when Devi asked her to imagine that she could control the sword's weight, or acceleration with mana. Pleased, he saw she'd figured it out. With enough mana control, you could drive a heavy sword's power from 0 to 100 in an instant. The protagonist let out a relieved sigh, closed his eyes, and smiled. The princess was still stunned when MC explained that the heavy sword's strength came from its simple, crushing power, but that same style could become very unstable if you focus only on raw damage. Devi remembered those lazy old hares who could redirect his blade no matter how hard he swung, though they were a rare case. Elena tensed up when he asked why the hare's sword style had almost disappeared. As she tried to answer, he already knew this outcome was inevitable. People had only been copying the sword god technique. After generations, they lost its true core, even if it still remained the most destructive style. Devi figured all this would be hard for her to fully grasp, but if she understood even part of it, she could break past the wall, keeping her from becoming a master. Elena finally looked up and said she was starting to get it, and the protagonist was glad to hear that. When Elena thanked him, MC just shrugged and looked away, saying he hadn't really done much, while the clerk on his shoulder giggled. Then he suddenly paused and looked off to the side. He told Elena it felt like something was weighing on her and pushing her forward, and she couldn't hide her shock. Elena forced an awkward smile and tried to brush it off, but Devi firmly told her they'd already come this far, so there was no point hiding it now. As she played with her hair, the protagonist said it made more sense to talk about the problem while there was still time. Elena noticed the warmth in his voice, and MC smiled before awkwardly turning away. He told her not to expect too much. For now, he would just listen. Elena hesitantly asked the prince to be her mate, and a heavy silence fell between them. Devi's wooden sword slipped from his hand with a clack. The request completely threw him off, and Elena quickly explained that she needed his strength. He refused. He pointed out that the princess of the strongest nation should have plenty of swordmasters ready to do whatever she asked, but Elena raised a hand and explained that she couldn't use them. Touching her chest, she added that the requirement said candidates had to be under 20, so asking them would break the rules. Devi turned even redder as those requirements and rules sank in. The story shifted to the Gallery of Heroes, where a surprised voice responded to a request to speak about the past. The long-haired blonde man with a braid crossed his arms and smiled, saying that sometimes it wasn't such a bad thing. Lifting one finger, he asked who protects the people. He moved closer to the protagonist and explained that no matter who those protectors are, they eventually come together and form a nation, and that rule applies to every race. Devi listened in silence as the blonde man went on, now talking about the main guardians of the continent, the ones shielding its people from unseen threats. The sharp-eared man then gave MC a sly look and asked if it wasn't better to remove dangers quietly. That's exactly why a knightly order called the Last Light exists. Apollo, the god of bows, smugly climbed a pillar while he listened, surprised by how sincere and interesting his mentor's story was. Under the starlight, Devi recalled that the order Apollo mentioned in the Gallery of Heroes had other names too, basically a secret group that removed threats to the continent. You could even say the peace after the demon queen was slain by the sword god hairs was possible because of those knights. They also helped train gifted heroes like Alina and Varys. With a grin, the protagonist asked if the Empire's Princess Palin needed an assistant, since her trial partner was gone. She answered seriously that it was true. She had been searching for him without success. While MC worried that if he stepped in, people might think something was off, Alina said in frustration that she had no choice but to find someone new for the test. The clerk on his shoulder happily said everything was lining up, while Devi smirked, thinking how hard it was to recruit someone strong and important into a secret group of talented youths. For the sake of joining that knight order, the still-shaken Alina had spent all this time studying and growing stronger. Even so, he still didn't get why she wanted in on something so dangerous and thankless. And then she suggested they forget the partnership. Looking at him with gratitude, Alina said she had already learned a lot from him, and that was enough. She turned to leave, saying she wouldn't forget his kindness. Berserk let out a breath, noting that a knight order fighting unknown threats was far more dangerous than their current situation. When the Demoness said she felt sorry for Alina but he should refuse, Devi silently clenched his fist. The red-haired princess turned toward the voice, slightly confused. The protagonist smiled wide and said her offer wasn't that bad after all. The moment he agreed, the girl froze in disbelief. Devi repeated himself, saying he'd take the test with the princess, while the clerk reacted with angry disapproval. He gave Alina hope, promising to help however he could. Then he added that there was one thing he needed to check first. Facing her, MC asked if he understood correctly that the Order's main job was hunting rare and dangerous monsters, and her reaction showed surprise. As he revealed more and more about the secret order, Alina was left speechless. After that, he gave a sharp smile, realizing he had guessed right. He returned to the manor late that night, dropping onto the bed with satisfaction. Devi talked about what he had gained from training with the princess. He shut his eyes, still clearly pleased, when the floating clerk leaned in and asked if he was sure about this choice. She warned him seriously that getting involved with the secret order would come with real responsibility, which only seemed to please him more. Holding up a finger with a sly grin, the protagonist said the right person still hadn't appeared yet. He also tried to warn him that Megatron was on a whole different level from his other creations, and once it was finished, trouble would spread across the continent. Sitting up on the bed, Devi said there wasn't much information about how it had been made. With bright eyes, he drifted into dreams of the future and his perfect guardian of the land, and the Demoness could tell exactly what he was thinking. Tired of the talk, Prakak pressed a hand to her forehead and asked if this could put the first prince in danger. While MC barely thought about her warning, a blue ribbon shaped like a child came over and called him Daddy, making him smile. He poked the girl's rosy cheek and said his daughters were the strongest in the world, so nothing would happen to him. Devi gently patted her head, and added that after everything he'd survived, he wasn't afraid of any threats. Then he looked over at the silent Demoness. By the time the manor was lit up, he had decided that only mythical or demonic monsters, things he barely believed in, could really threaten him. It was a new day. Now his thoughts were on Alina. Maybe she was confused by how easily he accepted, or maybe just exhausted, but she hadn't shown up since their last talk. It seemed she needed time to deal with all the work piled up around her. Thinking about his own departure, Devi watched the pigeons outside and reflected that 2 weeks felt both quick and painfully long. Letting out a tired breath after being reminded about the meeting, he realized he had no time to rest. In the study, Amy reported to her lord about a fight between 2 people. The maid asked what should be done, and the protagonist tiredly ordered both of them thrown into the dungeon, thinking about how badly the new settlers were treating the locals. Even though the newcomers were treated well, the more people arrived, the more trouble followed. Checking her notebook, Amy was surprised by the next case, a dispute between 2 women over a baby. When she explained that both claimed to be the child's real mother, Devi grumbled that this land was turning into Jerusalem, and joked that he should split the baby in half, and give each woman one piece, then see who refused first. Amy asked if he was serious, and MC, holding a teapot, told her it was just a joke before ordering her to send the matter to the Alchemist Association. She went on to say that merchants wanted to buy a large amount of land, and he shot back that he wasn't a real estate agent. During the meeting, another maid entered the study. Vespos came with her, and gave a small cough to get Devi's attention, while the girl in the cap suddenly hiccuped. She couldn't stop herself from smiling after that, covering her mouth as she tried to explain. The maid bowed to the protagonist, and the chief chamberlain apologized for failing to train her properly. Vespos demanded that the rude blue-haired girl be taken away. The main character sighed and said that wouldn't be necessary. Pointing at the old man, MC asked him not to be so harsh over a simple laugh. Then he asked if the new maid in front of him was Yuria Helishana. He took another sip and said the tea was pretty good, which made the girl happy that her master liked it. Forgetting her manners, she stared at him with huge purple puppy dog eyes, until Vespos coughed again to remind her of herself. The girl left looking confused, and Devi asked the old man if he had been too harsh. The chief chamberlain calmly said, training the servants was his job. He let out a breath, knowing there was no point arguing with him. The maid stepped out of the study, still a little lost. A smile soon came back to her face, as she walked down the hall, whistling to herself. Devi figured maids these days were pretty gifted. Preserp gave him a questioning look. Tiny glowing snowflake-like lights drifted near his nose, and he had already caught their scent. It reminded him of his contract with the elementals, and he found an elementalist's scent strangely pleasant. The protagonist opened his eyes a little more, and breathed it in again. Speaking of the maid with elf ears, he decided this really wasn't bad at all. He reached for the pile of papers, and told Amy to keep going with the reports about the territory. Next came a report from the captain of the Royal Guard, Montmito. Devi looked over the documents, and was almost glad time was moving so quickly. While handling his own work, he realized the 2 weeks before he had to leave the manor had gone by much faster than he expected.